impatient and trying to wrap my head around problems, and all my bitterness just seemed passe. Because I realized as soon as I said it, how long it'd take to swim from Jones Beach to Indonesia. And maybe you're waiting on a call from me. And maybe you're working at a crowded restaurant, and you know he's got a life so fucked up. You don't know what happened. Just like you saw me working at some restaurant in Paris, 'cause my life was just so fucked up, and I don't know how it happened.
Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening. How is everybody? It's been a little while. It's been a little while, guys. Okay. So like straight up, I've been doing IRL things. I've been having a life. I've also been building an awful lot of Lego. God, I've been building a lot of Lego. I got a load of Lego for my birthday, so I was building a lot of Lego. Hold on. Listen, I can prove this. I can prove this. I built I built Lego. That's where I've been. I've been making Lego. Fuck everyone else. Oh, dude. Fucking hell. No, true. Like, I've been, like, there's been a load of IRL stuff as well. And it's been super busy. It's been super busy. This is actually just, like, my downtime. I built, like, a nice custom Lego thing for my background. It's cool. Oh my god. Oh, I thought you said you caught Vertigo. Jesus Christ. Cinderella will not be your favorite Disney princess after the stream. Look, I am so out of the loop with the Parlo internet adjacent drama that I really don't know what the fuck is going on. But I will tell you what has inspired me to actually talk about this. So I was watching some of his response video. I made it this far. I made it like 3.5 minutes in, and then I heard this.
Person for not picking up on your subtlety. I'm sorry, that's just not how that works. In my case specifically, as a lot of people have said, I kind of struggle to pick up on body language. Some people have actually asked if I'm autistic, and I do not have any confirmed diagnosis yet, but I will say I have actually scheduled an appointment for that, and I will post the results when I get them.
I'm sorry, like, dude, this is just the weirdest fucking locale spiral I've seen in ages. You're just like, yeah, listen, guys, I know I'm in drama, okay? I know I'm in drama, but the truth is, I need to get diagnosed to find out whether I'm autistic. Because maybe all of this is just autism, like... Dude, Guy Rise, member for 17 months. Howdy, Beckett. It's good that you have decided to bring in your mirror universe counterpart, Dickers, to explain this very strange and gay drama. Very dumb, very gay. Good luck. Thank you very much. Thank you for the 17 months at molding. Much appreciated. And Future Nightmare Games with the 5. Cinderella will not be your favorite Disney princess after the stream. Yes, like, dude. God, guys. Someone's asking whether this is like pre-Brony Christmas. Yeah, like Brony Christmas will officially begin probably later this month. I will give you a little teaser though. I believe we are going to be joined by Saberspark for Brony Christmas. We're going to have a Saberspark talks about Brony drama and random Brony stories stream. It should be fucking great. What did you put in my water? So many things, Space Station. Thank you for the 7 months at Coping 07. So that should be really fun. I am... I have to thank Parlo. The clips we got out of Chud going over this drama are priceless. That I did see a couple of those. But okay. So with this drama, I actually... I'll tell you when I tuned out, actually. Metal Man with the 5. Build a Lego Beckett. Use it on camp. That's actually a fucking based idea. Okay. So. I saw Chud cover this. And I was like, okay, this seems completely fucking absurd. This just seems absurd. And I'd raided into Dickers on the night the documents dropped. And Chud was like, this must be a big drama. Dickers had like 500 viewers. And I was like, Yeah, that was the remnants of Nick's Nick's audience that I raided into him. I was like, I don't know if that counts, but Dickers has been diligently covering this, so I did want to know what the fuck was going on. And everything I've seen on it has been so insanely stupid that I couldn't. And I know Falgi's been involved, but I also know that Falgi's got his own little thing with Internet Adjacent, so we may end up talking to Falgi at some point about some of this as well. But I figured that as Internet Adjacent has finally come out with his response, Parlo's planning a response or some shit, but frankly, I trust Parlo about as much as I trust a syphilis-ridden A-boy. A-boy? Femboy. There we go. What the fuck is an A-boy? Guys, this is... I've not been sleeping much, okay? It's a good thing Beckett isn't on Facecam. He'd be left mouth gaping and physically shaking on camera. Dude, I think Nicandros has been fucking cooking. Nux and Muda. Like, I swear, those guys are going to have to get therapy. They'll just be like, there's this guy called Nicandros. Don't call Internet Adjacent a good doggy. He'll get off. Is he actually a furry? I've heard this. Who's up gaping and shaking? What the fuck? Dude. They both suck. That seems to be... Okay, so my takeaway at the moment is, from what I've seen in the response stuff... Hey, Pinker. Hey, Axe, as well, by the way. I hope you guys are good. Sorry, I'm terrible. It's been like 10 days of no streaming, and I've forgotten how to talk to chat. It's fucking abysmal. But both of them seem to have lied. I think there was a whole thing with Parlo and this GoFundMe and homelessness or some shit. I don't fucking know. And then Internet Adjacent seems to have lied about his like conversations with this 17-year-old turned 18-year-old manager. And am I right in thinking that like Internet Adjacent was talking about wanting to marry Parlo or some shit? Like, but we are going to have it explained to us top to bottom by Dickers. It's the Whittle Beam. So true. Thank you for the membership for 10 months at Coping, Pinker. Much appreciated, much appreciated, much appreciated. Internet Adjacent traveled to the UK at the speed of 1,000 knots. I don't know what that fucking means. That is horrifying. Why are we doing things in knots? Has this drama just spawned like a fucking crap ton of memes? Parlo was his own Boblax, and like Boblax, he had sexual interactions with somebody who smelled like a dumpster. Holy fuck, bro. It's enabled. I know what a knot is. I don't know why it's a reference in this drama. Okay? I'm dumb. I'm not that dumb. I watch a lot of maritime stuff, okay? I know what a knot is. Parlo got graped by Cinderella. Very important. Thank you, Future Nightmare Games with the 2. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Grey Knight with the 20. Here at the beginning, still printing things, but the mice have been dealt with. Unfortunately, I can't share the footage because it's a little graphic, but I am here, Beckett, to watch you play Super Robot Wars. Why, dude? Thank you. Yes, unironically, Grey Knight has been sending me stuff like his 3D printed mousetrap shit, and it's awesome. It's so cool. It's fucking awesome. Wait, what is this? Hold on, I'm gonna show you this, and then we're gonna call in Dickers. Okay, we're gonna bring Dickers in. Wolfgang, if I don't respond to DMs on Discord here or Telegram, it's because I'm spending it with my favorite person. Bro, this image unrelated. Sorry. Dude. It's confusing the fuck out of me, bro. This is like, okay, so here's a baseline thing. Here's our baseline starting position, okay? It is very hard to be a commentary content creator when you seem to have like ended up in a drama like this and not being entirely honest on, because I think some of the original claims, like IE is a rapist or whatever, I don't know how much that seems like an extreme claim and a very Parlo claim to make, but there's definitely some like weird shit here, right? And then you kind of cook yourself. I don't know, like there's other things with his channel, like having other people host on it and stuff, which is kind of fucking bizarre. I don't know what the fuck's going on with this dude. So I don't know. Listen, we are open to call-ins. So if either Parlo or Internet Adjacent watch this and they're like, actually, I want to talk to you and Dickens about this. You've got something wrong. That we'll open it up. Okay. I hear that they're very keen to talk to people. I don't fucking know. I sent that to Dickers. Very evil of him not to mention the shadow of Agent N. Jesus Christ. Oh, he was supposed to take a break now. He said he's like in his response video. He said he's coming back to making content again. I don't think he's taking a break. I did hear that he said that he was going to be gone for like 7 years or something, or several years, taking a break from the internet. Dude, I don't know. Let's get Dickers in here. Let's get my fucking twin in. Okay. Let's bring in the twin. Hello. My twin.
Hey up.
How you doing?
How's it going, mate?
It's not bad.
Good.
I'm gonna have to share a screen to you and pop the Discord out, because if I don't have like your face lighting up on screen, no one's gonna be able to tell which of us is which. So come here.
Okay, that's actually good. That's actually a good point. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I can see that's already started. Oh, yeah, now I'll just do the entire thing through text chat. That's easier.
Yellow with the 5. His Discord username is quite literally "leave me the fuck alone," so he's not coming back anytime soon. I mean, potentially. I'm not sure. So look, okay, Dickers, welcome on. You need no introduction. You are my clone. We grew you in a lab. It's gone well. And listen, you're breaking out. I don't think I've heard anybody refer to you as Wishlist Beckett through this entire drama.
Well, you clearly haven't been watching my streams then. Unfortunately, it's still every day for me. But no, it's to be fair, it's been pretty fucking. It's been good viewership. It's been good drama. Yeah, it's been really, really good. It's been really, really fucking funny as well. Fuck. I mean, Parlo may have got anally bludgeoned at some point in this, but unfortunately, it's actually produced some really fucking funny memes. So yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. If you want to, I guess to pull us up to where we are as we stand today. Yeah, that's what Wolfgang's Discord looks like. Just sent you an image.
Okay, give me a second. Let me. Dude, I hate Windows 11 so much. Okay, so I'll bring this on stream. There we go. Oh, wait, that's fine. Leave me the fuck alone. Dude, I'm quitting. What more do you people want? Bro, this is pretty dire. I mean, it's nice that he stands in solidarity with Black Lives Matter. That is important. we mustn't forget.
Oh my fucking god. Well, yeah, so this is like the third time during the course of this drama. I think it's the third time that he said he's going to quit. Now, at some points he said he's going to take like a break. I think just after the drama happened, he said he was going to take a year off at the very least, then decided that he was going to come back with his response video. Then decided he was going to get an autism diagnosis and maybe it all turn out all right. He's just been, I would say, hyper obsessed throughout the entire thing of not ending up to be a lolcow. He's got that kind of like, he's basically mentally fucked himself into having the lolcow gene.
Yeah, it's
now,
like
he jokes
the
that
fear
it's sexually
of the...
transmitted. It's always been that.
Yeah, I mean, the gene is like, I think most people at some level have the gene, and it's like you need to trigger it. But looking at all this shit, it does seem that he is, shall we say, deeply like it's a primary part. It's not recessive. It's not a recessive lolcow gene, because this is fucking absurd. I mean, I think there's definitely an element where there are certain people who probably shouldn't become commentary YouTubers, and it's like if you've got really embarrassing stuff that you personally are going to be embarrassed by, because like for me, if somebody came to me and was like, well, you've got like all these animators, you're like into Lego, like you just spend a fucking week building Lego. This is all stuff people could say to me and I really wouldn't, like, I don't care. It's funny, it's whatever. But if you've got like, if I was like a furry or something and I was like really didn't want people to find out that I was a furry, I mean, I don't think being a commentary YouTuber where that stuff is going to be dug up on you would be like a solid play. Do you know what I mean? Like,
you are kind of putting yourself right in the center of the fucking dartboard. Yeah. Oh, I know what you mean. It's just like an easy 1-2 for people to be able to joke about. I don't know why either, because do you know the reason that he moved over from furry YouTube to commentary YouTube?
so I've heard he made some sort of allegations or something and then got burnt. Is that correct?
Well, it's the wrong way around, and it kind of lays a bit of the groundwork for the whole drama. So he actually received allegations. It's something called Anthrocon. So you can kind of suss out
was this
exactly
why
what's
he
gonna
was?
be going down
You'll
there.
have to watch a bit of the stream because otherwise everything will lag while I share stuff to you for the moment. So is this is apparently his old furry avatar? Is that correct?
Yes. There's a couple of those. Now the way that Internet Adjacent like frames it is that he's not a furry. You know, he used to be a long time ago. When he says a long time ago, he means like 12 months ago. And when he says that he's not a furry anymore, he means that he's closeted about it. Like, apparently he still jacks off to all the same shit. Like, all the porn that he sent into PARLO, all the porn that he sent into fucking Avalon, these people all have knots, okay? So it's not something that he's quite moved
Okay,
on
please
from.
explain the knots thing. Is this like, are we talking like? Wait, please explain what you mean by knots, because I can see that in the chat. And I don't know what the fuck you mean by knots.
Oh, Beckett. Oh, Beckett, no. Okay. So, oh, God. Have you ever watched the Lindsay Ellis video on the Omegaverse?
No.
Okay, basically, when dogs, get excited, get aroused, not only does their dick get bigger, they've got like, I guess a stopcock at the base of their, dick that avoids it being retracted. So it's not just that it'll bulge at the very tip with like the glands. It will also bulge at the base to avoid it, basically the female dog from being able to like run away. So once you're in, you've kind of sealed the deal. You are in. So that's a knot. That's a knot. That's a dog knot cock. And that was a common. Oh my God, that was a common feature. That was a common feature of all of the porn that he'd sent.
Why
to
are the
Avalon
comments
and
of
PARLO.
Beckett? How do you not know this? Is it not weirder to know this? I'm going fucking crazy. What do you mean? How do I not know this? I'm
can't
not an
believe I have
expert
to
on the
fucking explain
anatomy
it.
of dog cock. Okay, I fucking know.
I'm sure this is shit that everyone knows. Let's be real, okay? Everyone knows that ducks have got fucking corkscrews. Everyone knows that cats have got little bobs. All right. Did you not take biology in school?
Bro, this dude, commentary's wrecked you. You were in Twitch poll originally.
Yeah, it was all downhill. Okay, it was all downhill from there. But yeah, but anyway, a lot of this actually does legit like lay the fucking groundwork for a lot of the allegations, right? Because this isn't the first time that Wolfgang has got allegations about this stuff. So there was a situation before, without going into like all the fucking details, there was a group of furries or furry YouTubers that were going to something called Anthrocon. They were all staying together, they were all bunking together. One of them is apparently on, I believe it's like a different type of grinder, possibly for furries, right? But anyway, this person's on
furry grinder. Okay.
I believe
Okay.
so. So anyway, this person is on Furry Grinder, and they're looking for hookups while they're at the con. Wolfgang looks over their shoulder. I'm not kidding. This is how it's retold. Wolfgang looks over their shoulder, says, "Oh, you're looking to fuck?" They say, "Uh-huh." He says, "Would you like to fuck me?" Like, yeah, sure. Maybe at some point of the trip. He's like, "Okay then," and then he slides his hand over their knee. Anyway, that ended up in allegations. They were kind of bullshit, right? Because people over fucking egged them and said that it was sexual assault. It's not. He didn't do fucking sexual assault. But in hindsight, it kind of lays the groundwork for the fact that maybe Wolfgang can't really read social cues that well. He's going to a furry convention where they're going to like a gay sex club where there's literally just like beds on the second floor. And even for these people, he's a little too sexually aggressive. So that kind of like lays the groundwork for that.
Wait, hold on. So these allegations came from a fucking furry sex club.
Or people who were going to a furry sex club, gay furry sex club, while they're at the con. Yeah. So these are people who are like constantly like having dirty, nasty, kind of like flea-riddled gay sex with each other. And even for them, Wolfgang was a little too sexually aggressive. A lot of people dismissed it at the time, but obviously in retrospect, it kind of sounds a little bit, it sounds a little bit reminiscent now. But yeah. So fuck. I don't know if you have thoughts. Have you got thoughts on any of that?
I mean, okay. So to begin with, I think it's important that we separate out like what a rape allegation is, because like that's a very serious allegation, right? It's interesting that we like through the whole Saberspart stuff, we're talking about things like implied consent and shit, and I think there is definitely an element where it's like, if you're with somebody and there are connotations to how you've met up with them, the conversations you've had, there's definitely stuff there where you're like, okay, there is implied consent of, if you're flirting with somebody, you're like messaging them loads and you're like, come overseas and meet up with me kind of thing. It seems like IE and Parlo, from what I have seen, seem to have been discussing sexual stuff in the lead up to their liaison. I guess. Yeah. But at the same time, it's one of these where, like, as far as I can tell, IE seems incredibly fucking paranoid. I keep saying IE, I mean IA. It seems incredibly fucking paranoid. He wrote this document on Parlo. As far as I can tell, I mean, it was pretty much immediately after all of this happened, and Parlo seemed to have done the same thing. So, like, there seemed to be, like, at least the worry at the time that Parlo was going to come out and accuse him, and IE was, like, getting ready with some defense.
Yeah.
And
so there was a rape Cold War.
Right?
Yeah, there was a rape Cold War going on behind the scenes, right? They were both building up their fucking nuclear allegation stockpiles. So Internet Adjacent was working on his document. Parlo was also working on his document at the time, and it was reaching a fever pitch. Sometimes it's hard to really tell, okay? Listening to Parlo and Internet Adjacent, they will now say, no, I never wanted this out. I never wanted anyone to know about any of this. It's not true, right? They're both lying when they say that. You can see DMs, I've seen DM exchanges, where Parlo seems quite excited at the idea of completely demolishing Wolfgang. But at the same time, I've seen Wolfgang in conversations with commentary YouTubers, where he's talking about destroying Parlo at the same time.
I know that Wolfgang shopped this around, like, months ahead of time. Because I heard about it. And part of the reason that I didn't want to get anywhere near Internet Adjacent was because I heard he was shopping around this document, and I was like, okay, cool. That is probably a bad fucking start, because like shopping around a Google Doc from a random person who's like, yeah, I've had this experience with the creator is one thing. You see that all the time, but a creator shopping around their Google Doc to other creators is fucking crazy. That's just so insane. And I believe that there was, certain people heard about this document, and basically, from what I know, everyone was like, don't touch this with a 20-foot barge pole. And that's part of the reason I didn't cover it when it came out. I was like, I'll see how this turns out. And it's just reached a fever pitch of complete retardation at this point. I don't.
Well, I'm pretty sure that's the advice that Parlo's been giving other people about Wolfgang since this. But yeah. So that's true as well. Fuck. Okay. So been allegations that Wolfgang is something of a super spreader, right? Bit of a bug chase, a bit of a super spreader.
Wait, I've not heard these allegations. Wait, what? Hold on. Stop.
Okay.
What? He's a fucking.
You haven't heard
Okay.
any of the chlamydia stuff?
No, what the fuck is the chlamydia
Oh
stuff?
my god. Okay. So Parlo, as he's releasing it, just to explain that really briefly, Parlo, as he's starting to come out with this stuff, is building up and getting texts from other people, and he finds out that Wolfgang, I think 12 months previously, had chlamydia, and then a few months before had got tested for chlamydia. And so Parlo wasn't sure if when he eventually came to the UK and had sex with him, if he was still infected. Because there had been text messages where he had recently gone to the doctor to get checked up. So that was part of the allegations, whether Wolfgang was traveling with a biohazard
So
between
in
his fucking
furry
legs.
in furry terms, he's mangy, is what we're saying.
yeah. Mangy. Yeah. Now, that turned out to not be true. Thankfully, we were able to get to the bottom of this. Although I wasn't the first guy to do that. And Wolfgang, it turns out, did not have chlamydia. He just had a very, very dark, what sounds like, I mean, I'm going to be honest, what sounds like a fucking AIDS lesion to me, like the way it was fucking described. Like a dark spot somewhere around his cock. But apparently that's just eczema? Well, that's what Wolfgang said. Anyway, a doctor took a sample of this dark red spot on his knob and determined that it's not infectious. And so, yeah, we got to the bottom of that.
Wait,
okay,
dark
internet adjacent was
red
not
spot.
spreading chlamydia. Yes.
Okay.
He went to the vets. He got checked out. He got cleared. It's fine. But yeah.
Did he need to take
So-
any medicine? Did someone wrap it up in a piece of ham and cheese for him, or like drop it on the floor?
They completely fucking shaved him, cone over the head for 2 weeks. he was totally fine afterwards. But yeah, so Wolfgang, the reason why I joke about him being a fucking super spreader, my introduction into this drama, right? I didn't hear about this from Wolfgang, despite us kind of like, I think speaking once or twice, I didn't hear from him. I didn't hear about it from Parlo. I didn't hear about it from Himpleton. I didn't hear about this from another creator. A chatter was in VC and happened to mention to me that they have a document that Internet Adjacent was making about Parlo. It had completely fucking breached containment, and everybody knew what was going on at this point, right? Because I think it happens initially. There's a confrontation. Parlo goes and talks to friends about it. Internet Adjacent goes and speaks to Samuel, A-Space, Himpleton, and I think several other people that I just cannot fucking remember. And is shipping around this document, shipping around like details about it all. And he's not trying to like confide in people about a difficult situation, which is what I kind of get the vibe that Parlo's doing for the most part, right? What he's trying to do explicitly is get how other people feel about it, right? But he went to the fucking worst people because A-Space and Samuel already hate Parlo. I don't know if they cared that much about the situation. And so they were just, because fuck it. I've heard the fucking leaked calls, right? I've heard the recorded calls. He's literally pouring out to them that he's really afraid that these allegations are going to go live any day now. And Samuel and A-Space are just laughing at the guy and saying, no, there's nothing here. You don't need to worry. If you do go live with this, I'm not really going to consider it very seriously. I'm probably just going to end up laughing at you for having like gay bum sex with Parlo. Not the most reassuring thing, but eventually these tensions are building up, right? They're both ready to blow their load. Eventually, they get in a call together, mediated by their business manager, Avalon. Now they get in this meeting and they have a conversation, and the end result of it is nobody's releasing anything.
When was this?
So I believe this was 2 days before all the documents dropped.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And I knew about it, I think, half an hour after these guys got off call. Again, I'm not talking to either of them at this point. I somehow find out about it through chatters again. Like, these guys cannot fucking stop talking about this to other people. So suddenly, behind the scenes, I guess people who were talking about this, kind of in DMs or in calls, there was a huge, big worry that the drama
I heard this was
that
pushed
everybody
by
has been
Himpleton.
anticipating for a while, is not gonna come. It's not gonna come to fruition, right? So enter the hero or villain, depending on how you see with the story. Himpleton comes in to try and softly kind of play both sides. He'll ask Avalon, well, are you forcing Parlo to not release it? Avalon's saying, well, I just manage these guys. I can't do anything. I'm not going to force my clients to be able to do, one thing or another. Himpleton then screen caps that, sends that to Internet Adjacent, and says, damn, are you sure that this agreement is as tight as you think it is? Avalon's saying he can't swear by that Parlo's not going to release it. Internet Adjacent starts freaking out all over again. He thinks he's been fucking lied to. Fast forward 2 days later, documents go fucking live. So yeah, Himpleton was pretty heavily involved with it. Yeah. I do have to say as well, it wasn't just for the fact that he wanted drama to come out. Himpleton had been so involved in this all the way through. I think I've seen fuck it, it's all fucking out now. I've seen recorded calls between Himpleton and a couple of these guys, and he will end a Discord call while he's recording the call, and then in real life turn to the camera and give his commentary about how he thinks the call has gone.
Dude, that's
invested.
Yeah, it reminds me of the jar shit. That reminds me of the jar shit. Okay. Pause here for a second. Let me read some of these super chats. Zilla with the 5. Having this here with Skyrim, IA is the not pocket. Jesus fucking Christ. Arcani with the 5. One of you needs to stop being gay so we can tell you apart. Sure. Thanks, buddy. Dude. I'm telling your wife you said that. Raccoon with the 2. Who's the evil twin? Dickers is a clone. It's not like a twin situation. I grew him in a test tube. Brokeast with the 2. Spider-Man pointing meme. The real Dickers is here. True. Oplock with the 2. South African Beckett meets Welsh Beckett. Also true. Christopher with the 5. Trying to cook while listening to 2 British gingers talk about 2 idiotic gay men's drama. That should have been kept private. Dude, it shouldn't have been kept private. It's been good content for plenty of people. Future Night with the 5. Beckett just got the birds and the bees talk about dogs members. Jesus Christ. Yeah, look, I don't regret the 2. There's so much about knots. Car rides with the 2. First, Star Giant, now knots. Becket's learning things. Against my will and better judgment. Christopher with the 2. You and Duro need bio lessons on dog knots. Lol, that's horrifying. Grey Knight with the 2. My brain hurts. Gonna go huff pal fumes. Have fun, buddy. Beetle with the 2. Check the Icelandic Pathologic Museum, Becky. Fucking what? DM me. Lio Convoy with the 5. Good luck covering this. It's a mess. Yes, I'm getting that impression. Thank you, Lio. Okay. So, let's let's like, we're at the point where the documents get dropped. So these documents go live. This drama is the dog's bollocks. Holy fuck, Nicandros. So these documents drop and go live. And okay, you've seen a lot of the behind the scenes stuff. Yeah. Parlo seemed to think that he was going to be able to just like bury Internet Adjacent. And Parlo, after Pyrocynical Dark, all the other Roblox stuff that I know about him, like he seems that type. What did Internet Adjacent actually think was going to happen?
These guys both think they're gonna fucking bury each other. There's a lot of side swipes. There's a lot of fucking side dramas that they introduce in the document. They are going completely fucking scorched earth on each other. And the weird thing about all of it is, despite people saying that the documents came out at the same time, it's not really true. Internet Adjacent drops his first. Internet Adjacent commits to dropping his first. That's the only reason why Parlo dropped his. And so we're in a weird situation where, I think similar to the Anthrocon shit, Wolfgang is coming out ahead of allegations that are going to be dropped about him. It makes the whole situation such a fucking clusterfuck. But unfortunately, it just means that you've got to read Internet Adjacent's response first, if you want to get like the full timeline.
Okay.
But yeah, really fucking annoying.
Okay.
So both of these guys think they're going to bury each other.
So let's go over what the actual allegations are, because I'm probably missing stuff. So, my understanding is, just at base, Internet Adjacent and Parlo had been talking for several months, and they came to an agreement where Internet Adjacent was going to come to the UK and meet up with Parlo. Again, bringing along this sort of Avalon person. We'll talk about Avalon in a bit. And they met up and stayed at an Airbnb for like a weekend. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah. So if you go a little bit before that to flesh it out, these guys have been like, I guess, sexting back and forth. From Parlo's side, it seems as though it's a sexual thing. Wolfgang is saving Parlo's number in his phone as, I believe, like future husband, talking about like I would love to imagine. I'm imagining a future where me and Parlo adopt kids together. He's kind of going a little bit kind of whole hog.
Wait,
but both of these guys are really. Are you?
What?
Yeah.
Would you?
Yeah.
What, as in he's DMing this to Parlo about wanting to adopt kids with him, or?
No, other creators in their space.
What? Fucking what? Why? What?
Yeah. I genuinely, to this day, I don't know. I haven't figured it out. But it seems like Avalon, through fucking sexting with somebody on Discord, has gone like head over heels in love with the guy. Whereas Parlo sees it as slightly more sexual in nature. Like Parlo, when he's arranging this trip together, they're going to meet up, but they were planning to in December. Obviously, not happening now. But they were planning to meet up first, kind of principally because Parlo might be going to prison over the allegations, over the criminal allegations involving Dupe. I don't know how much you know about that, but
So
yeah,
my basic
it's a bit of a
understanding
twisted
is that
situation.
like Parlo got raided by the police and accusations were that he was in possession of child pornography.
Yeah. So he was texting with somebody who I believe they'd claimed that they were 17, while Parlo was 19. Turns out they lied, and they are actually 12 years old. So, yeah, reports get made to the police.
Okay.
Parlo gets all his devices confiscated, gets arrested. Currently, this is like an ongoing, I guess, criminal situation. But yeah, for that reason, this is why these guys are kind of rushing, kind of meeting up.
Why? Because otherwise Internet Adjacent's gonna have to adopt kids with Parlo and take them to the prison to see him? Like, what the fuck?
They're gonna have to have a fucking what's it called? Where you have like a prison
Conjugal
visit.
video.
You get a little
Conjugal
trailer.
visit, yeah.
Yes.
Is that okay?
He's
Was
gonna
that
have to
not
somehow
was
smuggle
this,
in the Cinderella into prison.
Was this not a? We'll get to whatever the fucking Cinderella thing is in a second. Was that not a hint to him that maybe this was all a terrible fucking idea?
He says that in retrospect. He focuses on that a lot in his document. He's like, people told me not to get with this guy. I never knew about his fucking I don't know, lol cow past or whatever the fuck. I don't know. Internet Adjacent has been on. The first time I ever spoke to him was him defending Parlo on a stream.
Wait,
and so
how could he not
seems
know?
familiar with a lot of this.
Yeah, how could he not know? That doesn't make any sense.
I genuinely have no fucking clue. Yeah. So he claims that he hasn't been around for Parlo's fucking lolcow period, he calls it. But, I mean, yeah, he knows the fucking allegations against Parlo. He knows kind of who Parlo is.
So how did he first get in touch with Parlo?
Oh, fuck. Shit. I know the answer to this. It's not that interesting. I think they just met through friends, in like a creator sphere.
Jesus, okay.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Can you explain the Cinderella thing quickly? I know we're getting ahead of ourselves.
I mean, what is there to explain?
I mean, what the fuck does it mean?
10-inch long, big glittery dildo.
What?
A Cinderella.
What?
No?
No, I've got no idea what the fuck this is. What?
So this is a dildo that Wolfgang brought from home. Did a little show and tell in the UK. Brought it over. So far as I'm aware, I don't know if it was in his carry-on luggage or whether this was a bag that he checked. A bag that he checked in. But anyway, he brings it over. Clear plastic glittery dildo. Anime. I believe it's like an anime-themed dildo called the Cinderella. Yeah. I can get you an image if you'd like.
No, I'm good.
But it's just like an anime. It's like the box comes with like Japanese writing all over it, and it's a fucking it's like an animated anime print on the front. So that's why it's called the Cinderella. Yeah.
Jesus.
So that's
Christ.
the Cinderella. So far as we know, what happened with it in America, we're not sure. In the UK, Parlo was the only one who used it. Yeah.
Right,
yeah.
okay.
So despite the fact that it belonged to Internet Adjacent, he bought it, he owned it, he brought it to the UK. Unfortunately, everyone recognizes it now as Parlo's Cinderella. I don't know if it's still with him. I don't know if it's still up there. But for some reason, everyone thinks that he fucking owns it, okay? So yeah, that's Parlo's Cinderella.
Okay. Okay. Never washed it,
Yeah.
by the way, dude. That's fucking disgusting. Okay, let's talk about these allegations then. So they'd been chatting for a while. Internet Adjacent wanted to marry Parlo and have his children. And have children with him or adopt the dude. Fucking what? Okay. So
Yeah.
I don't even know how to ask the fucking question this way. So
I think Paulo gets gaped during this drama, but I don't think he gets gaped that fucking wide. I think the plan was to adopt, yeah. So they meet up. They've had fiery, very sexually fucking intense DMs back and forth, right? Because they've been talking for a little while. I think Internet Adjacent has been like sending nudes to Paulo. I don't know what Paulo's sent back, if anything. But yeah, so there's a lot of fucking like sexting going back and forth. However, let's skip forward to when they actually meet up. Apparently, when Internet Adjacent turns up to Parlo's, they actually meet up in person. Internet Adjacent isn't quite as Parlo imagined him when they were talking online. Many such cases. Apparently, he stinks. He smells. He's got really bad BO. Greasy. Hasn't brought any shampoo. He, in fact, goes without shampoo for the first 2 days of the trip. And so, you know, I guess his fairy tale prince isn't quite as he imagined him. And suddenly, Paulo realizes that he actually doesn't want to have sex with Internet Adjacent. He really, really does not want to have sex with Internet Adjacent. Because while Internet Adjacent's been traveling to the apartment, they've been texting back and forth. And there's this plan that on the very first day they meet each other, as soon as Internet Adjacent drops down in the UK, he's going to drop down in Paulo's guts, right? Paulo's been starving himself for fucking 36 hours. He says he doesn't want to eat any food, so that presumably the pipes are going to be clean when he gets there. And this is the plan. So this is the plan. But he gets there, and suddenly the situation has slightly changed on Paulo's end, although he never explicitly communicates that. Internet Adjacent gets in there, and this is kind of where the story starts to fracture, okay? Internet Adjacent claims that he asked Paulo, would you like to have anal sex with me right now? Paulo says, oh, yes, please. And then he opens the condom. And then Paulo says, oh, no, thank you. Paulo claims Internet Adjacent gets there, like, yes, let's ready to rumble. Rubs his hands, tears off the condom. And then Paulo says, whoa. Okay, let's chill. So for the rest of the trip, the condom remains on the bedside table, opened, drying out, never used. Yeah, so that's kind of the start to things,
Okay.
I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So right, first let's take this in stages. Firstly, what's the evidence that Wolfgang stinks? Is this confirmed? Is this just hearsay?
Well, Paulo alleges it, and Wolfgang never denies it. He just says that he traveled for like so long that he was sweaty and stinky. But then he also doesn't seem to be in a hurry when he gets to the UK to buy any soap. In fact, he says that he didn't have time when he dropped down in the UK to go to a shop and buy shampoo or toiletries before he got there.
How do you not have time? You could get them at the fucking airport. So surely, look, I travel a fair amount for work, and I usually just buy I'll get off the train and just go to a WH Smith's or something and buy a toothbrush and toothpaste because I always forget it. It's like the first thing I do.
Yeah.
Like they're everywhere. They're not hard to find. But do you know what is hard to find, Dickers?
Go on.
Stickers, which you guys have absolutely fucking earned. Thank you so much for the super chats. Much appreciated. That's absolutely fucking banging. Thank you. I've missed you all. I'll get chat up on screen. Thank you. Please enjoy these stickers. Much appreciated. Just tickling the autism of chat. Give me 2 seconds. Let me actually read these super chats. Fucking hell. My thing is breaking. It's going so well today. It's going so well. There we go. Fan funding. From Bingo with the 5, Taka and Foog in D, my song. Awesome. Kairos with 2, I can just hear the horror in Beckett's silence. It is palpable. Raccoon Fangirl with a 5, out of the two of you, who's the top? I can't have sex with my clone, that would be weird. K-Huck, member for 19 months at Molding. Thank you so much. Much appreciated, guys. Much appreciated, much appreciated, much appreciated. That's super based. Oh, there's a picture of the condom? Wait, there's a picture of the... What?
Yeah, I just sent that.
Hold on, let me bring this up. There's a... Who took this picture?
This was Parlo. This was in Parlo's document.
That's fucking horrifying. I'm sorry, is that with medicine on the cabinet as well?
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. This kind of yeah. It kind of paints a picture, don't you think?
I mean,
Wolf
that's
toy to the left on the bed with a glittery collar. You've got an unopened, unused condom that's been drying out for 3 days. The lilac box, by the way.
Is
Do you
that
know
the
who that is?
Cinderella? Is that Cinderella?
That's the Cinderella. That's right.
Dude.
And
What
then
the
you've got a pill bottle up on top as well.
actual fuck? Okay. Right. Okay. Dude.
Paints 1,000 words.
So true.
But
so true.
so in terms of the evidence, unless you want to go, what would?
Yeah, no, let's go. I mean, fuck me. So, Wolfgang stinks. Paulo doesn't want to have sex with him. Okay, understandable.
Yeah. Oh, but on the stinky allegations. So, even according to Wolfgang, so he's there, he gets there, he doesn't have time apparently to be able to buy shampoo in the airport shops. He gets a train to be able to go into London to be able to get to where they're staying. On the way there, apparently, he's walking from the tube station and there are no shops. There's no Tesco's or anything where he can buy shampoo. And then he stays there all the way up to the second day. He says, first thing, I'll go out, I'll go and get some shampoo. He never does until the evening of the second day, when Avalon finally just gives him his shampoo and lets him use some of his. And that is the first time that Internet Adjacent shampoos his hair. Also, apparently, this comes strictly from Parlo, although I don't know if Internet Adjacent denies it. He just says that he was stinky because he's been traveling so much. Parlo is going down on Internet Adjacent and then gags because of the smell. Yeah.
Didn't they take him to a groomer or something? Isn't that what you do?
A groomer?
Yeah. Okay.
Well, these are the other allegations involved, actually. Oh, you've touched on it without even fucking realizing. So yeah, I guess we can walk through the timeline, or we can walk through each allegation.
Let's go more through this timeline. So let's actually talk about what happened when they met up. So day 2, Internet Adjacent has a shower. Parlo has gagged at this point. Not apparently because of his reflex, but because of the stench. It's having a Bo Blacks moment, Jesus Christ.
So going through the day by day, I'd have to fucking check notes for this. But anyway, at one point they never actually have an anal sex, but they do. I think on day 1 they're happy, kind of giving each other oral. Or that might be on the second day. Fuck. If we go through a lot of this, there's a day when they go out. They decide they're going to go out to the club. Samuel is invited. Unfortunately, tragically, he turns it down, and so we never have a third party to witness this. But Internet Adjacent goes out in, I believe, a wolf mask, fishnets, a femboy top, and a plaid skirt. And that's what he goes out in to the club.
Wait, how is Samuel involved in this?
Apparently Samuel was like ready and raring to go. He heard about what was going on. He tried to invite himself, but I guess, I don't know if he had time conflicts or something. He wasn't able to get there, unfortunately.
Okay.
Okay, that's a complete fucking lie. Samuel was invited, but then turned it down. He didn't want to hang out with Wolfgang and Parlo. Now there have been suspicion, given talk about the threesome, everybody in this situation, except for Avalon, I guess, wants to have a threesome, right? Wolfgang suggests it. Parlo's up for it. Samuel gets invited. What's the intention there? What's going on there?
Is Samuel
Anyway,
gay?
that never gets fucking answered.
Like,
I don't know.
guess we never will.
It's never determined.
It's never determined.
Actually, hold on. Let me send you a screenshot real quick. So in terms of wait, hold on. In terms of what internet adjacent wore to the club, there we are. So we've got an Amazon shopping basket there.
Oh my fucking god. Opinion. Hold on a second. Let me bring this up. Okay. Oh, it's smaller. Dude. Best femboy ever. Dude, this is fucking dire. Bro, what? Okay.
So we've got that. Also, this is all already publicly available. So I'm not leaking anything here. This is an image of it in action, censored because of the second DM I sent you. Apparently, this is quite revealing, and so Parlo didn't feel comfortable sharing it in a Google Doc. But
Okay,
nevertheless,
so let me bring this up. So it's all censored and stuff, and that's a wolf mask. Awesome. And I'll just read this. You want to see the? Yeah, I can see the fishnets. That's deeply disturbing. So you want to see the updated club fit Avalon bet? I would show the third, but my ass is kind of showing. Lol. Just shaved my whole body. Jesus. You know, I feel like I feel like there's like a basic thing of like, as a creator, you should like do your best not to sleep with people in the space because shit like this happens. But it really is pretty fucking dire where you're doing it with, like, I don't believe him that he doesn't know about Parlo's history. How can you not? How can you have any conversation with or about Parlo and none of this stuff comes up?
At the very least, you know that Parlo and his dad have issues, right? That's core to the fucking the criminal case currently. Yes. Is Parlo's ongoing drama with his dad. And so you know that he's willing, if things go bad with his private relationships, even if they don't involve anyone in the online space, he will, you know, bring them into the online space and talk about them publicly. I don't know how you expect none of this to go wrong.
Well, I mean, this is what we said about like Just Stilk and the Cherry stuff, right? Like, and I get on with Just Stilk and things. It's fine. I'm not trying to take a shot. I'm merely just commenting on the situation, like as a comparison. It's like when Cherry released the DMs between herself and Just Stilk, everyone was like, "Well, yeah, of course she did. It's Cherry. Cherry's done this to everybody." So it's like you're aware of the people you interact with. Like you know, there are certain people I talk to, I'm like, that conversation's not going to stay private, and that's fine. But yeah, this is fucking insane, to say the least. Okay, so what happens at this...
That goes for both of these guys, right? Because I spoke to Parlo about this and kind of asked, you know, you seem ready and raring to be able to have sex with this guy. You're saying that day one you guys are going to meet up and have anal sex together. That's pretty fucking far to be able to push a relationship as soon as you meet up. Did you never, like, think about what if it goes wrong? Parlo never thought, never considered. His response to that was, well, I thought it would go well. Nobody in this situation... I swear to God, by the way, that is what he responded with. But nobody in this situation at all is thinking, what if something goes bad here? What if this turns nasty? And everyone's just plowing ahead with it.
I know there's been conversations about the potential of a British streamer meetup next year. And like, this is just meeting up for drinks or some shit. And I'm sat here being like, yeah, what could go wrong with that? And that's a fucking meeting up for a pint kind of thing. Like, how are you in commentary and you're not considering how can this turn into drama? Like, if I meet, like, if I see Queeman in the wild, is he gonna like randomly bite someone's face off or some shit? Am I gonna end up a criminal trial? Like,
Queeman's got to release the Amazon basket for what he's gonna wear when we meet up. That's the necessary second step. Yeah. Now returning to that for a moment, actually, I've just fucking found this as well. We do have an image of not just the tights, but the wear and tear on these tights. So I don't know if
Bro.
these have made it through the
What?
Anthrocon allegations and are now currently being worn during the Parlo allegations. But apparently they've been extremely well worn.
What is this? That's okay. I don't think Yellowzo is even awake. I haven't showered yet. Bro, that is
I didn't even notice that part.
dude, that is
Yeah.
fucking horrifying.
So apparently the fit was short skirt, or what would it be, like what do you call a skirt that like just covers your ass?
It's like a mini skirt.
Yeah, like a mini skirt. Yeah, mini skirt, fishnets with no crotch, femboy top, and wolf mask. That's the fit we're going with. Anyway, that happens at some point as well. This is all a bit of a fucking mush. At some point, I don't know if it's to like display dominance and attract his future husband. They're meeting up with other people. So at some point, they're in Hyde Park in London, and Internet Adjacent is having a beatdown with a 17-year-old that he knows online. Now he's like on top of him, repeatedly punching him. Apparently, kind of gets a few fucking low blows in the balls. But apparently, out of this, the 17-year-old is fine. But Wolfgang is so exerted from the experience that he throws up afterwards. And so Parlo and Internet Adjacent are walking around the entire day until they get back home, with Wolfgang just like smelling of sick.
Wait,
Not especially great.
What? So he met up with somebody and he threw up from exertion.
Yeah. So because they were having like a play fight in the park together.
They were having a play fight in the park. And
In Hyde Park, London, yeah. Hold
what?
on. I'm sending you a video.
There's videos of this?
And images.
And images. Oh my fuck. Okay, I'm gonna have to bring up my Discord, I guess, on this. Give me a second.
Yeah, sure.
Let me not move myself, Jesus. So I'm not, dude. Every time I share Discord, I end up leaking stuff from it. I'm gonna do my best not to do that today. Okay, it's gonna be good. We're not gonna leak any random shit. Okay, so we got this. So which one's Wolfgang? The one in the red?
Wolfgang's the one on top. Yeah, in the red shirt.
Okay, let's have a look at this video.
What in the Hollywood film is this move, bro? No.
What is this? This is so weird.
It's just boys being boys. What do you mean? In a public park in London? Meeting up with your future husband?
Uh-huh.
Start beating down on a 17-year-old?
Wait, that person was a 17-year-old. Was that Avalon or was that someone else?
No. So this is somebody else. We don't actually know who that person is, but yeah. So there's nut shots. He's doing the Omni-Man line from Invincible. Public area. Anyway, yeah. Middle of London. There's a lot to that situation.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, there's also this. So unfortunately, Internet Adjacent is severely hampered after the fight as well.
What do you mean by hampered?
He's knackered, dude. He's on top of the guy, beating down on him, and he ends up beat. So he sends this image to Samuel.
Okay, have a look. Oh my god, what? First day in England and I already had a fight.
Got a claw.
He's got the claw. It really does, like, he reminds me of, like, the unironic people of, like, oh, you wouldn't want to see the alpha come out in me. How is this... Dude, how are you going to be a commentator and act like this? This is fucking absurd. Of course people are going to laugh at you. I feel like the way he should have, like, dealt with this is just, like, lean into it. Like, come on your stream and just start growling.
Yeah, you're right. On the last day that these guys were beating up each other, I think you just should have started like pissing on the floor. That would have been
wouldn't have made much of a difference to the smell, from what I'm understanding. So I mean,
not especially
God,
well.
that Airbnb must fucking reek. That must be horrifying.
So according to Parlo, the Airbnb was in a bit of a fucking state, right? Because Parlo is currently kind of not really like out on bond, but I guess like awaiting the kind of next step of his like criminal trial, or of the criminal allegations. I don't know if it's going to trial yet, but for that reason, I think he's either got a curfew and or an ankle monitor, and so he is having to return back home every single day. And so despite the fact that these guys have agreed to get an Airbnb together at 10 p.m. or thereabouts every day, Parlo is having to go back home from this Airbnb. So it's mostly Wolfgang staying there. Avalon's also going back to his home at the same time. I think he's driving Parlo, but in any case, the Airbnb is in a bit of a state. Apparently there's clothes strewn everywhere, there's kind of like litter and rubbish and whatever. Anyway, so they're back at the Airbnb, right?
He was probably just building a nest. I mean, like...
marking his territory. So there's some bit where Internet Adjacent and Parlo are kind of wandering around, or Parlo is. Let me rephrase. Okay, so this starts with DMs in I think the second day. Internet Adjacent asks Parlo, "Do you want to have sex?" Parlo says, "We can do. I'm busy playing Minecraft right now, but we can do it later. Maybe, sure, we can do the sex later." Wolfgang says, "Okay, cool." He messages him, I think 2 hours later, and says, "Sex now? I'm kind of like doing this off the fucking dome right now." But he asks him again for sex. And then Parlo says, "No, sorry, I'm working on my pyrocynical document right now. You can have a copy to it if you want to read it yourself." During that time, Wolfgang is coming in and out of the living room where Parlo and Avalon are. And he's going back into his room, which is the only place that apparently he can charge his phone. Now that, in and of itself, doesn't necessarily sound too bad. But every time that he's going back into his bedroom, after having propositioned Parlo for sex, he's kind of announcing and peacocking a little bit that, "Oh, I'm going back to my bed. Bye, guys. Okay, I'm going back to my bed now, guys. Just, to let you know." He says later on he does kind of want Parlo to follow him. But this is happening again and again and again over the course of 2 hours, to the point where Avalon gets uncomfortable, thinks that these guys are gonna fuck, or at the very least, it's kind of like really weird vibes. And he decides he's just gonna fucking take a hike, right? He's gonna leave these guys to it, whatever's going on. He says it seems pretty clear that Parlo doesn't want to do anything at that time. His body language, demeanor, everything that he's kind of positioned himself with. Anyway. So he was asking over the course of 2 hours. Eventually, he sends yet another Discord DM. These guys are in the same apartment, communicating via Discord DMs at this point, where he says, "Come in here, :3, which leads to possibly the most infamous message out of the entire thing. I'll let you read this out.
Okay, I'm waiting for you.
Wolfgang says, "Come in here, :3, and Parlo says,
"Oh my god, what the fuck? I do want my pee-pee sucked. I might be a little horny, but you have to be delicate."
Yes.
God, that fucking image as well. The fucking PFP Parlo's using. It looks fucking predatory. I'm not saying it is, I want to be clear. I'm just saying this looks predatory as fuck. Like, it's like the wolf and the little ferret fucking thing. What?
It's the wolf and the sheep, dude. It's the wolf and the sheep.
Dude, what?
But yeah, so this is kind of where it gets ambiguous.
So Paulo does say on record, yes, I'm horny. I want you to suck my dick.
Yeah. Which kind of it makes it
Is this
it weird
before
both
or after
ways.
the shower, like you stuck your finger in my ass thing?
So the shower and the sticking the finger on the ass. The sticking the finger on the ass happens now. I think the shower thing happens later.
Okay.
So they go in. Paulo says that he does want his pee-pee sucked. He can't lie. And then, they go to town, all right? Now, there's been some debate over exactly what orientation these two guys are in. But eventually, at some point, Paulo ends up with a Cinderella in his ass. And we don't know if that is before or after Paulo ending up with Internet Adjacent's finger randomly in his ass. Now, the way that I heard this told the first time, I guess in Paulo's document where he goes through it, was they're having, other kinds of sex, kind of like first base, second base. Either they're jacking each other off or sucking each other off. And then Internet Adjacent kind of out of nowhere kind of slips a finger in, which, seems to kind of make sense. These guys are talking about anal sex endlessly. They're constantly talking about what they want to fucking do to each other's anuses, constantly throughout the fucking, the DMs leading up to this. So it seems to make sense, right? But Internet Adjacent comes back, and when he was on my stream, he says that no. Actually, this was after Paulo had already put the Cinderella in him. And in fact, Internet Adjacent explicitly asked, do you want me to put my finger up your arse? Paulo says that is absolutely not true. Apparently he went stiff as a board, was not enjoying the finger up the arse. Internet Adjacent responds and says, no, actually, you were shaking your fang on my finger, right? Basically, you were fucking jiggling about, you were loving it, you were having a great time. Like, constantly, whenever there's a situation where it might plausibly be a miscommunication or something's gone wrong here, there's always a direct conflict. Not just like I can see it from this perspective, I can see it from that perspective. There is always, like, directly conflicting claims in the situation. So I guess you kind of have to choose who you believe. But yeah,
So I've got
that's
to
what
choose
happens with the
between
finger at the arse.
the furry who's so sexually aggressive, the furry community thinks he's weird, versus the guy who has a long history of behaving like a weird slut and then getting freaked out when anybody calls him on it. So that's my options of who to believe. Can I believe neither of them? I don't think either of these two are fucking trustworthy.
That's fair. Although it does have to be noted that, again, okay, so let's move forward to the shower stuff, right? So we've got the condom. Apparently, Internet Adjacent claims Paulo has explicitly said yes. Paulo says no such thing ever happened. Again, the finger in the arse. Paulo says no such thing ever happened. The Cinderella, Paulo kind of accepts that there was no conversation about it, but eventually there was pushing for it and Paulo acquiesced. He never says no. I don't know who pushed it in, if it was a DIY situation or if Internet Adjacent was helping, but anyway. These guys have got hot and heavy, right? And now we come to the final day, where Internet Adjacent and Paulo are thinking to go out. There's a discussion because Paulo has taken so long, essentially just reading through his fucking pyrocynical doc over and over and over again. They need to go for showers before they head off. This might be the only documented shower Wolfgang takes over the situation, but they're going for a shower. Wolfgang claims that they had a discussion and they thought, you know what? We both need a shower. What's the quickest way to do this? Tell you what, we'll share the shower. We'll go in there at the exact same time. Paulo says this conversation never happened. So Paulo says that he goes in there first. They both agree on this. Paulo undresses. Paulo goes in the shower. Wolfgang comes in afterwards. Paulo says that he's trying to conceal himself, and is like uncomfortable with this, but never says anything. Wolfgang comes in. Paulo's left the shower by this point, but then Wolfgang asks Paulo to come and rub his back, and help clean him up. Now at this point, Avalon has decided that this is way too fucking uncomfortable. These guys are doing stuff in the shower. This is a really weird situation. I'm gonna take off, right? I'm just gonna fucking leave again. Parlo comes out of the shower, realizes that Avalon is gone, and then suddenly decides that something really bad has happened here. Not only has he kind of like forgotten his friend and like he thinks this awful fucking thing has happened to him, also his friend has then decided he's going to run off and doesn't want to hang out with anymore, right? So then they have a conversation. Apparently, over the course of that conversation, Parlo and Avalon speak to each other, and then Parlo hears Avalon's side of things and realizes that apparently, according to Parlo and Avalon, that Avalon has seen all the same signs. Parlo's uncomfortable. Parlo's clearly disinterested. Wolfgang seems to prompt again and again and again, pretty pushy. And so Parlo, in this time, is kind of like reaffirmed in the way he already feels. This is when Parlo decides enough is enough. He's going to confront Internet Adjacent about the fact that he's been pushy. And we've got this audio recording from when that happens. Fuck. Hold on.
Sure.
That was supposed to be a lot more impactful.
Yeah, that was.
Oh,
Dude,
yeah,
hold
here we
on.
are.
Let me.
Lovely
I'll
stuff.
read.
Let me copy the link. There we
Read
go.
some super chats while that loads. Give me a sec. So, Bingo with the 5. Dickers and Aiden use CDM. I don't know what CDM is. What the fuck is CDM?
I don't know.
Okay, thank God. Doom Skywalker with the 2. Geotile Mon app. I don't know what that is, but that is. Oh, dude, that's another fucking language. Thanks, buddy. Bingo with the 5. At least Freddie Mercury was not that gay, surely. I mean, I never heard any stories about Mercury like this. Vance member for 7 months. Happy birthday, dude. Thank you for the molding membership. Guys, Beckett didn't give me chicken today. I'm dropping a Google Doc as revenge for not paying me. I'm never paying any of my mods. I only pay the admins. Ragemonger with the 10. I don't even pay the admins properly. Let's be fair. Ragemonger with the 10. Let's fucking go. Dickers bring the real content. Yes, he is coming. Listen. This has been enlightening, certainly. Sapient Pearwood.
Is that what you'd call it?
I don't know what the hell I call it. Sapient
There's
Pearwood.
no light in this situation.
16 months of modding. It's nice to see Beckett and Beckett's son on the same stream. Dude, you've got so many titles. Mac with some cheese in the 5. I just got done playing BYOB and I'm half paying attention to the stream until I hear sticking a finger in the ass. Yep, typical Beckett. Dude, it has been. Dude, I did. I don't know if I do that much fucking rape coverage. Do I do do I need to start my own rape review show? Is that is it a bit late? Have I missed the meme? Dude.
I read that completely different. I was like, what is Beckett admitted on stream to doing semi-often? So, okay.
Okay, cool. Let me get this Google Drive up. Fucking hell. Okay, let me play this. You won't be able to hear it, Dick, because you'll have to listen through stream.
That's fine.
Let me check if I have everything. Okay, so do you want me to be honest? When we did stuff, I felt rather pressured to do it. Yeah, it's just like regarding the like start of the thing. Oh, for goodness sake, my fucking flashlight's not working. I just felt kind of pressured to do stuff.
Did he say flashlight or fleshlight?
Flashlight.
Okay.
I think he's surreptitiously recording this and his flash is accidentally on. That's the way that I read that.
For you, because I didn't want to make you.
There's
feel
no
upset.
even a proximal vaginas in this situation, Beckett. This isn't the drama for that, okay?
If I didn't do anything.
You can tell me no when it comes to that stuff. You don't have to.
I know, but I felt afraid that if saying no would just piss you off because I spent about 1,000 on that ticket. But
I wouldn't be pissed
I mean, I was just saying things that was.
I even told you we don't have to do stuff until December if you want. 'Cause
I mean, I tried not to necessarily.
We don't have to do things until December. Why until December?
So that's the second trip that I was mentioning. They were planning to meet up now, and they were thinking to meet up maybe again in December. Would have been this month as again.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah,
I told you we can wait if you wanted.
did. But regarding the shower stuff, I was like saying about like I do you want to have a shower first before after me?
I'm sorry.
And then regarding like anal and stuff, you like ripped the condom and you were like, oh, do you want to do anal now? Do you want to do anal now?
Yeah, and then you said sure, and I took the condom out, and then you're like, no. I'm like, okay, I put it back.
Why would I say that?
That's what you said.
Okay.
That's what happened.
I don't know. I just felt a bit off put by everything. I feel like it was rushed a little too much. You feel me?
It's just like sad furry noises. What?
And regarding like the other stuff, when you like asked me a lot, like to go in bed and do that stuff, I just didn't really feel anything, and it was pretty uncomfortable as well.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean for that.
And let me just do one last sweep and check. I might be back again, don't worry. But I just want to make sure I have everything for now because I like.
Well, what's going on? Please speak to me.
I just feel like sometimes, and I don't think you intend for it, but sometimes you just push and it puts a lot of stress on me.
I'm sorry.
And the sex thing as well. It's like I just felt like I had to do it like the day you came over because I don't know, I was already really tired and I just felt like I had to do it because I didn't want to upset you. Yep.
You don't have to.
I didn't see that in my messages.
Bro, this is fucking bizarre.
Dun. Okay, I think that's everything.
Okay, so a couple of things. So firstly, I mean, Wolfgang sounds incredibly fucking pathetic in this. I have thoughts about, because Parlo has invited, I mean, Falgi posted in chat. Did Dickers mention that Parlo needed to see Internet Adjacent because Parlo's parents made him paranoid that he was going to get gang raped in jail? I did hear something about this.
Sorry, that was an inappropriate time to laugh. Yeah, so that was part of the rationale, right? So you know how I said earlier that part of the reason why Parlo wants to do this trip is because, you know, he's going to go potentially to prison soon. He's not really sure what his future is looking like in terms of being out on the streets in the clubs as a free man. That's part of the rationalization. So, I mean, this is like Parlo fucking sympathy based at the end of the day. But he says part of the reason that he needed to do this trip, hence why he paid for Internet Adjacent's ticket, was because he didn't know how much longer he'd be, I guess, out of jail, and also he was afraid that he'd get gang raped in prison and set on fire because of the criminal complaints against him. So that's what that's talking about. Yeah, that's what that's in reference to.
Dude, look, I'll be honest. From what I understand of like British law, it seems unlikely Parlo will go to prison. He might end up on the sex offenders registry, but that's like prison's probably a bit extreme. If he's got evidence this person lied to him and he's 19.
Yeah, but if you think you're gonna get gang raped in prison, you'd want to probably loosen yourself up a little bit beforehand, no?
I mean, Parlo prison arc would be fucking unreal. Jesus. You fucking imagine. Dude.
The Big Bubba shower situation is crazy.
Oh, fucking hell.
But yeah.
But okay.
So this is the thing, because I can see.
But he also recorded this, like, and that lends a lot of credence to the fact that Parlo was planning to go after Internet Adjacent, because otherwise, why would you record this conversation?
That does lend credence to it. Yeah. So during this time, this is when Parlo, I guess, starts writing his thing. Eventually, at some point, he decides that he doesn't want to come out about this, I guess. But maybe he's just like complete fucking commentary YouTuber Brian. And so he's just recording all the fucking calls that he can, gathering all the fucking evidence. I don't know, but it seems like he has some intention to be able to to be able to write a document about this and come out with these allegations. That's his thought process at that point.
Jesus. Okay.
Yeah.
So internet adjacent. So they have this conversation. Then internet adjacent flies back home. I guess.
Well, before then, because this is when some of this starts to bubble up. So while he's still in the UK, internet adjacent decides that he's going to call commentary YouTubers to be able to talk about the situation, and he's messaging friends about it at the exact same time. And so we've got DMs here with somebody called Byte. They're one of the people that I guess have been kind of basically like dropping internet adjacent. But this is a DM conversation they had on the day that it happened.
Okay, hold on. Let me bring this up and I'll read it. In December, I'll be in Latvia visiting my family. Well, real dad's side anyway. That sounds fun. Trying to get him to cuddle in bed right now. Take it easy. I fucked everything up. Wait, what? Oh my god. I fucked everything. Dude, this is the sort of thing you see like a girl say when she's like fucking cheated or some shit. I fucked everything up. Wait, whoa, what happened? Parlo are mad at me. Wait, no, genuinely, what have you done? I don't even know. Bro, this is...
Yeah. However, so he's messaging people about this at the time. What would later come out from Wolfgang's side when I ask him for his copy of this DM, he's deleted his DM. So he's unsent it. So from the conversation now, it now goes, trying to get him to cuddle in bed right now. Oh, no. It says, that sounds fun. Then nothing. Then Byte randomly says, take it easy, 6 hours later. Then Wolfgang says, I fucked everything up, blah, 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 blah. So he deletes the message there about trying to get Parlo to cuddle with him in bed. So he's already starting to go around to some of the conversations and some of the times that he's spoken about this with other people and start to redact some of that evidence. Which is kind of when, I think at this point, right, if you take a look at where the allegations stand, it kind of seems like a misunderstanding. Maybe if you believe internet adjacent, there's like a direct contradiction on whether explicit consent has been given. Whether you believe that or not, that's up to you. But at this point, it might just be like an embarrassing situation that maybe never needs to be that big. But internet adjacent decides that he's going to have to start redacting some of his conversations to make sure that he looks better during it, including trying to get Parlo to cuddle in bed. Now, I don't think internet adjacent ever read Parlo's document until it dropped. So he doesn't know exactly the claims that are made in it. But to my mind, at the very least, it's somewhat telling that he's going back and explicitly the bit where, you know, I was telling you earlier, he's going back and forth. By the way, guys, I'm going into my bedroom now. FYI, just to announce, I'm going into my bedroom. If anyone wants to join me, you know, he's doing that over the course of 2 hours. Then he DMs Parlo. That is when that's the context in which he's deleting this message. So presumably, he's thinking back to this conversation that he's had and thinks that it would be worth deleting the DM. Now, internet adjacent claims that he can't even remember deleting this DM. But as of the day afterwards, you can see the fucking timestamp in the screenshot we've got here is yesterday. The day afterwards, it's still there. At least 2 days later, he goes back and deletes this DM. That's when he decides that it's time to redact.
Okay, so once he knows this Google Doc is happening... Okay, hold on.
No.
Okay, let's
So
circle
after the
to this
confrontation with Parlo.
Oh, so after the... Oh, okay, I'm with you. Okay, firstly,
Yeah.
let me just give chat some stickers, because chat has been very good, and I need to read some of these super chats. I Alf with the 5. Hey, Alf, it's been a little while. I didn't shoot something today. I may be an empath. It's worth getting yourself tested, much like Internet Adjacent is going to. Jesus Christ. CID with the 2. Oh, God, this is going to be so uncomfortable to listen to. It is. Listen, sad furry noises are always uncomfortable to listen to. Just a girl with the 2. Why was this made public? Himpleton and retardation. Alf with the 5. Poof. Try go throw out 5 fishing lines into a creek and watch them all at the same time. You get kids a week today. So true. Times changed. Bellander with the 2 towards the sticker fund. Much appreciated. Doom Skywalker with the 5. Just for clarity, I said good Yuletide month earlier. Good Yuletide month, dude. Nice to see you. A-Space with the 5. I think Polo is pretty cool. Haha. You would. I've seen the people you date. And anyway, it's such a needlessly low blow. Right.
Jesus Christ, mate. Feels like there's collateral there.
Dude, it's always fun to bully Ace through that's girlfriend. It's great. Dickus' terrible facial hair. Listen, his facial hair's fine. Thank you for the 5, Penka.
You're going to leave that person with a wrench next to their name? Really? Okay. So,
Right.
I guess to loop back into this. So, at this point in the story, if you take a look at 11:56, when Wolfgang says, I fucked everything up, that is directly after the, I guess, the confrontation with Parlo, right? So that's after he's gone and spoken to other commentary YouTubers. I think he spoke to Samuel within minutes of this all going to shit, basically. And then that's when he messages this bite person. So then he comes back the day afterwards and starts deciding to start redacting DMs. Now, if you ask Internet Adjacent, and this starts to become a pattern, if you start to ask him about something that would have like a negative fucking inference, he will say, basically, I do not recall, right? I do not recall. I can't remember whether I did that or not. And so you can never really catch him out on a lie. Because he can just say, I honestly didn't recall. I honestly didn't remember.
Oh, it's this.
Internet Adjacent
This
said
feels
this
like
is-
ACC drama. Where it's like I don't remember. I've got memory issues. Oh, I'm autistic. What the fuck is going on? What?
Yeah. So I don't know if it's autism this guy needs to get checked out for, or Alzheimer's, but he can't remember an awful fucking lot. So this is like one of like multiple fucking times. He says this is the only time, this is the only DM he can remember deleting. I tried to press him on this, like privately, about whether this was actually the only DM, and publicly, fuck it, several times. I tried to make sure, if this is the only DM you've deleted, fine. If there are others, you're gonna get fucked over the situation. Turns out, since this guy just lies, he's deleted more. Now, it's pretty fucking hard, right, to prove that somebody's deleted a DM. Who has a perfect recollection of the kind of like play-by-play of different DM interactions? But yeah, so after this, there's been others that have been provenly deleted, which, in my opinion, starts to call into question how confident Internet Adjacent is in the fact that he's completely innocent in the situation. No? Because from my mind, up until that point, when he says, I fucked everything up, I could probably defend all of this. In fact, I argued with people in private before a lot of this came out, that I could, this is like totally defensible. This seems like a pretty clear instance where Wolfgang has just had like a huge fucking mixed messages between the DMs before.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. Yeah. And like Parlo flies him out. I agree with you there. I don't think Wolfgang is like a rapist. But I do think that and Parlo is giving, at the very least, mixed signals.
Yeah.
I think the thing is that it's... the problem I think that comes out of this is, rather than the allegations dropping and Wolfgang being like, look, none of this didn't happen this way, I'm not this person, this is fucking crazy. Like, even in this recorded section, you can hear me going, yeah, like, we didn't have to do anything, I didn't know you felt that way, I'm not pressuring him, I'm not fighting with him, blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, like, when you get to the point of well, he's on multiple streams. He's like taken this into like war footing and content. Because when this document first gets shopped around, like before this breaks containment, my take was originally, well, this just sounds like Wolfgang trying to make content out of Parlo. That's what it sounds like.
Really?
Well, yeah, because all I know when this first gets shopped around is Wolfgang's like, I had sex with Parlo. Here's a document on it, and I'd never seen his original document. So it just you can like run the whole thing of like, well, this is a person defending themselves, and that's fair enough. But the preemptive defense is fucking crazy because he has no reason to believe that Parlo is making anything on him yet.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So they both, I think, start making their fucking documents. We kind of went through that earlier. But yeah, it seems like Internet Adjacent is trying to craft things to be best for his to be best for his response. That kind of, I think, goes through a lot of the claims. I guess we can maybe come to some of the more recent stuff. So I guess, unless we want to go through all of the fucking insane allegations, we might need to fucking go through it as we go through. Okay, so during this document, Parlo does not accuse Internet Adjacent directly of being a groomer. Despite what Internet Adjacent claims in his fucking response video, he never uses that word. He never says anything. What he does mention is that Wolfgang was somewhat odd with Avalon before he was 18. Now, he never labels it. He never gives it a name. He never says anything about it. I don't know. The vibe that I get from it is like, it's kind of creepy. It's kind of sex pesty. Maybe spawn camping. But part of the allegation is that Wolfgang was trying to come on to Avalon, and Avalon wasn't interested. And he did this, in fact, before he turned 18. Now, Internet Adjacent comes out in his response video and says, actually, Avalon and I never had a romantic or even a sexual conversation before he turned 18. And in fact, when we did start having those conversations, he came on to me. Now, he shows a couple DMs to try and prove this. It doesn't prove the claim that he's making at all. It just shows that at some point there was a discussion of a threesome. But Internet Adjacent has provably deleted another DM here where he's showing Avalon a text DM where Parlo says that he would be interested in a threesome. And this is days before he turns 18. Now, they're on a call together. Pretty clear from the context. They're discussing the proposition of a threesome. In fact, Avalon then DMs other people to say, this is really fucking weird. I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure that Wolfgang has just been offering me a threesome with Parlo. And so, kind of verifiably, this is the first time that Internet Adjacent has made a claim directly, and there is somehow proof that this is not true.
So, hold on, because I can see someone saying 0 DMs with Avalon, everyone else saying shit. So, wait, hold on. So, Wolfgang's claiming he never had these conversations. I mean, he must have had DMs with Avalon. The dude was his manager. I don't know why a YouTube channel that size needs a manager unless you're like me and you literally don't want to do any admin work at all. I don't really get the shit. Like Parlo's channel, I can kind of understand because it's fucking massive. But
so no, the claim isn't that they never had DMs. The claim is that until Avalon turned 18, they'd never had a romantic or a sexual conversation.
Okay, but that's just not true, right?
That's just not true. And in fact, Internet Adjacent has gone back and deleted DMs to be able to try and conceal this fact.
Okay, so what's Avalon said here?
Let me forward that to you now. So he said quite a few things. So to give you the timeline, or to kind of walk you through it. So I kind of went and did a stream on this, responding to it. Now I knew because I'd had a conversation off the record before the DMs went live, or before any of the situation went live. I'd had a conversation with Avalon privately, so I knew that this stuff was false. But I kind of couldn't point to anything publicly to be able to get him to denounce it. So I DM Avalon, and this is what he says.
Okay, I'm not going to put this on screen. Can I read this?
Yeah, sure thing.
Okay. So you say, like, IE claims that you've been pushing Parlo to remove the claims accusations. International Game Due came on to him. So Avalon says, thanks for reaching out. Regarding your first question, there is not. How it unfolded. How it unfolded is that Internet Adjacent mentioned wanting a threesome with himself, Parlo, and someone he knows / trusts, in a what I deemed to be pointed and direct way to me a couple of times before I turned 18. I let the topic stew and did not really engage with it until I asked for clarification on what he said about 2 weeks after it was initially mentioned out of curiosity. I wasn't interested in doing anything with Internet Adjacent, but when it got to a certain point, I told my partner, Spar, to reject any prospect of a three-way on my behalf, as I was uncomfortable with the topic continuing to be mentioned. He knows I'm in an open relationship, and the boundaries we have that come with it. Secondly, actually, just firstly off the bat, that's fucking crazy. So okay. I just don't believe, like, everything I've seen about this guy. I just don't believe that he wasn't fishing. Now, I will say, like, Internet Adjacent is not, like, super old. We're not talking about a guy in his 30s here. Like, he's, like, 2021, right?
I think he's 21, 22, but 21.
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, it's still weird. I mean, my understanding is that he's had, like, Oh, sorry, I meant that Internet Adjacent shows 0 DMs in his videos with Avalon. He shows DMs with Parlo and Avalon's partner, nothing from Avalon. Okay, interesting. So, like, I know that he's known this guy since this kid was, like, 16, is my understanding.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so I'll say this right off the bat. I'm aware of some of the conversation that happened around Falgi and, like, bringing Avalon into Falgi's server and being like, well, this is an 18+ space. You can have, like, arguments around that or whatever, and I certainly don't want to sit here without very good evidence and start accusing fucking Internet Adjacent of being a groomer, because that's, like, fucking crazy. But I will say that I find the relationship with Avalon and the pushing of Avalon really fucking weird behavior. Like, I think it is weird enough for a creator to advertise themselves in somebody else's Discord. I know that lots of creators do this. I've never really pushed for that. I think it's why there's not, like, a links channel that everyone can access. I don't mind when people push things in my community. Like, I don't really care. But I do think, like, if you're another established creator particularly, and you're going into another person's space to push your own stuff, that's, like, a little weird in itself. But when you're trying to push your channel manager into other content creator relationships that you're fostering, that strikes me as, like, insanely bizarre behavior. Like, it's not like anything on the level of, like, sticking your finger in Parlo's ass, but it's just a bit weird as a thing to do. It's like you're trying to, like, consolidate your network around somebody that you have a business relationship with when you're kind of building content creator friendships, especially in someone else's. So it's just very strange. So that was like,
Wait, so you're looking at this as like a thing of he's trying to consolidate content relationships through having this threesome.
not just through threesome, but through Avalon himself. Like, Avalon seems to be like a bit of a linchpin in all these little relationships, and when you've got, like, small commentary, there's this really weird thing about it. Let's say, hypothetically, this drama never happens, and Internet Adjacent starts networking with a load of commentators, and Avalon gets involved in a load of people's channels. And then this drama happens. Well, then you've got somebody positioned to defend you, who is your manager, who is also integrated into the channels of other content creators, which will have an impact, or potentially have an impact, in their coverage of you. And you've already got pre-existing dramas in the furry community. It's just something about all this is very fucking weird behavior. This isn't like an allegation kind of weird behavior. It's just, I've never seen somebody operate like this before. Actually, that's a lie. I have seen somebody operate before like this. It's fucking Tonkasaw. Like, the way Tonkasaw interacted with Warski back in like the late 2010s has like some striking similarities for like getting yourself integrated in other content creators' channels and spaces to like establish some bits of control. It's just very odd. And when I heard that was the thing. I was like, okay, well, there is that's far from normal behavior. I again, like, maybe it's just me. I don't know. I don't think I've ever heard anybody else have something like that. And even to the extent where, like, if you've got an editor who edits for other people's channels, that's like something you'd have to discuss with that editor. And like it's also like a bit of a barrier point where you're like, well, you know, if you're editing for this person who's another commentator, can I trust you with information? Does that mean you're going to get information out of that content creator you're working with? So yeah, it just
my read on this isn't nearly the same. Despite the fact that Avalon is claiming to be like a channel manager, this is a quote unquote business that he's been operating since he was like, I think since he was 17, maybe since he was 16. These sound like all people who have no IRL relationships, and so all of their social interaction is on Discord online, where they also happen to try and kind of create content for a work/hobby.
Right.
But these people have no like real friends in their real life.
So what's going on with Internet Adjacent having another person uploading content to his channel?
Okay, because I don't know if you're getting DMs from that person. But yeah,
No, I'm not.
So
I've got no idea who the fuck they are.
Oh, okay. Because I think he has offered to join the call if you're interested. But yeah, maybe stick a pin in that. So he's got somebody else currently to be able to upload for him. There's somebody else who is independently working on, and I quote, the Internet Adjacent brand, who happens to be friends with Internet Adjacent personally. Okay, to give my personal opinion. This is somebody who's seen that Internet Adjacent is having a huge crash out, constantly talking about quitting their channel. They're a very small creator. Very, very, very small. Like just over 100 subs. And is seeing somebody about to abandon their channel, where they've got 20k subs, and wants to see if they can like slip into it and basically just take over the channel, right? And just like buy it out.
Okay.
But that's the kind of situation right now, right?
Okay.
So I guess Internet Adjacent wants to have like regular uploads on the channel to be able to keep the channel alive or kind of resuscitated while he's been gone. So far, one has been uploaded, and that's the situation. But I don't know much else about the No Sleep Jerry guy.
Okay, cool. So right, what we'll do is we'll put a pin in that. That person, if they want to call in, I'm not against it. I do want to get through what the fuck has happened, and then if they want to talk, then we'll do that at the end. Because I want to have as much facts as I can before I have a conversation with anyone else about this.
That's fine.
Let me keep reading through this. Secondly, I have made it clear to both of them that I cannot and will not attempt to control their actions throughout this whole thing. Formally gave suggestions on how to handle this situation until November 10th. My POV is, and always has been, to keep this private and find a resolution between the two, which was essentially the two not continuing to spread this to content creators on the back end and walking away, as they both stated to me they didn't want this to be public. However, my advice obviously was not listened to. Internet Adjacent tried to instruct me to ask PARLO whether he was going to redact the parts involving myself, with what I interpreted as him intending to for me to actively try to get it removed. Wait, hold on. What? Internet Adjacent instructed me to ask PARLO whether he was going to redact the parts involving... I mean, what would PARLO release if it wasn't about Internet Adjacent? What?
So apparently, this is part of the response that Internet Adjacent gave. So he claimed that Avalon was actually on his side during all of the allegations. This is another just straight up like blatant lie that he told during the situation. Actually, that's not true. The only involvement that Avalon had with Internet Adjacent during all of this is Internet Adjacent just made a request. Oh, do you mind just kind of asking PARLO for me? Kind of, being a middleman, being a messenger to take that part out. And Internet Adjacent in his video spins that as actually Avalon was desperate to get PARLO to redact this part of his video. Actually, he really, really was trying to get PARLO to make sure that he didn't include these allegations against me and Avalon during this section. It wasn't true.
Right, okay. To which I didn't actually ask PARLO and just said to IE that he was considering it. since I had no intention of trying to force anyone to do anything. They're adults. Fucking. Okay, really should. I mean, barely. Let's be honest, especially mentally, and should have been able to figure this stuff out for themselves. I tried helping the situation to the best of my ability until it went public, to which I decided to walk away as much as I could from the situation. I didn't try to push for any specific side, and in all honesty, wanted nothing to do with it. I personally see this whole thing as incredibly degenerate, grim, and again, something that shouldn't have been brought to the public sphere, and I was incredibly vocal behind the curtains about this. Even as someone who was in person for some aspects, I didn't know about a lot of the graphic details until a lot of these live streams and this being publicized, and it icked me out and disgusted me even more. I would be asked for advice on how to deal with the situation while you are the channel manager, to which I would give the bare minimum, if that. I'm not a drama response specialist, or whatever you would call it. That's not my job. My role as a manager was to provide growth SEO advice on both my clients' channels. Holy fucking
Yeah, you
shit.
can ignore that
And-
part.
and
He
help-
just gives me a little spiel trying to sell his services at the
Not
end.
dig anyone
is what
else.
it feels like.
Dude, these... fucking hell. Right, okay.
Actually, hold on. This might be a better summary, okay? I've just realized I had a private call that I leaked on stream, so you can have a look at that. That's basically the real kind of like the real fucking, I guess, long and short of the situation. That's me speaking to Avalon.
Okay, I'll just play this.
Okay, one thing I want to ask Avalon, okay? Because
Yeah.
Internet Adjacent claims that you guys have kind of been working together to be able
No.
to defend him from these accusations.
I've at no point tried to defend him from the accusations. All I've recommended to him is that he should shut the fuck up about the topic. And then
Right.
after
At one point, you've
this-
said that you might speak to Parlo to ask him if he's going to include one thing or another thing in his document. Is that
That's
truly
because-
the extent of your involvement?
that's because Wolfgang told me to do that.
Okay.
Which to which I said to him, yeah, I'll do that. Which in actuality, I just told him that. I did not tell Parlo shit because I was not involving myself.
Okay.
But
Would you be willing
can
to say
check-
that publicly on a live stream?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Right. This fucking mess. So... Right,
Yeah.
so that's Avalon. Dude.
This has been, I admit, okay, a little bit all over the fucking place, but I wanted it in text as well because I don't want to leak every part of that call. But yeah. So Internet Adjacent claims that Avalon's been on his side, and that's just not true. So after I kind of, I guess, released this on live stream, Avalon sent me more messages that confirmed that apparently Internet Adjacent was planning on suing Avalon, was sending legal threats to his business partner over this stuff. And that got sent to me. I called Internet Adjacent after that, and he's gone completely fucking dark since. And this is why he's been crying about the fact that he's never going to return to the internet.
But I mean, he
me see
says
if I
in
can get
his response video he is coming back.
Yeah, he's gone back and forth on that quite a few times.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's talk about when
So I don't know what he's doing right now.
Well, let's talk about when the documents dropped. Firstly, actually, let me read some super chats because there've been a couple. Priestess with the 5. This is still not the stream I paid for. Also, happy birthday, Cvance. Happy birthday, Cvance. Belinda with the 2. Beckett pointing up. Stars, more stars, lots of stars. Alf Stewart with the 5. Do you remember me, Mr. Dickers? An early Oiler. Do you remember your early Oilers, Dickers?
Wait, who said that?
Alf Stewart.
I do! I saw his name on chat, and that was the first thing I remember.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen Alf.
Alf's a very generous man. I appreciate it to this day.
Yen with the 5. Why are you having a conversation with your mini-me? Because I don't know what the fuck is going on with this drama, and Dickers does. Just a girl with the 5. People really need to start keeping breakup drama off the internet. We did not need to know any of this. True. Alf with the 5. Wisdom. Humans are less annoying when they're in a coffin. Also true. Though it's meaner to make content out of them. Not impossible, just meaner. So, okay. Right. So the documents drop. How the fuck do both of them end up on your stream arguing about this?
So originally, I think I'd spoken to Internet Adjacent and I'd spoken to Parlo beforehand. And so I guess I already had to connect with them over the stuff. Internet Adjacent initially calls into Himpleton's stream, since he's the first person who goes live about this. There's a conversation with somebody called Alex, who's another creator in this sphere, does not like Internet Adjacent. In fact, came on my stream a few days later. And then all of a sudden, when the name Alex is brought up, Internet Adjacent says, sorry guys, apologies. I've got to go back to my job, I'm afraid. I'm really busy tonight. I'm really, really busy. And then 5 minutes later calls into my stream because he sees I'm reading through the document. So that's how Internet Adjacent ends up on my stream. And then Paulo calls in later to argue with him over the stuff. So that's how both people end up on my stream.
Okay, that's pretty rough. Now that conversation is I've seen bits of it. And it's Aiden. So let's go through the GoFundMe thing first, because Aiden like completely pivots this to being like the GoFundMe's a scam.
Yeah. Well, there's been updates, I guess, since that stream that people might not be aware of. So I guess Paulo has completely fucking taken the L. Yeah, in a document that's been leaked for an upcoming video of his, he said that it was definitionally a scam, although it wasn't intended maliciously. I don't know, my fucking reading all of this stuff is that Paulo was retarded with finances and thought that he could, like, lean on his fans to be able to sort out this stuff for him. So he goes ahead with the GoFundMe a few months before any of this is even planned, I believe, and basically says, listen, I'm in a fucked position right now. I need money. I need money for rent. I need money for food. I need money for general amenities and possible further action that I might take revolving around my legal situation. Blah, 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 blah. So he keeps it pretty fucking vague, but in fact, he has enough cash to be able to throw, like, over £1,000 it flying out Internet Adjacent to come and have gay sex with him in the UK. So clearly, he's not in that dire of a position if he's able to do that, right? That's the GoFundMe stuff.
Okay, that's
because he's got thousands of pounds in his account at the time, right? He's trying to raise 2.2k, and again, he says amenities, rent, food, like just the basics.
But doesn't he live
Meanwhile,
with
he's
his
got
parents?
thousands of pounds in his account. He did. This is a little bit fucking torrid. So I think at some point he maybe gets kicked out, or he might be facing, I guess, homelessness because of family issues. That's never resolved. I don't fully fucking understand that. It seems like he's fucking playing the hokey cokey with living with his dad. He's constantly fucking in and out. But yeah, so that's that situation. But he cries about the situation with his dad, and he loops that into the GoFundMe as well.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you've now had multiple conversations, both behind the scenes and publicly, with all these people. I think we've all seen, or I've seen at least bits of, and I think everyone else here has seen, the first stream when they're arguing with each other. There's another stream where Wolfgang comes on and just berates Parlo. Am I right in thinking that?
Oh, yes. Oh my fucking god. Okay. I'll fully admit my bias here. This really fucking pissed me off. So I'm going through, talking to Parlo, talking to other people. Internet Adjacent messages me to ask to get on the stream, to ask to, like, give his side. He says, yeah, that sounds really good. He's really excited to be able to do it. He says, I'll do it. However, I'm not debating Falgi. I'm not speaking to Falgi at the same time. I will only come on if the only person on the stream is Parlo. And
Why
then
doesn't
we
he
can
want to
talk.
debate Falgi?
I don't fucking know. I mean, this
Discord
guy
chat.
went to fucking Malcolm to be able to realistically have I guess Malcolm and him have fucking, like, beef, right? So he goes to fucking Malcolm's stream, because then maybe Falgi won't want to call in. I genuinely do not fucking get it, but he's terrified of Falgi. I genuinely don't know why. I know. So this has now become a reason after this. Maybe it's because I got annoyed at him, or maybe he feels like Falgi's fucking waiting in the wings of my Discord to be able to swoop in at any time to like, I don't know, entrap him or, like, sideswipe him. Anyway, but yeah, so he says he'll only come on if literally everybody else is kicked and we move to the closed live, so nobody else can join. It's like, okay, yeah, sure, fine, we do that. He comes on and he says the first words out of his mouth is, I'm not going to say a lot about the situation right now. My response is going to come out in a couple days. But this fucking Weasley little prick, this fucking bastard, this fucking cunt. Like, bro, what? You've just told me you need everybody else gone so that you can have a one-on-one with Parlo. And then you just want to come in and fucking monologue on the guy. What? So yeah, after that, got slightly more pissed off with him, but it's the same attitude he's had the entire time. He goes for these weird fucking dunks, and I genuinely don't know who he thinks it's gonna impress, but it impresses literally fucking nobody. He does it in his first document before Parlo's has even gone live. He's calling him a fucking chode choker and stuff, leaking details about Parlo, I know, literally crying about kiwi farms and the things that kiwi farmers are talking about.
Wait, what? What? Okay, so I heard this. He's freaking out about KF. What the fuck? Does he have his own page on KF now? Or is he just being taught? Oh, okay, he's fucked.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, so a lot of it seems like he is genuinely, like, maliciously trying to fuck with Parlo over what, up until that point, seems like Parlo genuinely feels wronged by him. In fact, he seems kind of sorry in that recording. That dissipates very, very fucking quickly. I mean, it just comes across as weird. It feels like he's playing to the crowd rather than being genuine.
Right,
My
okay.
thing during a lot of this, and I've said this a few times, is when he's crafting these responses, or when he's writing these response videos, he's trying. It's very, very different than when you get him like one-on-one. It's like he's trying to imagine what a commentary video would sound like, talking about his rape allegations, to be able to like win as like hard as possible.
Yeah, I thought
But it
this
just comes across these weird dunks that don't land.
Yeah, it's interesting. I saw this in. I thought this when I saw the first little bit of his response video, where it's like it doesn't feel like a response video. It feels like played over gameplay footage, and it feels like commentary on a drama that's happening to somebody else. It's really fucking surreal. It's almost like a modern art piece. I think it's like yeah, it's like modern art. It's really fucking weird. It's like a statement on the state of the internet. It's fucking bizarre. I mean, the beast situation is crazy, true. It's one of these where I said a few times that like a skill you have to develop is learning when not to press go live. And internet Jason, or like when not to phone in. In fact, actually, it was really interesting because I was thinking this when he was phoning into a load of streams, and there's a load of like different points. It like years ago, which is a very depressing thing to say, Queenman said about Zonya that Zonya like didn't know when to like just not phone the fuck in and try and control the narrative, and it was like really annoying watching Zonya call in all the time. Now I like Zonya and things, and I get on well with Zonya. But it really reminded me of that. I was like, okay, cool. So you have to be involved. You have to get in there. And I think that's ultimately hurting, because I do think that Parlo is leveling extreme allegations that don't really match up with the interactions they were having in the previous conversations. I don't think Wolfgang is like a rapist. I agree. But Wolfgang, for his part, has behaved so strangely that it's like he's lolcowed out when theoretically there is definitely a timeline where he is just seen as the pure victim.
Yeah, 100%. Like I said at the very start of the fucking allegations, I was arguing with other people on behalf of Internet Jason. I thought like his position was totally defensible. But it's not just been on streams either. It has been kind of behind the scenes. And it comes across as like, okay, you're trying to convince me right now. We're not having a conversation. You're not trying to keep updating me on the situation. You're not trying to give me leaks or give me content. You are trying to like convince me to be on your side. And so 2 days after the huge fucking blowout conversation on my stream, that's when he tells me that he's going for this autism diagnosis to be able to prepare for his response. He's trying to get it as early as possible to be able that by the time that it rolls around, he's going to be able to respond. He's going to have an autism diagnosis in hand, ready to deliver to the commentary community. Yeah, so the conversations in private, the conversations in public. It's this constant attempt, I feel like, to make sure that people are going to be on his side during the drama. That's, in my opinion, what motivates his very first calls to Samuel. Motivates his very first calls to Wastepace. He's just trying to get people on his side constantly. And if anything, I don't know how you don't realize it pushes people away. You feel desperate. You feel like there's something you're trying to hide, or you feel like the situation is fucked, and you're trying endlessly to resolve it. I mean, unfortunately, all it proves is you're possibly a little bit of a pushy person who is worried you're not going to get what you want from somebody, and so you constantly have to contact them, and push them to be on your side, or to give you what you want. You know.
Okay, so I've got two things here. Firstly, because I've been sent this and I need to share it because it's been a while since I've interacted with chat in any way. Firstly, thank you very much for whoever drew this, because I just got sent it by Shadow. Thank you very much. That's awesome. That is accurate. Secondly, super chats. We've got just Rush one. NRC with the 5. My TV broke. I blame Dicktard. Strange to see Dickett and Beckers on the same stream. So true. It's been a little while. Buddy.
Yeah, it's been too long. Yeah.
Secondly, speaking of hiding things, Beckett asked Dickers how this drama led to him bullying a helpless woman to tears on his stream and then hiding the evidence after so he didn't look bad.
Oh my god. Listen, okay? This is a whole fucking situation. Listen, had a girl on the stream, somebody was beefing with Parlo, had made public statements about it. She called me, okay? She tagged me on fucking Twitter. It became pretty fucking clear towards the end of the call that she was kind of like freaking the fuck out. I think she thought that I was tied towards the people who were like harassing her. Obviously it was coming from fucking Roblox. Yeah, but eventually, especially with the DMs she was sending afterwards to me, Babka, and fucking Himpleton, we all kind of agreed, yeah, this probably feels a little bit kind of far. Fuck it. We'll just remove the part of the stream where she's crying. Everything else is public interest. Yeah.
Dude.
That's the situation. So,
Dude.
Never been in that position before. Hopefully, never in that situation again, but there we are.
Listen, you're losing to Parry. Parry would have played the crying woman. Actually, Creeman wouldn't. Creeman was like, what's going on? Just thinking of dark fucking hell.
It's not just because of the cry, okay? I've had crying women on my stream before. It can be good content. However, when Himpleton of all people is sending this person the fucking suicide helpline to be able to, hopefully fucking help. And then she's sending you the records of her calling the fucking suicide helpline and the hospital the next day. It's like, fucking hell.
Okay, I think you need to send me that call so I can review it in my own time.
Yeah, okay.
Just so I can support you or condemn you, depending on how bad it is.
Okay.
Okay, so these calls are going around. I don't want to talk too much about the Malcolm Falgi stuff because they're having their own little quiet war, and I'm at peace with both of them, and I don't want to get involved. I don't care. I think, okay, so if this other person wants to call in, we'll do that in a second. Actually, I think. Is there anything else we haven't gone over? Is there anything else I need to know?
Fuck. From the whole situation, I don't know. I don't think so. No, I don't believe so. Oh, maybe the point that Avalon has basically dropped internet adjacent by this point, so I don't think he's managed by them anymore.
Right. Okay.
This was long before the fucking like suing threats or lawsuit threats.
How the fuck are you gonna, dude? That's so gay. I mean, yeah. I mean, so my takeaway at the moment is this: Wolfgang's kind of just a massive fucking lolcow. I don't think he's a rapist. But I do think he is just a huge fucking lolcow who absolutely like feeds all this shit. I did actually, I brought up his thing. Where's internet adjacent's channel? Like, I'm interested as well. Like, because his response video has 23k views. And he's been releasing, like, other stuff has been released on the channel with Jack Doherty, Colin Ballinger, a Cheeto, and like he's still putting out content. Did he put any posts about this? It does just seem really fucking weird. Like, you can just, like, make content through it and ignore it. He could have done that. Parlo himself is such a fucking lolcow that you could almost ignore all this shit.
Easily, yeah.
But yeah, it does. It just seems completely fucking mad, really.
Also, the weird thing as well, actually, one aspect of this that I feel is maybe important to mention is that after the call into my stream, these guys have a conversation at Wolfgang's behest to try and see if they can both lower the temperature, right? So Wolfgang gets Parlo to agree, if I take down my document, you'll take down yours. Yeah? We can kind of like move on from it. Wolfgang then goes live with the video a week or two later, basically just reiterating all of the claims that he was originally making in his document and more. So there's not, I mean, it seems like he's getting Parlo to redact his document so the other side isn't there. Meanwhile, Parlo doesn't have a channel. He's not able to upload his response video to the main Parlo
I heard
channel.
about
got fucking
Parlo
terminated.
Yeah, getting his channel terminated.
Hmm.
Okay, so my question with this, I guess, is what were Wolfgang's actual allegations against Parlo then? Surely the doc would just be a defense of, I didn't do this, I'm not pushy, I don't know, I'm not a rapist. Like, what allegations did he actually have?
He levels, so Wolfgang levels the GoFundMe stuff. He points out the connection. Apparently somebody's pointed that out to him in private. But he points out the GoFundMe stuff, and then he goes through and basically preemptively says, you know, this guy's a lolcow, these are our texts beforehand, you know, we were all fine with this before the event happened, and now Parlo is trying to, like, make allegations against me. It reads really fucking weird, and it's basically impossible to be able to tell the story through the lens of the documents that drop, because it's not a response. He's kind of trying to preempt what the allegations are going to be.
Yeah, that makes
Parlo
sense.
comes out with so much fucking more, though. Points out Wolfgang's fucking suicide baiting, alleged suicide baiting. At some point during this, Wolfgang gets so annoyed with Parlo, I think directly after this all happens, that Wolfgang starts sending around pictures of them together. I guess when they're, like, making out or kissing, he goes and, like, spreads those about to a bunch of people, like, explicitly for the purpose of doing, like, I guess non-consensual image sharing, or, like, not really porn. It's not revenge porn, but he knows that Parlo wouldn't want that shared. So that's the reason why he decides to share it.
Who's Guamgo?
So Guamgo is an associate of Parlo's. He's the guy who's basically been posting videos about Parlo's arrest, giving his side of things. At some point, Parlo and Guamgo agreed that Parlo was maybe going to make a video on this stuff, going through it, making these accusations, and he was going to release it through Guamgo's channel.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, Guamgo has recently burned him after all of this stuff has gone on. Parlo is just too much of a lookout, even for the Roblox community. So Guamgo has kind of gone live with several fucking videos basically trashing Parlo. That's the Guamgo connection.
Fantastic. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, you said that this other guy, the guy who's been uploading on to Internet Adjacent's channel, is down to have a conversation?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to set up a group? I don't know who this is. I've got no connection to them. I've never spoken. So do you want to set up a group DM and you can control it? Okay, cool. Right, I will restart the call. Hello. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I need to do a quick thing of getting this all to work. I'll just share chat screen and then pop you out. There we go. Okay, cool.
Context. Where am I on the stream? I haven't been watching it. Is there any pretext or anything I should know or anything like that?
Well, I mean, I don't know, buddy. I mean, I haven't said much about you. I don't know who the hell you are.
Yeah.
So like,
I'm no sleep, Jerry. I've been long-term friends with basically everyone except for Parlo involved. I was previously Wolf's editor, and I've known them all. I know Wolf for like 2 years. I've known Zillow for like over a year and their crew.
Okay.
Okay.
Um.
I guess you
Yeah,
and I haven't
Dickens,
got
go
a
ahead.
chance to actually speak through a lot of
Yeah.
this. So thoughts? What do you think about the fucking allegations? What do you think about the situation? I think it seems like you're currently trying to. I mean, let's be real, like edge out internet adjacent, right?
Well, I'm gonna
He's
be
thinking of moving
genuine.
away from the internet in general. He's got like
Yeah.
a 20K channel that's kind of going to absolutely fucking nothing while he's going to
Mhm.
retire. Maybe seems as though you're trying to help rehabilitate internet adjacent's image to a certain
I'm gonna be
degree, or at
real.
the very least the brand, to then like take it over
Yeah.
at some point.
What he wants me to do is he wants me to take over the channel. He's made me a manager and all that. I'm very hesitant to do that, mainly because until I actually have complete ownership of any sort of channel and anything realized like that, it's very difficult for me to be comfortable trying to represent his brand and all that. And equally speaking, like I've been talking to him, I've been trying to get him to come on a stream and just be like, "Yo, this is what I fucked up. This is what I didn't." Because I have looked and I've seen him previously with the AC situation previously, right? The actual facts of the situation, even
Wait, that's
like
talking
what
about
was alleged.
Anthrocon, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm mentioning. But
AC,
just
Anthrocon, yeah.
yeah. Is the facts of the situation where the allegations were very, very overblown. The terms used were incorrect, and it was just stupid, right? But the guy does not know how to respond to any sort of situation where he's under any amount of pressure. And it's very difficult to work with him. And equally speaking, because I mentioned, like I think I contacted you last like Friday, and it's taken like 4 days because I've been trying to talk with him and get him to talk on this. Very difficult, especially because I work a 40-hour work week as well.
Yeah.
But what I can confidently say is I feel like with this situation, it's something similar. The big difference, I would say, is mainly like Wolf is very bad at representing himself to the point where, like you mentioned, he'll lie about stuff that he doesn't even need to lie about, and I don't understand.
I mean,
why.
so
Like, 'cause
you accept the fact that Wolfgang has lied about stuff involving
Yeah,
this
it's
story,
been
like, okay.
it's been proven. I mean, like he'll say one thing, right? And this is something that Himpleton brought up. He'll say one thing, and then there'll be evidence that counters what he says, and he'll walk back his statement. He'll flat deny it, right? Equally speaking, though, because like that's what he did in the previous situation, and it made him look almost worse than he actually was.
So what was the
in the
previous
Anthro-
situation? Yeah, like walk us through the Anthrocon stuff, because all I'm hearing is he was pushy with like furries, and it involved.
So there was this guy. There was this guy. Oh, I mean, this person. Like to clarify, I'm gonna be iffy with names because the guy literally sent a legally binding cease and assist to Wolfgang after the situation to stop him from talking about it online. Like there is a legally binding cease and assist I have seen with my own eyes. I'm not gonna mention the names, but I'm just gonna say the alleged, and I'm putting finger quotes because realistically the situation was not that deep.
Okay.
The alleged victim of the
Just
situation.
real quick about the NDA, right? That's
Yeah.
kind of like that's totally bullshit by this point. Wolfgang apparently agreed to take down the videos during that time. He hasn't privated them. He's unlisted them. All the tweets of him talking about the stuff, linking to the video, are still up. He's been sharing this response to people in private. He's still disseminating these claims. So that
Oh yeah, no,
the
100%.
NDA is kind of null and void by this point. Whatever damage has been done has been done.
The main threat, though, and the reason I'm being iffy about it, and I totally agree with what you're saying, is the person allegedly comes from a very rich family, and is the like I'm not trying to catch any sort of legal. You feel like because like even though
Have you
I
signed
totally
anything?
see what you're saying, but like the image I got is he comes from a very rich family that would actually sue someone over internet drama. The fact because
Okay.
it was by a lawyer. Like Wolfgang's information was however obtained, and he got a physically mailed cease and assist letter to his house. Like
Okay,
that's
so
crazy.
but you haven't signed anything yourself.
Oh, absolutely not.
Right, and you've been friends with Wolfgang for a very, very long time, right? Even during the Anthrocon stuff.
Mhm.
And so presumably all the information you're about to give are stuff that is your personal recollection of the events that Wolfgang has not told you after he signed the cease and desist. This is the allegations that he told you before signing the cease and desist
I
as
was
it was
there. I was in
happening,
the
right?
call. So was actually
Cool. So
voiced that.
nothing you're gonna say is gonna fucking like void some cease and desist. So don't
Oh
worry
no,
about
no,
it.
not on his end. I'm saying like I don't want the motherfucker's lawyers to go after me. In that type
Right.
of sense.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Um,
Sure.
but pretty much the victim agreed to hook up with Wolf, and there's DM proofs of this. And he's like, because they were on there's a furry dating app named Bark. The guy was on that scrolling. Wolf was like, "Hey, you
I'm
want to hook
sorry,
up?" Whatever.
named Bark? I fuck it. I hate this drama. Go on.
So he was on that. He agreed to hook up with Wolf, right?
Okay.
He made advances. And then apparently the dude just didn't want to. Never said anything. He even acknowledges that he never clarified that he wasn't interested. And then on the second to last day, he not only at one point took Wolf to a sex club party thing, which is confirmed with DMs. He also took him out to a private personal one-on-one dinner that he paid for, I believe. It might not have been one-on-one, but I
Okay,
remember
like,
for a fact he
just
paid
is
for
it?
dinner.
So you've known these people for years. Is it not weird to you that the story you're recounting to me sounds incredibly similar to what's just happened with Parlo?
Oh yeah, no, 100%. And the main thing that was the issue there was that the person went and made comments about what was it, like sexual assault was the big one used when the guy never did SA, and SA is a very serious term which should have legal implications, right? And the
Sure.
TLDR was just like he made advances to somebody that apparently didn't want them, right?
Okay.
And I can see the correlations. Equally speaking, his response to that situation was the exact same thing. He lied about things that were irrelevant to the story, like irrelevant.
What did he lie about in
details.
the Anthrocon situation, real quick?
Jesus, I can't even. This
Okay.
this was what, like a year and a half ago, or a year
Right.
ago. Yeah, it would have been
Because
a
the
year
vibe
ago.
that I got from the Anthrocon stuff is Wolfgang shows up. He's with a group of people that he doesn't really know well, but these people are already a friendship group, right? So he's already kind of the outsider. He goes there, day one. Is that not true?
He knew them, so it was full of a friend group that he was kind of part of for I'd say like 4 months, 5 months. So it's not like he was an outsider. Equally
But all of
speaking,
these
the other
people
friend group.
internally are like better friends with each other than
Yeah,
any of
probably.
them are with Wolfgang, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked at all with that.
Yeah, so he comes in day one, notices somebody's on a gay furry dating app, basically kind of like furry grinder, and then asks somebody to
Yes.
hook up. They're happy hooking up, but then he goes into like, I mean, if you're hooking up with somebody, do you fucking kiss on the mouth? Do you kiss at all? Do you kind of like hold hands? Do you put your right? So it seems like without asking those questions, he's gone in, which whatever, doesn't seem like the biggest fucking thing. He's kind of made a little bit of, I guess, he's kind of humiliated himself a little bit. He's getting too drunk at these clubs. He's throwing up and then trying to kiss the person he was trying to hook up with. And so eventually, over the week, it just seems like there's this growing resentment that then ends at the end with allegations getting dropped against Wolfgang. They were excessive.
Yeah. I would say on that, firstly, I don't think he ever kissed the guy or even tried to. I could be wrong on that. I don't remember that. The other thing is the only documented thing was during the throw up kiss in the mouth thing, which, to be fair, kind of fucking terrible. Like, I'd never get that drunk personally. How that whole thing was, why that's a keynote is because there's like DM. No, that was a separate time. But he basically asked the person if he wanted to kiss. They said no, and he just didn't. It wasn't that he tried to; he just asked to. And then there was another time where they were like on the couch or something while watching a show, and then in the DMs, Wolf asked if he was comfortable or something, and the guy said maybe later. It was something exactly to that effect.
So exactly like the conversation he's apparently having with Parlo.
Pretty much.
Okay.
The big difference though is like at least with that situation, I feel like there was a lot less gray area because the other person was directly being like, "We will do stuff later," and not saying no, and intentionally
do you think
going.
there is? Do you think with the Parlo stuff? And again, I've said multiple times in this stream, I do not think Internet Adjacent is a rapist. I think those claims are vastly overblown, especially with Parlo responding the way he did. But like, I think the claim that he is pushy, I think, seems to be validated by both of them, and even in that kind of recorded conversation that Parlo had. regardless of what you think of Parlo, and my opinions of him are not high.
Well, the thing I'd say is the context of the situation. Now, I could be like, I'm not 100%. A guy flies you over international to have sex, and I could see that as like leading with an assumption that they'd be interested in that, given that like I think was exposed they spent like over $1,000 or around
Yeah.
$1,000 to do that. You know, it's just the presumption there, and equally speaking, like if you just the context would lead me in that situation to say I can totally see why he might think that. I do feel like the reality of the situation was probably Parlo didn't want to do shit. After the fact, he decided that. I feel like he probably never clarified anything and never overtly said anything. And keep in mind, you flew a guy international to have sex. So it's like the assumption and the context would lead into that. But equally speaking, I don't know. I wasn't there for sure.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to
again,
say...
like, and this is the thing when discussing like any relationship drama within commentary. There is complications. I can, and this is why people draw on their personal experience. And again, I've gone home with a girl before, and they've just changed their mind. They're not into it. Nothing happens. And you kind of just accept that. That's fine. I think the problem comes in the fact where it seems that Parlo is standoffish or like uncomfortable from everything that Avalon seems to have said, and Internet Adjacent doesn't pick up on this. I mean, maybe he's autistic. I don't know. I guess we'll find out when he gets a medical diagnosis, which is
I can say, fucking, if the guy isn't autistic, I'd be very surprised. In the sense of there have been a lot of times where he's done shit that is just like even in how he responds, right? Like there'll be some irrelevant point, right? Did you eat that cup of stew yesterday? No, I would never do that. There's a video of you eating the cup of stew. Yes, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't like. There's something because like anyone would just acknowledge because like it's not like a lot of the claims that he denies and then gets counterpointed he lied about are even that bad necessarily. And the worst part is that gives him the assumption of guilt when every single time you're bringing up a point and then you deny it, no matter what, if it's true, false, whatever, if it makes you look bad, people are just going to start assuming you're going to deny no matter what.
So much of this is based on testimony, and when you're dealing with this, and I spent what feels like a year talking about this with the Saberspark stuff. Like, if you're dealing with testimony, the only thing you have to go on is the credibility of the person making the claim. The minute the minute they're not completely honest or they're found to be lying, especially multiple times, their credibility's shot. You can't do anything with that.
Well, that's the other difficulty, is that everyone involved in the situation that is given any flavor of testimony, as far as I'm aware, is falls into, and even I'm in the category, they're either with Wolf or against him, in the sense of every person I have seen that has given testimony was directly either not only literally in business with Parlo in some senses, like legal contract business, or was directly their day ones like in VC very regularly.
Well, this is why Avalon's kind of important in the whole situation, right?
Yeah.
Because Avalon is truly like a neutral party. He's been friends with Wolfgang for 2 years.
Though.
He was also Internet Adjacent's manager.
That's fair, and I want to say that
at the time when these allegations happened, Avalon was managing them both. So he's got a financial relationship, business relationship with both of these guys, and he's friends with both of these guys.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, right, when you look at a situation like this, and you have someone responding like Wolf does, right, it gets to a point where you just have to pick a side, and whichever side you pick, you just defend, because it can either be resolved by just killing off one party, a lot of the times, and siding with the other person. That's a great way to get things to kind of get to a resolved point. And I feel like if you just look at the numbers, even with Parlo's channel getting deleted, right? He's still with his, he has a secondary gaming channel with like 70K, I want to say. It would just make financially a lot more sense to back that party. So I'm not saying for sure, because I don't know. Well, I'm just saying as far as the business motivation there, when you're signing contracts with somebody that had at their peak like nearly 900,000 total subscribers, versus somebody that only has, let's say, 20,000 total subscribers, right? Both parties look absolutely terrible. You'd want to defend the person from a financial stance exclusively that would have that better return.
Well, I mean,
But even after
everyone.
Parlo's channel has been deleted, Avalon is still going out of his way to make his kind of experience with Internet Adjacent clear. Not just clear, but explicitly giving consent to have that on the record and going further than he's gone before in making these claims, being even more explicit. Even now, Parlo's channel has been terminated on YouTube. Let's be real, it's like only a matter of time before his gaming channel gets taken down as well. That will be ban evasion.
Would it be?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a main channel
I mean, that's
terminated.
fair then. I couldn't say. Because, like, the equal other part is Wolf just doesn't associate with them anymore. So, like, in the sense of, like, he basically got booted from the friend group because of his antics, which I would say were very frustrating to deal with, even from my end.
Situation.
Well,
Yeah.
it's like, okay, he has a situation. All he has to do is just acknowledge what he did wrong and then call out if there's any misinformation and then respond correct, like, moving forward correctly, right? And he failed to do that on all fronts to the point where, like, even from my end, it's difficult to say. Equally speaking, like, I've known the guy for a while. Equally speaking, his response has been so bad that it's difficult to be positive toward his
Why
views.
are you again? You seem to acknowledge that Wolfgang is I would just say optics cancer. The dude is he absolutely has the gene. He has the lolcow gene.
Oh God. No, don't say that.
I mean, he does. I mean, that's just a fact. Yeah, he absolutely does.
I hate that fact that you're right.
He does.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I suppose my question to you is, like, you're friends with both, and that's fine. Like, we're all friends with people who are a little bit fucking crazy. That's okay. It's the internet.
Yeah.
Why are you uploading content onto his channel to run it? I don't like. I keep, like, Dickers was saying, these people are talking about it from brands and careers and stuff. I mean, these are people fucking around on the internet and badly. I mean, like, it's insane to tie yourself, surely, to this guy's channel.
Well, originally, before the whole response, and let me clarify, the response video was made within 3 days, which I was very frustrated. Like, I literally said to the guy, like, we need to take pause on this, make sure everything is correct, because the stance was before that, it's literally going to be like 3 weeks. I upload, like, because he didn't want and couldn't deal with making content, I would take over that channel for like 3 weeks. Then he would make his response and come back. The thing got messed up when the response was very, I would say, rushed, to the point where it didn't address everything with a correct tone, and it didn't crush the entire drama. And since then, I am still technically, I could continue uploading, but I'm waiting for, like, some sort of conclusion and direct, like, what's going forward, because I'm not going to take over the channel if, like, there's no certainty of what the future is going to look like as far as is
Just
he
real
gonna come
quick.
back to YouTube. Yeah.
Why do you think that Wolfgang has only uploaded this or prepared this video over the course of 3 days?
Because he's a very impulsive person and makes sometimes stupid decisions. And I
Because
feel
Wolfgang
like
told me within days of coming on my stream when this first, like, blew up that he was getting an autism diagnosis to prepare for this response.
well, what I'd
He's
say
been
is
preparing for it ever since he came on stream.
yeah, when I say it
First
was
time.
made in 3 days, obviously he was collecting points, gathering evidence, and doing all that beforehand. What I mean is, like, it was fully scripted, figured out, all that in 3 days. There wasn't enough time. Like, I didn't even watch over it before it went up. Even like Elvion read over the script, okayed it. Elvion didn't even fully go over the entire script. Right? Like, so, like, nobody went over the video. There was no checks. It went up way too fast. And I can't say, like, the goal of that should have been to respond to everything and every bit of accountability to take that if you made a mistake. Because, like, you're talking about what people are saying, and I'm not saying you're saying it, but, like, there are people that are genuinely coming off with the opinion that he's, like, some groomer or something.
Well,
which I
mean,
can see would just
okay,
face reading the fact.
So, I mean, it's funny you say that, and I'm not trying to, like, ambush you here at all.
Yeah.
So, if you turn your attention to my stream, I got sent this. I know it's covered up by chat and everything else. This is a comment from you in Discord saying, yeah, he spent hours in VC with someone defending his non-sexual, totally normal friendship with this 16-year-old, and there's a lot more. He's also back to privately slandering what is now his old friend group. So, I mean, this looks like an accusation from you of Wolfgang having inappropriate conversations with minors.
With who? When? Can I see the screenshot?
Yeah, it's up on screen. It's up on the stream.
I have to pull that up real quick.
I need to fucking turn off the fucking soundboard. Okay, oh sorry, I've been corrected. It's not about Wolfgang. Okay. Is this about Parlo? Who's this about?
That's Vexium Swift. I can't say his name. That is Vexium. He's a 30-year-old YouTuber, content creator that is 100% on weird shit. Oh, that's a fun rabbit hole. I hate that guy. Pretty much. Let me just figure out exactly what I was saying. Yeah, so Vexium Swift was somebody that previously was like, oh my god, that's a whole thing. There's like hours of videos, hours and hours of interviews with that guy.
So apparently
he-
Wolfgang would discuss dog bits, quote unquote, maybe notting, with Vexium in GC with Avalon.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Oh, that's fucked up. Who's saying that? Where's that coming from?
To be fair, this is coming from somebody called 14M4D33R.
Dude, the fucking insanity of this. So,
Dude, I'm sorry, what?
The reason this was sent to me is apparently because that picture is a picture of Avalon in a femboy outfit, and this is in Wolfgang's Discord.
This is in Wolfgang's Discord, you say?
Yeah, that comment I made was in Wolf's Discord, but that was in 2024. That was like ages ago.
So
the one you just brought up.
So why is there so is this a picture of Avalon in femboyed out?
I can't. Your stream has a bit of a delay on my end, so I can't see the.
Yeah, hold on.
I think it's a post that he put on Twitter.
Okay, yeah. So that was Vexium Swift is a 30-year-old man, right, who was associating with Avalon when he was 16, and I had made a point in my a video I made on Vexium because he was liking yes, that's exactly what the image was.
Okay.
A comment in a post by the 16-year-old that he's friends with, right? And this was before Wolf. No, I think Wolf might have been. But he defended it, right, by saying, and he even put this in his video, his response, that it was non-sexual because there's like a Monster Energy can, and it's like, oh, I was just making a comment about the Monster Energy, responding to a 16-year-old's femboy thigh pics, right? And that was a main call out against Vexium Swift. That had.
So how does Wolfgang wrap into all of this?
That was in his server, which is why I assume that was brought up. But it wasn't anything to do with Wolf per se. It was. Is that Wolf's server? Yeah, that's Wolf's server.
Apparently, Avalon would also share that stuff with Wolfgang. I'm getting that from chat.
Well, that image was posted on Twitter. It was a public Twitter thing. It wasn't like a private DM thing with Vex. It was a 30-year-old man interacting with a 16-year-old's thigh pics that he's literally like day one friends with on Twitter. That's why it was brought up.
And it's not just they're in thigh high tights, a short
they're in like
skirt,
thigh highs, short skirt, and like
fishnets.
an energy, and with like a Monster Energy drink can posed up with.
Okay, so you see the like issue there though of like, okay. So Wolfgang's interacting with somebody who is posting suggestive, shall we say, femboy pictures of themselves at 16. And like again, like no one's wanting to, I don't think Avalon's making an accusation of grooming against Wolfgang, but like there's like in the statement Avalon sent to Dickers, it's like, well, I'm in this open relationship and stuff, and it is weird to have minors in your I guess grouping where you're having these conversations with them, or like it's weird at the very
I
least,
definitely
right?
agree. I would say I don't, and I'm not defending. I'm just saying I don't, because that was 2024. How the friend group basically went was Vexium and Wolf and other YouTubers like Lab were all friends, right? And then pretty much a bunch of drama happened because he's a 30-year-old man being a creep. He's like defending being friends with a majority friend group of minors, which is really fucking weird. And he's obsessed with like a bunch of weird shit. So he gets exposed. Everyone dips Vexium. And after that, at some point, was when Wolf and them became friends with Alvion and all that.
Okay.
But for
So,
a long,
so
a
he
good,
adopted the potentially groomed child. Okay.
yeah.
Right.
So
Okay.
I guess
Awesome.
I don't know. I could equally totally see Wolf having been friends with them at this time.
Okay.
I
So
would say,
the problem is this. The problem is this.
yeah.
Everything I hear about Wolfgang is like there's a pattern. And like if you take any one of these things on their own, you're like, okay, cool, yeah, sure. Dude got caught with his pants down in potentially the most literal sense. And it reminds me of like the people who've had like DM leaks and things, or they've had a relationship outed. I mean that happens. But when you start to see a repeating pattern over the course of like a year to 2 years, you're like, okay, well this is then it looks a little bit more fucking weird and sus, right?
Yeah, no.
Because like you don't
I
learn after the
100%
first
agree.
time. Like it's like what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, and equally speaking, like I don't fucking know, and I do agree that like that was a point I even made previously back when it was going on. I even called out Zillow for making the post, kinda, indirectly. Um, but it was, I think it comes down to the internal friend group's mindset about certain things. Because at that time, Alvion was completely defending Vexium, right? At that time, 16-year-old defending 30-year-old dude, right? It was, and I'd like to clarify, they totally walked back that stance and they don't like the guy anymore. But the mindset around that type of content, I don't know. And I know for a fact Vexium Swift, because his main claim to fame is he's a adult content creator. He has like over 100K subs on Twitter. He's 30, being friends with kids, right? So I don't know what type of environment the friend group was like to include people like that, but I can definitely say it's very dubious, and I would point a lot of raised eyebrows to anyone that was associating with that friend group in general, including Wolf.
Right. So, but just to highlight it or just to hash it out. So,
Yeah.
Zillow was having sexual interactions with somebody called Vexium.
So
And at
I
the
wouldn't
time,
say sexual. It was just like,
I mean, he's posting like lewd images on Twitter, and this guy is like having a back and forth with him, right? Interacting with those posts.
yeah,
Can we call them sexually inappropriate?
I would definitely say so. Yeah.
Okay, so Zillow, a 16-year-old, is having sexually inappropriate messages or interactions with a 30-year-old man, and then Wolfgang makes a video defending that interaction. Have I got that right?
I don't. I'd have to check the timeline on that because I don't know at what point Wolf was defending. Because there was a time where they were all friends, right? And there's another commentator, Labrat, even in there that was all defending Vexium. I don't know why they defended the guy. Because like the whole reason I even ever met Wolf was because he made a video like calling out Vex. I don't know why in God's green earth bro would switch teams and then make a video defending him. But I think it
You
was
do know
like,
at some point he did switch teams, so at one point
yes,
he was defending him.
he was defending Vex. He went from making videos calling him out to defending him to then calling him out again, pretty much.
Okay. I might be able to add somebody to the call who has a little bit more information about that stuff back if that's all right.
Sure. Why? Let's
Wait.
let's widen the gaping hole of this.
I'm curious who
of
this
this
is gonna
pet.
be.
Gaping even further. Oh no. Parlo
That's-
wanted to.
Wait, what
Apparently-
does Parlo know about Vexium Swift?
Apparently,
are we
Parlo
still
has
bringing-
evidence that Internet Adjacent posted porn to his Discord server
Okay.
containing minors.
Yes. So I'm working on a 1 to 1.5 hour response right now, going over literally everything chronologically, including every lie he said. I was doing some research and I got forwarded a video from Vexium Swift titled My Response, and in it he details how Internet Adjacent operated his Discord server in which he would post suggestive commissions showing femboy Huta ass pictures of his fursona, as well as just straight up furry pornography. He would oftentimes talk about prep, his sex life, and even songs to do
Wait.
with furry
Prep as
knots.
in prep as in the
Prep,
medication you take to
yeah,
avoid getting AIDS, right?
yeah. Just
Okay.
sexual-based conversations in general in his Discord server, and there was proof provided by Vexium, and Vexium's a fucking freak on his own regard, from what I've been told. But the proof was still substantial. That there were 16-year-olds involved in these conversations. He was 19, turning 20 in numerous certain intervals of him doing this. And in 2023, he made his server 18 plus. However, he would still allow people 16 years or above in his server. And then in 2025, he flip-flopped and just then allowed children in his server regardless, despite porn still being available on all these channels. IA would also consistently make sexual-based jokes in calls with both Crypt and Avalon when they were underage. And Avalon had admin rank in Internet Adjacent's Discord server, while he was still 16 and 17, meaning that he had full unfiltered access to the pornography in the channels. And then in June or July of this year, IA purged his entire Discord server and then blamed it on Kiwi Farms because Kiwi Farms was digging into everything that he was doing, and he was shit scared about being A-logged.
Okay, sorry, wait. When did this happen? When was he purged by because of
When was
KF pulling
Let me forward you the timestamps of the Vexium video. It's about 1.5 hours long.
So I would also say, and I've literally made like over an hour of scripted commentary videos on Vexium. The guy probably fucks dogs. So I don't know for sure, but like he's into some very weird shit.
Okay.
Equally
So let's.
speaking,
Would you
if
discount
the
Internet
evidence-
Adjacent for the same reason?
Hmm?
Sorry, Becca, go on.
Okay.
no, what'd you-
So firstly, let's be really clear about a couple of things. Parlo, welcome to stream. Thanks for calling in with, I guess, further allegations. We'll come back to that in a second. As for Vexium and stuff, I'll have to look into it because that seems like a whole other drama. But it does feel like slightly now we're going down the rabbit hole of previous dramas to further discredit Wolfgang, which is, fine. Again, I just talked about patterns. What I will say is, Paulo, do you not think the fact that you've brought out a document on Internet Adjacent making claims against him that, I don't know, were more on the extreme end, and that's why you've kind of got cooked by this, to then continue to do that, unless you've got something insanely solid, it may be, a slightly insane play?
Oh, my response, I completely cocked up the entire situation by even engaging with this on stream. So for the past couple of days, I've just been working on like an extremely watertight response video going over everything. Pretty much it's already been picked apart by streamers, but I have proof that Wolfgang openly lied in his response, was conditioning Avalon at the age of 17 to the idea of a threesome. He withheld the information from me until the 7th of October. I have proof that he was inconsistent with the allegations pertaining to me. Apparently, he was on Dicker's live stream, and in response to the, of course, fingering claim, apparently, according to Dickers, he couldn't even formulate a cohesive response to whether he was ever given verbal consent to what he did to me. And he even attempted to use a false alibi, being the fact that he was charging, he needed to charge his phone. So then he kept coming into the other room, pressing me to come back to him, and so we could instigate this sexual
But you did
deviant shit that he wanted to do.
Well, you say sexual deviant shit that he wanted to do, but like
He wanted to do.
well,
Yeah.
sure. But you are you are responding to him in that DM that you want him to suck your dick.
Yeah, and I explain in my video basically in his messages with Bytes. Before he purged the messages, he was seen stating to Byte that he was trying to get me to conform to what he wanted, and that was sent in the exact same time where he was pushing me to come into his room, and I kept making excuses for why I didn't want to come in. But that message, which he deleted for the sole reason because it completely invalidates his alibi of trying to charge his phone. I have Avalon, who's going to be like attesting to everything because he was the one who was present watching all of this, and he has like virtually no incentive to lie, considering every single platform I've had has been completely taken now. The only reason why he's coming out about this is because of how fucking disgusting Wolfgang's actions have been, and the fact that he's been threatened with litigation for even coming out about the situation. And this is after Wolfgang, in his own response video, said that he's not going to be seeking any legal action, and that apparently Avalon was on his side the entire time, but oddly enough, shows no evidence of that whatsoever.
Yeah, I
In
mean,
fact,
like,
his entire
again,
video.
I don't think anyone
would-
here is defending Wolfgang. I think I'll be honest with you, like, you know, no
Yeah, I have a
sleep,
lot of explaining to do
Jerry
on my
is
side
like,
as well.
yeah, like,
Yeah,
because
can I
like,
mention something? I also did hear about the litigation, and I very strongly think that is not. You don't solve he said, she said, Twitter arguments with litigation, and that is something I heard.
well, it's the
That
year of the
everybody
lawsuit.
on
Welcome
Wolf's
to
side
2025.
told him to not do that. So it's something that I don't
Yeah.
understand what legal anything why that's being brought up, and I had heard that from that side. That's something that I think is very stupid. I'd also mention
Could I also say, just before you move
Yeah.
on, speaking about unwarranted action taken against people, are you a mod in Internet Adjacent's Discord?
my mod. I don't actually think I am. I might be. Hold on, let me see.
Okay, because as soon as I bring up the fact that
Actually, no,
I
I'm
can
not a
see some of
mod.
the posts, okay,
So
'cause as soon as
I
I
have a
bring
role.
up the fact that I can see some of the posts in Internet Adjacent's Discord, I'm suddenly banned from it. Just wanted to make that super clear.
Wait,
I've still
when
got people
when did you
digging
get banned?
screenshots for me, literally 5 seconds ago, as I was talking about the screenshots from Internet Adjacent's Discord. So
Wait,
I
are
think
you-
somebody might be online right now, maybe watching the stream right now.
You can check my role. I don't even screen share the server. I don't have mod perms at all. The only thing I
I was
have
just
is
wondering
the
if you
boys
could,
role.
I'm
unban
surprised.
me.
I mean, I'm surprised the Discord even still exists. I am surprised that it's not just been deleted. You know, but okay, look, because I want to be clear. I think my issues around you, Parlo, are going to be very much the fact that you sort of have a history with allegations, and with the Roblox community, you've certainly got your history there, from fighting with people on Twitter crash outs to allegations to the femboy stuff to whatever. And before all this happened, you released the Pyrocynical document, which I mean was a complete shit show. I think his lack of response to it kind of just killed it.
The strikes pretty much was the done deal in that situation. If I had the motion on my main channel, I would have been able to at least get about 300,000 views, which is then where damage would start. It's leaked onto Twitter to the point where like a couple tens of thousands of people occasionally make tweets knowing that he's a predator, but like, yeah, no, he got away with it for the 8th time, which is wonderful to see.
Well, I mean, I suppose, again, from watching everything that happened originally with these allegations and all the subsequent ones, you had sort of all the forewarning to not fuck this up. And then we're sort of sat here with these Wolfgang allegations. If you just came out with a document and said, oh, Wolfgang was... Oh, actually, no, fuck it. I don't understand. If you've had this conversation with Wolfgang and the recorded thing, where you're like, I felt a bit pushed, and which again seems to be something that he's not disagreeing with, that he's like reading body language wrong. That's a very different allegation to this guy sexually assaulted me. Would you agree with that? Or is your position that Wolfgang's actually assaulted you?
Can you just repeat that again? Sorry.
So, like, again, you have a recorded conversation with him. You confront him with, how he's been acting towards you that you feel pushed. That seems to be the first time you've had a conversation with him, because he seems surprised by it, and you yourself are saying, well, I'm going to
Oh,
record
we're
this.
talking. Okay, so in his response video, he attempts to reframe the situation by stating that he now thinks that I was going to come out about the situation preemptively with the recording. This is after privately numerous times he stated that that wasn't the case and that he was the one who drove it out first. This is obviously because he can't take accountability for shit and he wants someone to throw under the bus. I recorded that because I knew that he would try and sneakily go around the commentary community trying to spin the situation in any way he could. And it was more of a.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean in any? What would he go around the commentary community and say about you?
So we had to confront him regardless to get our stuff back in there. I thought it would be better off recording it, in case anything happened, because we didn't know what he was going to do. We were talking about the fact that we'll have police on standby just in case anything happens, literally just in case anything happens. That was recorded in case anything were to become public, in the sense of the fact that he literally leaks stuff all the time. And we were fully under the idea that he was going to try and get ahead of the situation. So this would just be some option that we have available in case he wants to come out.
I can also confirm.
Hold on.
Parlo was very hands off, at least in the initial stage. So my genuine belief, I don't think Parlo would have ever gone public if Wolf didn't. Equally speaking, I believe it was a miscommunication with another commentator, basically telling both parties the other party was going to go.
It wasn't a miscommunication. It was Himpleton driving this into content. Let's just be clear. That's not a miscommunication. That's Himpleton being.
I don't want to overstate because that's what
no,
I was
it's fine.
told,
It's fine. You're not saying it. I'm saying it. That's okay. I guess the point I have is, if you never release a document, because Internet Adjacent is preempting your response in his response. He's preempting your accusations, I should say. Why make a document at all, Parlo? Because if you never make a document, he has nothing to preempt, and then if he releases, he just looks insane.
I was already being told that he was formulating a response privately, and I was told that I need to be as transparent as possible and include every detail, because if I omit any specific situation, I'd be called a liar and it'd be ruthlessly picked apart. When he came
you're
out,
not making an accusation, Parlo, what is he even responding to?
Oh no, I was being told by commentary channels that he was openly trying to push it out there. I got told directly that he stated that Himpleton has his finger on the trigger button and he was willing to release it.
So is your claim here that Wolfgang had written and was shopping a document around before you'd even written one?
No, from what I was being told, he was going to go on live streams to talk about it. The document was only written towards the 7th, I believe. 7th or 9th, because we agreed to keep this private on the 8th.
Okay, so you agreed to keep it private, and Wolfgang was already shopping this around. Is there any evidence for that? Dickers, does that line up with what you've seen?
Yeah, so it does. So I know a lot of people who got shopped around Internet Adjacent's document. Basically, everybody had a copy of it. I don't know anybody that had a copy of Parlo's document, except for Himpleton, who got it directly from Parlo. Parlo's document, I think Parlo was even making revisions up until the last minute while I was on call with him. So it seemed like a rush job. He was still editing and redacting stuff from the document up until it dropped.
It was kept completely private from anyone that wasn't in the friend group. I know for a fact, because I was in a VCA, I forget what day, and the chats, I just checked. There was a day, some point, relatively recently after the situation went down, where the people relevant.
Are we talking after the situation went down?
Yeah, after all that. You remember when I was there. And I do remember there was a document that was there that I saw. But that was not made public to anyone that was not directly related to the situation, in the same way that I could totally see the other document being shipped around to commentators, content creators.
Sorry, I'm not clear what you're talking about. So you're saying that you were on a group call where you saw a document? Are you saying
Parlo's
this was
document.
Parlo's document that he was
Yeah.
making? And how long?
I
What
can't
date was
say
this
for
roughly?
sure.
Okay.
I literally I just don't have any record or recollection because all the logs in the server were deleted. But it was recently after. My main point is that it was not being made public. It was kept tight knit with relevant people. If that makes sense.
So you're saying that because you said that you weren't really friends with Parlo, and so who was sharing this document around?
It was in the server where Parlo and all the mutual, because like I mentioned, I was friends with Alvion for a year previously. It was in the server where pretty much everyone there collects.
Okay.
And it was something because like at that time I had no input. Like I literally the first thing I ever heard of the situation was joining that VC. And keep in mind, I didn't have any input from Wolf. I didn't know, and I just was staying kind of out of it because there was no concrete anything at that point, at least from what I saw. But I would say it was being
Wolfgang was in. Go on.
it was being kept private, and the intent from Parlo's side was not to like preempt anything from my
Yeah,
view.
it was listed in my document as well. Avalon was having like breakdowns because Wolfgang was trying to push for me to engage with him privately because I've been airing him ever since the situation, and he essentially threatened to make this all public. He was also going around trying to egg on other creators. From what I was being told by Himpleton, Himpleton was saying that like other people were itching to talk about the situation because Wolfgang was just going to as many people as possible. Aiden
true,
was one of the people mentioned.
Yeah, and I do think that is almost definitely something.
I mean,
Wolf would have
Wolfgang
done.
was definitely shopping this around, sure.
Yeah.
But like the dates here I've got for it being shopped around are around the like 15th.
15.
So because I've asked people I know this was shopped to, and they were like, "Well, I was sent it on the 15th," which is significant. Hold on, I might get an update on that. So like the earliest is like the 10th. This gets shopped around, and then it was sorry, 13th, not 10th. Fucking American dates. Document was apparently made later. But it was like this was apparently shopped around first on the 13th. So I mean that is after you've had this conversation. But he's not shopping it before then, to my knowledge, and I've seen no evidence of that.
I'm just trying to see if I have anything that would tell me when the VC was to just confirm or see anything, but I'm not.
Okay.
Most of the
So-
things that I did were a contingency plan because when it came to allegations that I had, it was a rather he said, she said situation as any other allegations like that are. So that recording is actually pretty essential because I mentioned that I wanted to be the only one who went into the shower, and Avalon will be able to attest
I'm
that
not
in my
sure,
video.
But I'm not sure what. Okay, the problem is I'm not sure what you would have a contingency for, Parlo, because let's say you never release a response or never talk about this at all, and Wolfgang drops something. What realistically would Wolfgang even be able to say about you unless you're making accusations against him?
Well, that's the problem. He was the one who's going behind the scenes while I wasn't making any accusation towards anyone. A couple hours after the situation, I had Ace Howler call me, and he was like, "Oh, do you want to call it something very serious?" And I'm like, "Okay, I don't know what this is about." All of this is in group chats and stuff. I've already archived it, put some in my documents. For the sake of some of their privacies, I color-coded their names, but it's all in that document. He was going around, leaking the situation to people. I had to, of course, discuss it, but I wasn't making any outright claims. I spoke directly to Himpleton as well, and at the very bottom of my documents, it's mentioned there as well. I would only publicize my document after Wolfgang does it first on his own volition.
Well,
And
sure. Again,
in
I
respect
don't
to
disagree
yeah.
with you there, but it still doesn't answer the core question. If Wolfgang releases a document on you, unless you're making allegations against him, what can he even say about you? Because if you're not making any
Uh,
allegations against him, Parlo, he can't. He can, if he releases a document saying Parlo's accusing me of all this, the simple response is no, I'm not. No, I haven't. What are you talking about? What the fuck? What is going on? It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, can we go back to the timeline? You said they were shopping around on 11/13, right?
Yeah,
That was when
13th,
Wolf.
13th of October. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know for a fact from my memory, because I just found a record of Wolf talking to me about taking over the channel. That the call must have been before that, and I know I saw a document. I don't know if it was the finalized one. I don't know if you were just starting to write it, but I know it was at least a couple days prior to the 11th when I saw that. I would also say though, it's not necessarily a terrible idea to have a response in case somebody's gonna lie about you. I just think
No, but it's not. It's okay, but it's not a response about somebody lying about you. It's an allegation. So this is the problem. If Parlo came out, and it doesn't need a document. If Wolfgang is just making accusations that Parlo is going to make accusations, all Parlo has to do is not make the accusations. The problem is, the minute Parlo starts working on a doc, it sort of makes sense that Wolfgang works on a doc because Wolfgang is the one actually being accused of something. All Parlo's being accused of is making accusations, which he's not yet made. That's what makes this whole situation so bizarre. Now, it seems very much like you've both been manipulated by Himpleton into releasing this for content because he thinks it's funny, which, again, I'm saying this, but that's what it looks like.
I'm certain without Himpleton it was going to come out anywhere.
But why?
I have no idea. From what I was being told, he was still pushing it privately. Of course Himpleton was the catalyst at that point, but at some point further down the line, it was going to get out there somehow. Too many people knew about it because he was openly alluding to it on calls. I mean, Emerald did.
Okay, but until the point where you make accusations against Wolfgang, which are a little bit too extreme, because again, if you were saying Wolfgang was pushy with you, and was inappropriate, or you didn't want something, or he read your body language wrong, or whatever, then that's a general allegation that most people are yeah, sure, Wolfgang seems highly autistic and a bit pushy. Sure, that seems to come across in this drama and previous dramas or whatever. There's a pattern. But if, again, you're talking about having a response as a defense, and a defense for what? Because I don't know what would Wolfgang have to accuse you of?
Well, all of our items were in the Airbnb, so when we came down there, we had to communicate to Wolfgang. Well, Avalon was triggered by the situation. That will be explained in the response. But Avalon didn't want to speak, so of course, and this was after about 2.5 hours of us consulting, confiding with ourselves about what happened in the train station before we went back. So we went back, and I was packing up my stuff to just move out the Airbnb. Obviously, I couldn't stay there at the time. I don't have an ankle monitor, but that's besides the point. I basically recorded the situation because there was no way essentially to communicate to Wolfgang why we were going to leave, and essentially we didn't feel comfortable being around him. So I decided basically to just be transparent with how I felt about the situation. And to some degree, because he openly told me about the Anthrocon stuff, and he was trashing the people who were accusing him. This was a couple months ago. We initially got into contact after the allegations to do with I forgot his name, DA Games.
No,
But
this is not really what. So Beckett is asking.
yeah, I know.
Even if Internet Jason's going to drop his document, why drop yours as well? What's the purpose for that? What's the motivation?
Oh, okay. So you're saying
We don't need
why
to know
did
when
I?
you first met the guy.
Okay, so you're saying
Yeah.
why did I respond with a response document after his?
Yeah.
Because he was essentially going to push this around, and I was being told by commentary YouTubers that I need to make a response, and that if I didn't respond, I'd be seen as a liar who pushes forward false accusations. But the problem in this situation would be the fact that it's kind of a doomed if I do, doomed if I don't situation. And I have a lot of A-loggers who would be spreading this around regardless.
And also that document as well had information about the GoFundMe, which at the time I didn't see a problem with until I had to have stern talking to from a lot of my mutuals about it. But the contents of those documents would have been like spoken about regardless and spread, and I felt the need to effectively respond to it to get, obviously to Himbleton in time.
Yeah, and I do want to say, I think there was a lot of paranoia of people that weren't communicating directly with anyone, and people felt very because like it was one group versus another guy just talking to a lot of people. And for that side, I totally agree. One thing that I saw a screenshot of that came off, and personally, why like I don't know you, Parlo, at all. I don't have any like hate or love toward you. I don't know. But as I saw this screenshot, and I just wanted to bring it up. Like, why is this the energy we were having on the 27th? Presumably, I don't know if that's the exact date. 11/27.
Because he was going around spreading allegations that I was a predator, despite him defending me for those exact same instances, because he was being extremely disingenuous in his video. He was also, like, as well, consistently insulting me in a video which he should have utilized to respond to serious allegations. And then even worse, he threatened litigation on Avalon and openly lied that he didn't inappropriately engage with Avalon while he was 17, and then tried to use like my situation to deflect away from what he did, despite me and Avalon having a 2-year age gap and that being virtually inconsequential and no problem with that whatsoever. And despite the fact that I never inappropriately engaged with Avalon under any circumstances when he was 16, 17, etc., unlike Wolfgang himself. So
Okay, so to be clear, because I guess chat can't see the screenshot right now. This is from the 26th of November, 2025. This
Yeah.
is stuff that has been talked about well after all of these documents have dropped. I guess what's your point here,
But this,
Jerry?
oh, my point was just, I just wanted to, because like the energy I was getting, and I feel like this can be resolved very deeply, because like I feel like both parties have, I mean, mainly I see Parlo's side generally more, and I understand why they feel the way they do. But equally speaking, I feel like the energy and the comments made just I didn't personally feel like that is a very appropriate way of going about talking about serious allegations and such. Mainly coming from the idea of I feel like we can just wrap this up mutually, and I don't know what Wolf's doing on his end. I mean, I don't think he's going to be returning to YouTube immediately at all.
So is it?
I don't know
So
what
is Wolfgang done? Is this just like it's over? No more. The channel's past.
I
Well,
honestly
well.
couldn't
We've
say.
got updates from just a few minutes ago. Wolfgang's Discord username is no longer "Leave me the fuck alone." It's now working on something.
yeah, from what I was told, he's active. He's invisible on Discord, but his Steam profile's active, and it's very obvious he's monitoring the stream.
Well, yeah, he's banning a lot
Yeah,
of people,
no,
and I
he-
mean, again,
I
this
would
is part of the
say
problem. It's
that,
like
that is what it makes it like, and I would even say this because I know the guys watching. Don't fucking ban people and hide shit. It's already out there. There's like it makes him look worse when he does stuff like that.
Oh
But
yeah,
this
that's
is the
the point I
problem.
was
Like,
gonna
I'm
raise as
sat here,
well.
obviously berating Parlo for some of this shit because so much of this doesn't
Yeah.
make any fucking sense. The problem is that like the gene is so deep in fucking internet adjacent that it's just like there's a very different criticism here. I'm not talking about internet adjacent like potentially being like a creep or anyone else. It's more the fact that it's like, well, this is just an insane way for frankly anyone on the internet to behave, but particularly somebody who wants to be a commentator. You're like
Well, I
you're
don't know,
you're
Beckett.
becoming the thing that you're.
Oh.
You know, this is Bo Blacksian. This may be worse than Bo Blacks actually.
This is worse than Bo Blacksian. This is worse than Bo Blacksian.
Yeah.
As soon as people are talking about him interacting with minors in his Discord, sending fucking porn, I can currently see on my screen, right in front of my peepers, there seems to be a dragon dinosaur lady.
Oh,
with her
there's a lot
fucking
more
tits
than
and
that.
bunghole out, and he's sending it into his fucking Discord server in February of 2024.
Wait,
And then
hold
as
on.
I
Who
get
is?
sent
Wait,
that-
is
That's internet adjacent.
Jasona Facts?
Yeah, that's Cabia. That's Jason effects.
I can send more screenshots in the group chat. Obviously, it's from Vexim's video, so it's censored.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you
Okay,
can.
so
So,
And I would
okay.
say, so
hold
just
on.
for context, I'm
Because
not defending it. I think
just as soon as people start looking into that, as soon as I start getting sent that, suddenly I also get sent this. So many people got banned in the last 10 minutes that most people think that the server has got nuked right now. The server's not deleted. FYI, the server has not been deleted. Internet Jason has not deleted his server. However, I can see Yen was banned, Dickers was banned, Burn the World was banned, Clover Cutie was banned, Avalon was banned. Crypt
No,
FFX
Avalon
was
and Crypt
banned,
left.
which
Avalon and Crypt.
means... Wait, really?
yeah.
Yeah, they left. From what I see in this screenshot, they left on their own volition. Avalon
Okay.
left. Oh, never mind. Never mind. They were banned. They were banned.
So far as
Sorry about that.
I'm aware, okay, there are 3 people as of today who are moderators in this server. One is Internet Adjacent, one is Crypt, who's just been banned, and then another one is Jerry.
I'm
So
not
who's doing this,
I'll,
mate?
I'll screen share right now and show I don't have mod terms.
Do you not
I-
have the fellas role?
That's not a moderator role, so just like anyone on this thing. Like,
Oh, I just want to state as well in the Oktoberfest group
'cause,
chat.
like I can't ban people or anything. I can't delete messages.
So
the only thing it
who are the
is-
mods? Is Internet Adjacent the only one with mod roles?
Owner roles.
Wait, go back to your profile real quick.
Yeah, I just have the fellas role. And if I even try to like delete a message or ban, I just literally can't.
So you're saying the only one that makes sense because Internet Adjacent was talking about personally banning minors from his Discord just a week ago after getting called out for it for the 50th
Well, what that
time.
was someone went through, got all the alleged minors because there was obviously a lot of people going through finding that, listing that, and then they provided the list of minors to Wolf. And my impression, what I was told, was they were just all banned on the spot. I think. Could be wrong
Okay,
on
but
that.
what I'm
Wait,
talking
hold
about
on,
is
hold on.
Internet
So-
Adjacent is the only person here who has a moderator role on that Discord to be able to ban people. So he is personally going through and doing a mass purge of anybody who's not, I guess, from his community, so that other people can't stop looking through this Discord.
I mean, hold on.
But other people can't start, rather.
So,
Well, the thing about that is, the logs are out there. Like I'm sure somebody already has like a disc download.
yeah, I'd be very
Oh my-
surprised if somebody hasn't
you
done
see
that.
it,
I'm
because,
about
like-
to, I'm
So-
about to drop like a shit ton of screenshots. Just give me a minute.
Yeah. And it's like, on one hand, I've known the guy for a while. On the other hand, it's very difficult to defend stuff like this. And this is the type of stuff that I'm trying to get bro to stop doing. All due respect. 'Cause
I
it's
don't
like,
think you can.
Yeah,
He's
he's
got a
got the
fucking
gene.
lead.
He's got the gene. I'm sorry. He's just like.
it is. I mean, like, I look. I don't know. I don't like.
Do I add him to the group? It feels
Does he
I
want to
don't-
join?
he'll
Does he want
Actually,
to join?
yeah.
Like, if he wants to join, I'll have him on. It would be unfair not to, but I'm also not. I will never pressure anybody to get in a call with me. I don't work that way. But if he wants to join, if he wants to talk, and he's watching, he might as fucking well at this point.
Okay,
it says he's working
I'm
on
dumping
something,
like
you
a.
know? Oh my god.
That's from Vexium Swift's video. That's funny.
That's oh my god. There's so many fucking screenshots. Holy shit.
There's a lot more. There's like a lot more. I don't. The cropping's just
Yeah, that's
fucking
what I was going to say.
stupid as
Why
hell.
is it okay? So why is he only banning minors now? Like, Jerry, you just said that he's recently started banning minors. Why didn't he start banning minors a while ago?
I'm trying to think because I'm pretty sure.
Other than the fact that his channel
The
manager was
point-
one.
Yeah. Well, he didn't ban him now. My impression was that it was done like a week ago. Like all the minors were banned a week ago. I could be wrong. I didn't check that. That's just what I was told. Was that
I mean,
there
that's
was a
what I said
list-
like 5 seconds ago, but I
Yeah.
think it was actually like 4 days ago. So when he came onto my stream, there's a whole conversation towards the end of the stream where we start talking about, oh, I've heard this allegation that you've got minors in your Discord server. He says, no, I've got an 18 plus rule in my Discord. I go and check the rules. There is no such rule. I go and check through 17, 16, 17, 15. A lot of his fucking server miners, a lot of his server members have the fact
Yeah.
that they are a miner in their
reason-
fucking profile picture. Now,
Like,
or in their
so-
description. Now, Himpleton, I'll say, well, actually, no, it's not Himpleton, because he forwarded the message. So people are starting to look into Internet Adjacent server. I don't know if this gets back to Internet Adjacent, but the day
Yeah.
after, I get sent 10 profiles of people who are advertising the fact that they're a miner in their bio. The day after I get sent those screenshots, suddenly Wolfgang is complaining about the fact he's got to ban all of these miners.
Yeah. The
And that was
reason
about
the
4 days
server was
ago.
originally 18 plus is literally back to Vexium Swift, which on topic. We basically called him out because we had a rule against suggestive shit because there were minors. And then he basically threw a bitch fit. And this was back when Wolf was friends with him. They basically complained to the mod team. I forget, like maybe there's some double standard or something like that he was calling out. And at that time, Vexium Swift basically was pissed off and made them change the server to 18 plus. Nobody really cared about that at the time. So it's very possible. I don't if they're new accounts, I don't know how to answer for that at all. But if they were from
So,
like over 2 years ago, they could have just been in the server and no one really cared to kick them.
I think a lot of these people were new, but in any case, you then had a situation where there was an 18 plus rule and a rule against suggestive content, and then at some point in the future, there is now a no minors in the server allowed rule. That rule gets thrown out. It's not even in the fucking rule page. And
Did
then
it get
somewhere
thrown?
along the line, Wolfgang
that's
himself
crazy.
starts sending dinosaur porn into the general chat.
I've got proof of him directly messaging a 16-year-old who made their age known about OnlyFans.
What do you mean messaging them about OnlyFans? Please expand. And also for that claim,
Openly in the Discord. Openly in a Discord channel a day after the miner made their age known in general chat.
Okay, but is he okay? Can you send me that, please?
I've dumped it all in the group chat.
It's in the
Okay,
group chat.
so hold on a second. So
Yeah.
which one is this? This is a
If you go to the top before the dragon,
top before the
Jesus
dragon.
Christ.
Holy fuck, what a comment.
Wolfgang says, I'm going to start an OnlyFans and post every NSFW commission I get on it. This person says, bruh, no. Nuh-uh. Sorry, man. I'm going to have to put my foot down. I'm telling you no. And then later on, is this on the same day? I know this is the day before. This guy says, I'm a little hypocritical because it's 2:30 a.m. for me. But it's a Sunday. I get to indulge. And I'm 16. I have no responsibilities. You do.
Was he
Now,
directly
who was he talking to
responding?
in that screenshot,
Yeah,
Parlo?
was he responding to Wolfgang?
Open conversation in the general chat in front of them.
Okay, because
But from what I can discern from the screenshot, it doesn't look like a direct message to them because the context cropped out above.
okay, because the problem is, like, when you want with allegations like this, it's like, look, lots of stuff is said in my fucking Discord. Now, I probably got more of an excuse than most because I barely ever fucking post in it. But if someone came to me and said, this was said in your Discord, there is a 99% chance I will never have seen whatever they're talking about. In fact, this happened recently with somebody trying to, like, get an own on me and being like, oh, this is in your Discord. I have fucking no knowledge of it. So it's like you kind of need the evidence there of Wolfgang acknowledging a minor in his Discord, and also kind of acknowledging that that's the person he's having a conversation with. Because again, these are fairly serious accusations, right?
Oh my god, I'm in the message.
I've given you a timestamp
about
that
me.
you can watch over. It's Vexium explaining the situation more cohesively for about 3 minutes.
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw this up on stream. Oh my god, this video is so long. Right, okay. So I'm just going to throw this up on stream, for stream. You guys are going to have to watch through stream because I'm not going to share it.
Yeah. But also say that video was scripted. He had people on payroll to make that video.
Jesus Christ, okay.
Yeah.
33.
So I would say, like, and even in that, he overtly admits to being into, like, drawn animal porn.
Yeah,
And
I'm sure this guy's a freak as
it's
well.
terrible.
That's fine. It seems to be the theme. Okay, cool.
Oh.
Let me play this 3 minutes, okay?
You took down your videos on them, or at least unlisted them after tweets like these came out. But boy, I wish I would have set you up with some random trans girl. Bit strange for you to be talking about that in your... I'm just gonna let Jerry explain what that server's filled with.
In a server full of miners, Wolfgang server.
Good that you're using prep and you're telling everyone in your server, regardless of their ages.
So again, like Jerry, you acknowledge in this video like that it's like full of. I mean,
Oh, yeah,
that seems very
back
clip
then-
chimped, but
Because back then the server was 16 plus. So I mean, the thing is the timings are very important because a lot of these screenshots were after the server was made, quote 18 plus. And I'm also not I'm not saying, because I don't think the proper procedures were not taken to remove minors at all. I would also say a lot of the time with those screenshots, it was just talking. Sometimes with some of them it's bad, but like other ones, it's just like, oh, this drama happened. Like the last one he posted, like a random guy made art, gay furry art with Wolf, like that he was calling out. A dude he was calling out made gay furry art with him, and he was just like pissed off about it. Like a lot of, and I do think it should have been handled completely differently. But it's not like he's just posting porn for the sake of porn. Most of them are, this is YouTube drama, this is furry drama, whatever. Like with the one with the Kabir, that's a dude talking about his the abortion one. Yeah, about how they lost their baby and then they post porn under it.
okay.
So it's like a lot of it isn't. It's not like he's posting porn to like do gooner shit too. Most of the time, or if not all.
Most of the time. Okay, cool. It's an important proviso.
I don't want to overstate.
Yeah, no,
things
sure. Like, listen,
and then be wrong.
listen. No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Okay, look, we're gonna keep playing this.
About it.
He was getting pressed because people weren't okay with him posting his videos, which had crop porn. Like, this was his videos.
Oh, well, I guess if this is what you consider cropped corn, it wasn't at the time, by the way, Jerry. Does that mean that Wolfgang posting actual corn artwork in the multiple text channels that Zillow, who was a minor and an admin at the time of recording this, who's had access to this for years, is in the right for posting that kind of stuff instead? Like, I was just posting my YouTube links in the self-promo section. But, you know, my bad. I guess I didn't read the rules on no corn despite suggestive stuff being allowed, or missed the multiple times that this public server has suddenly switched from 18 plus no minors to 16 plus no corn over the years. Yet there's at least Crypt, FFX, and Zillow in that server who are both believed to be minors, as they both stated that there were 16 in my video back on April 2024. But Crypt was a minor in fact during that time. And Zillow seems to have a higher role than you, Jerry, by the looks of it, which is kinda interesting. Yet from my knowledge, there's never been any ID verification implemented on that server, and even the server members have expressed concern and confusion. But you know, my bad for posting my YouTube video links at the time. My point here is, if one of my staff members can easily find 18 plus artwork posted by Wolfgang within a few minutes, and the channels themselves don't have any age gating on them either, and with the fact that Zillow is in that server currently, at the time of recording this, and if Wolfgang has claimed multiple times that there's no minors in that server at the time of recording this, then why did Wolfgang ever criticize me before when he arguably hasn't made any changes?
So, okay. So you can't really argue that there's no minors when two of the mods are minors.
No, they're 100% were.
And Wolfgang is posting pornography, or furry pornography, to a Discord where he knows his mods are minors, right?
Yeah, no.
Okay. Dickers, thoughts? He's just muted himself and run the fuck away? I can't.
He's speechless. Yeah, that's.
I just want to add it comes as no surprise that he purged his server, considering the fact that he also deleted DMs of his sexual messages to Avalon when they were 17, and also kicked me and Avalon out of the Oktoberfest group chat, which is very interesting as well. He hides and obfuscates evidence, and as Jerry actually states, and this was written in my script, IA consistently lies, and he's like pyrocynical. Unless you confront him with evidence on the contrary, he will continue lying, and he will only start to slowly concede when you actually have evidence against him.
Yeah.
I think Internet Adjacent could still come back from this. I think if he joins, I think if he joins the call, okay, he can nip this drama in the bud. He can be over and done with it. That's my opinion.
I mean,
I've literally
okay,
been
so
saying that for the last 5 days to him.
I'll be
Yeah,
honest. Part of
Jerry
the
agrees with
problem
me.
is that all of this looks really
Very
fucking bizarre as behavior. Where you're like, and again, if some of it comes down to like commentary stuff, I don't know whether this is acceptable in the furry community. I'd certainly say not. It's interesting as well when we're talking about mods being underage, because it brings me back to the Chris Tyson drama. Because this is the same shit as the Chris Tyson drama. It's like Tyson had these mods who were underage and a load of pornography posted in his Discord. So like it's not totally crazy. Again, I want to be clear. I'm not leveling any accusations against Wolfgang because I'm just seeing basically all of this for the first time. It does look pretty bad to have that in your fucking Discord, and it looks like, you don't have the excuse of, oh well, my mods weren't doing their job, or I'm not like there. He is actively interacting with this shit and posting it. So, yeah, it's not good. Basically, is kind of how I'd put it.
Yeah.
I don't know why the Discord just hasn't been nuked. I don't know why you just start banning people from it. That just seems fucking weird. Give me a second. I need to respond to somebody.
It doesn't matter if it's been nuked, to be fair, because I know for a fact there's people who've fucking archived all of this stuff weeks ago. Literally sat for like 3 hours archiving all the fucking logs. So
Also,
nuking it at this point wouldn't really save anything.
Y'all can just use disk scrub and then just do a server down. It takes like 2 minutes. Then you have a hard, verifiable log of everything.
Are you trying to subtly communicate directly to Internet Adjacent right now on stream?
No, I'm saying you can download Discord servers using disk scrub. You don't have to like screenshot it. You could just like like you said, you spent hours going through it. You can just like disk scrub, get everything.
Oh no! Even with if you want to download all the images as well, this is like fucking I don't know, gigabytes of information you have to fucking archive. So yeah.
I mean, it's true. Yeah, and it needs. I mean, again, like if you've got nothing to hide in that Discord, let people into it. It's all I can really say, realistically speaking.
Like the thing is, right, and I'd go back with Vexium. This guy's like he literally sits recording VCs 24/7. All right, he has every log, and I'm pretty sure if it's a bad thing, Vexium would have it. And I'm not defending. This looks really fucking bad. So I feel like, is there anything that came up recently that wasn't on Vexium's video that was predated? I'd be surprised if there was.
Well, I don't know because I can't see the Discord. Not that I joined in the first place, but
yeah, no, and equally speaking, I'm pretty sure the server has literally been wiped since what? There was some date that messages just stopped. So.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Really? What's that date? Because I know it's created in 2023.
No, that was off topic. Off topic, it was 7/28, but see self promo has like older stuff from 2024. But I do agree. I think the best thing that IJ could do is just like not ban people. I mean, honestly, the best thing to do would just be deleting the whole server, not to hide shit, but because there's no reason he should have a Discord server.
Well, I mean, at this point, isn't he done?
Yeah, so like it's very flip floppy.
Also, I've just been told, and again, I'm just reiterating because everyone's fucking DMing me. As a heads up, minors who were kicked, not banned, because some came back in. So that it wasn't like apparently the moderation wasn't even that hard.
Why would we right click kick instead of right click ban? That is.
I don't know. Maybe he's retarded. All the evidence would suggest so. I don't.
I've just tried to get back in, and he managed to hit the fucking ban button when he fingered over my fucking profile.
Fingered over your profile, really? Okay, buddy.
Okay, maybe.
Okay, buddy.
Listen, Paulo and I are both victims of this man, Becca. I'd prefer if he didn't make jokes about it.
Dude.
No. All right. Jesus Christ.
Okay. Right. So, Parlo, your plan is to release a video on Internet Adjacent, trying to basically leveling you. I mean, I'll say this. I hope that whatever you have is pretty fucking ironclad, and well thought out. Because, again, if you release anything that's not, and where are you even going to release this?
So the Parlo Gaming channel, there's obviously things I can do where the channel isn't managed by me, but I can still upload as like the face of it, but not the manager behind it in that sense. In order for me to get my main channel back, I have to pursue civil litigation on the person who caused me like 5-figure damages. That will take at least until 2026. But
What actually happened with that?
yeah.
Because I heard somebody uploaded porn to your account or something like that.
Yeah, so this guy who's backed by like big Roblox channels used
Roblox.
him
Jesus Christ.
as a proxy to upload pornographic unlisted videos to my channel, in which they all mass reported the links and got it taken down. And from what I've seen, the person who uploaded this content actually uploaded porn of themselves onto my channel.
Okay.
So
Okay.
yeah.
Well, I've got you here, I guess. Let's just talk briefly about your actual encounters with IE. So you were speaking to this guy for months. Those conversations seemed pretty sexual in nature. You paid for this guy to fly out, and then changed your mind essentially when you met him. I suppose I also have the like basic thing of like, if you were like not interested at all, why didn't you just sort of like ignore him while he was there? Or was it like this an integral part of you hanging out? Because you know there's people like Samuel and stuff who are also messaging about meeting up.
So with the messages leading up to when I saw him, I think they're pretty redundant in the sense that you know, consent can change from a case by case scenario.
Sure, like again,
days
I'm
yeah.
not arguing different. I'm just asking why.
Yeah.
Like, but you were still going to a place. You were still going to his Airbnb regularly. You were still trying to hang out with him and things. And you could see. I mean, Avalon said, "Well, this is pushy and weird, and I'm gonna check out." So why didn't you check out at the same time?
It wasn't just Avalon who was present. It was also Spa and Crypt. And Avalon can attest to instances where I didn't reciprocate. And he would leave when he got triggered by like the scenarios where Internet Adjacent would continue to push and push and push and push. And there were instances as well where he was trying to come in to, you know, hug me when we were all out. Me, Avalon, Spa, Crypt, and I, you know, was disengaged. I moved away and things like that. So the shower situation, and in that recording, it was actually pivotal because I brought up how I didn't want to go into the shower with him, and he doesn't even deny that in the recording. Instead, all he says is, "I'm sorry." I find that very interesting to bring up because then he completely changes this notion later on down the line. But there's a lot of situations that he's not fully transparent with at all. I mean, in his document as well, he brings up none of the chat exchanges on the Messenger app that we had, where he would bring up the prospect of like engaging sexually, and I either just aired him, completely changed the topic of conversation, or was just like completely disengaged from it all.
Yeah, sure. I mean, again, I don't think anyone here is saying that he doesn't seem pushy or like failure to read body language, all this other stuff. Sure. What I'm asking is like, if other people are finding this awkward and leave, like Avalon leaves, why didn't you just leave with Avalon or leave with other people, or why did you keep coming back to the Airbnb?
Because I didn't know Avalon was leaving abruptly for that reason. It was only until I confided with him on the 13th after the situation. Because as soon as we got out the shower, Avalon had come back and then went out again. Then I started to have like a breakdown, wondering what was happening. Then I went out. Avalon was by the train station, and we spoke and talked about the situation for a period of time, and then we came back.
Right.
I didn't know that he was having a problem with all of this, but Avalon was there present watching most of the time. I do find it interesting as well that Internet Adjacent describes the place we were at as the Chicago of London, because he was the same person who like told Avalon to basically piss off, like in two separate occasions. And yeah, I mean the place stunk like weed, and there was two situations I believe where like people were trying to instigate a fight with Avalon or getting like really confrontational when he was outside. But yeah,
Okay. Just as
I
a
find it
quick,
very interesting.
just as a quick random thing, just because I've got it in front of me. For those of you wondering about Malcolm's stance, I actually did DM with Malcolm a little while ago about some of this stuff. But his stance on Internet Adjacent is he can go fuck himself because he lied to Malcolm's face when he was asked about Avalon. I think about some other things, and he's happy to share that. So Malcolm's not on the Internet Adjacent train either. So for those of you curious, but okay, okay, Parlo, at this point, with everything else that's going on in your life, I mean, are you like the last I heard you were sort of like doing a GoFundMe and you were like homeless or some shit? Is that your current situation?
It got a little worse than that. I'll explain the full context in my video. I'm not sure that I'm not sure people are too interested in stream listening to the entire ordeal, but there's a lot of misinformation that was spread about me apparently using the funds on the trip. That wasn't true, but still, it was pretty fucking stupid of me to not be transparent with, because the problem here was that I was already doing bad financially. And I cucked myself even more with spending the plane ticket, which was already in like an immense amount of money. So it only made matters worse. And I can see why that pisses off people, because I'm not giving myself any favors here. A lot of it is, as my close friend said as well, completely on fucking me as well. A lot of this shit could have easily been avoided. But again, the reason why this was so rushed was because I was hesitant at first to get the plane ticket this early, but there was a window of opportunity. And the plane ticket price got like exponentially higher the closer and closer and closer we got. And I mean, yeah, I was being threatened by like my close family that like horrible things are going to happen regardless of my innocence. Um, I just want to confirm as well, there was talks about this. The charges had nothing to do with CSAM. They had my devices for now almost 3 months. I obviously don't have that content, and if I did, they would have already, come in and reprimanded me. The claim was to do with the dupe situation, but everyone knows that dupe admitted to catfishing and lying on numerous occasions, forged legal identification records of their date of birth on Darkspin, used fake images and things like that. Obviously, I was stupid. Now I always ID verify, but that I'm dealing with like the police situation with that right now, because there was a report made against me that apparently I knew all along, and that they never lied about their age. So of course the police, took action on that, not knowing the full
Yeah,
context.
sure. And like with stuff like that, it's best handled by the police, and that
Yeah.
seems to be what I've heard about it anyway. Again, I'm not sat here accusing you of being a pedophile, Parlo. Okay. Right. Dickers, anything else?
I can't think of anything.
I want
No, I don't think
to
so.
go back just to Jerry for a bit and talking about this fucking channel, because I'm personally interested in sort of the shit show of management here. I mean, Jerry, so at the moment, are you producing content for the Internet Adjacent channel? Is that like...
No. So my main thing, I'm waiting, because what I've been telling him since like literally the entire situation is just not to engage, start making videos again, which is what he should do, in my personal opinion. And I don't want to take over the channel, and then in like 2 months he's like, okay, I'm gonna come back. because then that's just like, what's the point of me taking over the channel? Is I'm in a position where I am pretty much the only person, because I've produced content. I'm a video editor, media producer, so I know how to make content, right? I'm the only person that knows the guy that is in any way willing to like engage with him on a content creation level. Like the previous 2 videos were produced by me. But I don't want to take over the channel unless I'm literally taking over the channel, if that makes sense. So
Are you
I'm
getting paid for
waiting.
this work?
Yeah, I get a percentage of the ad rev.
You're getting a percentage right now, but you're the only one uploading to the channel, and you're doing all the work for the videos.
I haven't uploaded. So there were 2 videos, right? That was pretty much the concept was originally you're gonna upload for like a month, for like 2 weeks or something like that, something minute. He's gonna make his response video and then he's gonna come back, right? And then that got shifted to we are going to make this response, and then I'm still gonna be the face of the channel for a little bit, and then Wolf's gonna come back. And then stuff kind of exploded on the back end to where there's no definite point when Wolf is going to return or if he is going to. And it's like I'm trying to work out and figure out, because I'm not going to just take over the channel unless I'm taking the channel, if that makes sense. Like
Yeah.
with a contract or whatever business needs. Mainly because if I take the face of the channel and then in 2 months it changes back, you see where I'm standing there?
Well, I mean, I'd argue
I feel like
go on, Dickers.
Go on. Well, I feel like he is internet adjacent, right?
Yeah.
I don't think you can like very easily just take over the brand. And I don't think internet adjacent is just going to give over the channel to you, because the vibe that I get from you is seemingly this guy's not been communicating with you for like days now, possibly bordering on weeks.
No,
Doesn't
I was
sound
in
like
a
you
call
guys
with
have got a
him,
very
like,
strong working relationship.
No.
Sorry.
It's just because we've been meaning to sit in a call. I work 40 hours a week, and he also works a full-time job. Our schedules collide where like I want to sit down in a call for like 2 hours and just hash out a contract or figure something out. That hasn't taken place. We've still been talking behind the scenes, but it's just like the amount. Like I want to figure out exactly a hard we can adhere to this plan. And my main concept is if he wants to ever come back, he should do it right now. And just there's no point in waiting, really. Or if he's not going to return, which is something that is considered, I could find a contract and write up something to where he'd give me the actual channel, not just like not YouTube manager.
I mean,
something like that.
so I'd say
like transfer channel ownership.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah.
say that's kind of pointless. Because like, look, if you have the sub numbers there, that's fine, but they've subbed to Wolfgang, not to you.
Well, I'd
And-
say like,
And
like
you've
I
got
said,
sort
like,
of
I'm
like the tarnish. Like, I don't see how that would benefit you, if I'm honest, because it's just like the brand is so fucking tarnished that it's like,
well, I
okay,
would
cool. And
say, because like I'm a content creator, right? Like I have like a $2,500 camera setup and stuff. Like I can produce high quality content. And factually, because I'm interested in doing YouTube, I'm just not gonna start with a 0 sub channel. So my logic would be, okay, I can produce content under a channel that already is already monetized.
why
already has all
wouldn't
this.
you start on a 0 sub channel if you're making content and you're just like putting it out there? Like, why wouldn't you do it on a 0 sub channel? Why?
I don't know. I mean that is a fair point. I just more see the opportunity, and I know my skill set because I work and I do more professional like non-YouTube content for companies and such. Not big companies, just like local businesses and such. But I just would not see the value proposition behind a 0, like the amount.
I mean,
of time
this is a bit meta, but like having a high sub channel for a particular creator and then transferring it over to somebody else, you're actually probably hurting yourself more, because we're not talking about a giant channel. We're talking one that's like what is it, like 17k subs. So if you're not getting that returning viewership because you're not internet adjacent and because of the additional context of this drama, that's actually just going to massively hurt you. I mean, like, that just hurts the channel, because it's just that you just get that bleed of viewers. It ultimately would do more damage to you. Whereas if you've got a 0 sub channel, and then let's say off the back of this drama, you're promoting that channel. That would be a better way to sort of like build yourself, actually, because you're like, oh, I was friends with Wolfgang and I was involved in this drama and I made a video on it, and then that's your first video. That's like,
Yeah,
because I'll be honest with you, a lot of YouTube is not about video quality. That's why flop channels get so much viewership. It's not because it's high effort. It's people doing fucking gameplay videos. I mean, Wolfgang's stuff's not exactly high effort.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is when I'm taking over, the concept was I make basically the exact same content he does. But I realize it's the same thing, but objectively worse with a different voice over it when I do. Because I'm not as good at making the type of slop content that Wolf produces. I don't have the tack and all that. So there would really be no real value of that. And like you said, I mean, I just run it more as an experiment. Just I don't know how truly bad the views would be comparatively.
Well, a lot of it's like huge amount of this returning viewership. It's why streaming on shorts fucks your channel, because you'll get like huge viewership from shorts with no returning viewers.
Yeah.
And that's like does a lot of damage. So, again, there's a load of people who do like algorithm play to work stuff out. I've done it with this channel as well.
No, I completely.
So-
I don't know anything about YouTube. I mainly just know content creation and such.
Yeah. So I mean, what I'd say about Wolfgang returning is, I think part of the problem he has now is, like, if he was I don't know, a fucking gaming channel, or God, what else? Like a fucking fashion channel, or if he talked about femboys, maybe. But as a commentary channel, to have a drama like this, where you're like banning people, running your responses that you've had, you've lied to other content creators to their face, even about minor stuff, which again makes it harder to believe the bigger stuff. You're kind of a bit fucked. And like right now, well, I'm not pushing Wolfgang to come on straight. Like, chat certainly is. Dickers has made illusions. You've made illusions.
I definitely am.
You know, if you can't show up, you can't really criticize other things. And it's that other thing of, you know, he made this video on Tactical Templar. He's made stuff on Bernie Fandom. He's made stuff on, like, you know, other people who I've covered. And it's like, well, all those people you've kind of had those shots at then get an easy win on you as a commentator. So those little pushes that you've had all the time, you're kind of fucked for if you want to come back.
Criticize Razgs for being into dogcock as well. In hindsight.
What?
I don't know what it is about people, like, everyone who makes videos.
He criticized
on
Rags for being into like fucking furry stuff, no? Being into dogcocks?
Not.
Yeah, he did. He went over. He did a Rags hit piece, which was an interesting choice. But yeah, I don't.
I think the thing is, though, is commentary, like, wrong. I don't know. It's slop content based on relevant topics, I suppose. So I feel like, in the sense of, like, if he just got his shit together and responded correctly, he could come back. Will that happen? I don't know.
If you're
how can he respond correctly?
What'd you say?
How can he respond correctly?
In the sense of just taking accountability for what he did wrong, and then just continuing to produce content. Because a lot of his media, like, and just from browsing his channel, it's not exactly very it's not like it's his opinion is very out there with most people in most cases. From what I've seen, it seems to just be whatever's relevant as far as commentary goes.
Okay, so again, just talking about the way commentary works on YouTube, it's twofold. It is topic based, that's true, but usually if you get a burst on a topic, the minute you move off that topic, you're going to die. This is what happened to a lot of people covering Onision. It's what happened with people covering Mr. Beast. There are very few survivors of that. I think Quinthio is probably the only commentator who managed to survive out of the Mr. Beast content. Or the anti-Mr. Beast content along dog pack lines. But the other thing is, a lot of this is networking. Huge amounts of it are networking.
Oh, 100%.
You know, because you need that positive press. If you're shut out as a commentator, and you get blacklisted, it does huge amounts of fucking damage to you. It's actually, like, the network is very important from that perspective. Especially with what, we are small commentary. If you're a big commentator, if you're like someone like Umperville, then it doesn't really matter. If you're like a Coffee and Cults, for example, it doesn't really matter because you're massive, you have your own audience. But a lot of this is shared audience that's going to be picked up throughout the drama. So like if he's done a video on Tactical Templar or like Bonk, I'm just picking those off the top of my head because I've seen them just 2 seconds ago. But they're both things that I've covered. So they're people like in my audience, in Queeman's audience, in Dicker's audience, who have all seen that particular content and will more than likely have watched Internet Adjacent's videos on them. Well, if Internet Adjacent comes back, those viewers are not going to return to him because of just what's happening now. So all that crossover begins to die. And then also if he comes back and makes content, this is the Lewis McClung thing, and he makes a single bad video, it's not just commentator we know of made a bad video, it's the crazy fucking lol cow who was involved in like all this furry drama shit, has made a bad video, that's fucking content, we get a drama cycle out of it. So you become like increasingly fucked. It's like diminishing returns, like top to bottom.
Oh, I do agree. Equally though, I feel like there's topics that kind of bridge media and commentary that could work with just like bigger, larger scale shit. Equally speaking, I totally do agree. I don't know if he's gonna retire. I don't know what's gonna happen with that. I think no matter whatever way the guy's gonna go, I think he has to figure that out as soon as possible and commit to something. And equally speaking, with certain things like the legal stuff, that needs to just not be a thing. We don't need to sue people over allegations, right?
Well, I mean, again, what's he gonna sue somebody over? Like,
well, technically, you can sue anyone for any reason.
He's trying to. Well, Avalon's in the UK, isn't he?
Yeah, so then it'd be
an international defamation.
It was going to be for
lawsuit.
breach of lawsuit, or sorry, breach of contract. That was what he was going with, apparently.
Yeah,
I would say there were contracts.
A contract typed out in a Discord message.
No. They had legally, like I've seen signed contracts through the managers and all that.
I mean, what was the breach of contract?
I literally just don't know. I feel like that's something he should make clear when he's talking about suing people, and I think it should be something that's made over. Because when it comes to breach of contract, it's very rarely a gray area thing. It's usually this line, this word says you did wrong legally, I can now sue you, right? So I feel like
that's under all lawsuits would be pretty easy, right? Because you just go, this law, look at the text. You violated this, right?
But with contracts, I feel like it's a lot more straightforward because, I mean, like I've seen them. They're like 2-page contracts. It's not like any crazy like 40-page with like interpreted. It's very straightforward stuff. If there's any breach there, I feel like it'd be very simple.
When was this signed?
For the guy to just, I don't even know what contract. I just know that there are contracts.
Well, I mean, because the question I'd ask is, Avalon's been his channel manager for a significant period of time, and if Avalon signed those contracts while under the age of 18, I don't know if they'd be
No. There's another person that is above them in the channel hierarchy who is over 18. That is, so technically Avalon is the co-owner, and there's another person above him, that manages a lot of legal stuff. I don't know if there even is a breach of contract though. So like, I would have to see like the specific contract and what's being alleged. Which the fact that we're talking about lawsuits and Wolf hasn't clarified that is something that I feel.
Wait, so you haven't seen the contract?
From what I'm being told, there's no contract involving Zillow or Avalon.
No. It's Artica. What the contracts with.
Okay, because a second ago I said that this was just like a slop contract, kind of drafted up on Discord. You said that wasn't true, but apparently it's only got 2 pages.
Well, no. What I'm saying is I have seen legally binding ones. I don't know what contract Wolf is referring to. Like I haven't even seen what he has claimed as far as the lawsuit or anything like that. I'm saying I've seen official looking signed like PDF contracts through the actual like owner of the business.
Well, I can't wait to get a Twitter DM with a cease and desist in it. That's why we ended up with getting a lawyer involved.
Well,
in
I
the
didn't
channel.
sign
Like,
any of them.
no,
I didn't sign
yeah,
any
no,
of them.
no, I know.
So,
Um,
I'm perfectly
okay.
good.
Fuck me.
But I don't know if that's what's being referred to. It could be exactly what Dick is just saying. It could be just a Discord, something like that, which wouldn't have as much legal basis. I know there are legal binding contracts that they have. How good they are, I can't say. I'm not a lawyer, but I have seen them.
Okay.
I equally, regardless, I don't think there should be a lawsuit over this type of situation.
Over internet
That,
drama.
that just makes Wolf look worse. Bringing that.
Well,
sort
yeah,
of
it is like
my
it's one of these crash courses in how not to handle a drama, like top to bottom, right?
But I would say, like, I have been trying to talk with him, and we're definitely trying to figure out the correct course. It's just very difficult.
What is he
then-
What is he working on right now? Because obviously you're involved with editing his videos. You're involved with his content. What have you guys talked about behind the scenes? He's changed his Discord name to working on something instead of leave me the fuck alone.
I literally just don't know. Like, I saw that when you did. I don't, because like I said, I don't know why he's banning people from the server. It's not like.
Well,
there's
look,
very
I'm
little-
happy. Listen, if Wolfgang wants to call in, I'm happy to remove basically everyone else from this call, and talk to him.
Yeah, and I would say like.
Because
Okay.
at this point, like I'd like to know what he's working on, and obviously we've talked a lot about him. I haven't accused him of being a rapist. I've openly said I think Parlo overrated his allegations, and I don't really understand why he released the document at all, or even wrote one. It doesn't really make any fucking sense to me, top to bottom. I think think it's fucking crazy. And Parlo, like straight up, I think you need to get a handle on your mental health, because this YouTube shit. And I said this. No, I don't like. One of the reasons I never covered you, like, I think last year, was I was just like, this is a guy who just needs to seriously get a fucking grip, and that doesn't seem to have changed to any degree. Because you are, I don't think I'm overblowing it when I say you are ruining your life, and while it makes good content, dude, just human to human, you need to get some fucking help, dude. If you can get money and stuff, I'd suggest, if you're not, get into some fucking therapy or something. This is not a sane way to behave. You know, it's bizarre, and it is year on year, man. Like, this is not the first time you've been in some weird sort of drama. This is continuous, right? Like, we're gonna be back here again in like 8 months with you.
Yeah. And I would say I do wish the best for both parties. I think a lot of it comes down to equal parts, neither party knowing how to respond, or because this could have been nipped in the bud, I feel, very easily if it was done in certain different ways. And I feel like the same about mental health applies to Wolf, because he definitely needs to get himself straightened out, because he is not doing okay as far as responding to this in a normal, sane way, like you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, I think what highlights with this drama in particular is it's so fucking bizarre as a spiral that I think chat's right when it's saying, why did any of this become public? It never needed to. You all got manipulated by fucking Himpleton. And like, again, very funny, but like, an absolutely fucking absurd way to live your lives. I know that a lot of you guys have your only relationships on Discord, and we're all terminally online, don't get me wrong. But this is
Well, that's the other thing, is this isn't even my main Discord account. Like, I have moved fully past this whole like that's why I haven't really been engaging, because like I have a 40-hour work week, I have a life, and this isn't even my main Discord. Like, this isn't my main thing personally. So it's very I'm trying to figure this out on one side, but equally for me in my life, it's on the back burner.
okay. Well, I mean, you've got
Yeah.
to see
I mean,
firsthand what
ironically-
content creator crash outs look like, I guess.
Yeah.
I think Wolfgang
Edification.
has handled this like really, really poorly. Obviously, the allegations are kind of blossoming, more and more coming up, kind of constantly. I genuinely would be interested in Internet Jason's response to all of this stuff, because I don't
Yeah.
think this extra stuff is like necessarily conclusive or bolted on.
Well, I feel like the older
I guess it
stuff
just
has a
depends on
lot
whether he
more-
wants to respond, right?
The older stuff is a lot more clear cut, at least with the screenshots. Like the Discord server stuff needed to be corrected then. It should have been. That's a mistake. and I think mistake. I think massive incompetency. It's just because like it's like I feel like he just didn't care or just didn't think to correct it. If that makes sense.
Well, I think it
I
was
don't
good.
think
I
he's-
think it's pretty obvious that he was just gooding on main and was into it. I don't I don't like
That's
I don't know why.
most of that was from like 2024. and
This
he
isn't
was
his first day
very
on the
different,
internet though, is it?
very
Like,
different.
you know.
No, 100%, 100%. I could just say like having known him over the period, he has personality changed as far as sexual stuff massively.
Okay, so
At least
what
as
do
far
you
as
what do you mean by
numbers
that?
go.
What do you mean by a personality change?
Like, bro, like after the whole first AC stuff, he became. I'm not gonna say asexual, but he was not. He was moving different back in the day.
Well, I
And he
mean,
was no longer
that
moving
seems to
different.
be rather contested by everything that's happened with Parlo. So I don't think those messages.
No, but I'm
cover...
saying but I say he was moving different back in the day. I mean, he was moving different back in the day. Like there was.
He was fucking dogs back in the day, Becca.
All right, that's crazy. I didn't say that. No, but like he definitely had a period where he was very like sexually uncomfortable with doing anything, and I think he kind of like that was after the situation. And I'm gonna be fully like really after not after AC, but I haven't really been talking with the whole friend group much in the last like 4 months. I can't say for recently at all, but previously it did seem like he had from I want to say trauma or just like lack of ability to handle the previous situation had become very not forward with those sorts of things, and I think you see it in the Discord server. Whereas like the down bad stuff kind of ended in 2025, at least publicly in the server. Um, and I would say like Vexium logged all of that in probably like if I had to guess, I would say sometime in like April or May. So it's not like he would have missed anything more recent. It just isn't there. Equally speaking, the old shit is not defendable, and I think it should have obviously never happened, especially with the stuff of like changing it from 18 plus to 16 plus to 8, like all that. No. But it's definitely
Well,
something that
Well, with my response, obviously, I'm obligated to respond because he's full of shit and completely lied in his video, and he still keeps it up to this day. I don't think any amount of apologizing would fix the damage he's done to his friends. I think it shows his true colors when he threw his friends under the bus, and I think it shows even more about his character when he threatened litigation, then attempted to sympathy bait when he blackened out his profile picture and left, and of course he lied and he's come crawling back again. I'm very certain what he's trying to promote is a preemptive second response video before I've even released mine, which, if that's the case, I'm just going to add on to my response video so he looks even worse if he really wants to go down that route. But yeah, a lot of misinformation's been spread, and I find it very funny that he's been as disingenuous as he has been by presenting me as a predator and attempting to make me...
Wait, how's he presented you as a predator?
He was going out of his way to bring up the police situation and stating that if he was a groomer for the Avalon situation, then I would be too, and it would add credence to the police situation I'm currently dealing with. I find it very funny that people also defaming me as a predator in chat, despite the fact that I'm 20 and Avalon is 18. And there is a 2-year age gap. I find that people have a very twisted perception of what predation actually is, if that's the standards they're going by.
Well, okay, but by brass tacks, right? I've been upfront with you. I do not care about the fucking predator allegations or any of the allegations involving internet adjacent and Avalon. The only thing I care about is maybe him sending his fucking dick pics and furry porn without anyone soliciting them. But other than that, I truly don't care. You're saying that it's fine for you in Avalon because it's a 2-year age gap. For Avalon and internet adjacent, it's only a 3-year.
3.5 year, and there's a much deeper dynamic.
No,
Wait,
hold on,
hang on. I'm being cut off without finishing. There's a much deeper dynamic between them because he was open to making sexual jokes consistently when he was still underage, and he did this also to other minors and had Avalon embedded in an environment where he was fully open to posting porn despite knowing that minors were being present in his Discord server.
Okay, but it wasn't having Avalon in an environment. Avalon was openly talking about his his open relationship, the fact that he had like multiple sex partners. This isn't grooming. Internet Jason isn't enticing Avalon into this scenario.
I made no definitional claims right there. I instead just stated that it was very obvious what he was trying to do in this entire situation. I don't know why we're giving him like plausible deniability outlooks here. I mean, he knew what he was doing the entire time. He was pushing Avalon to the idea of this situation, lied to me, lied about the timing and the framing of the situation. I mean, his
He did
entire
lie.
response.
But that doesn't change whether it was moral or immoral the way that he spoke to Avalon, right?
I think it changes quite a lot. He, in his video, was stating that he was relatively hesitant to engage with Avalon, but the DMs state otherwise. And then he knew how bad the September DMs would make him look, so he then started purging them systematically. And I don't think he should get away with that whatsoever. I don't think he deserves a platform in the commentary community if he has such a large pattern of being a habitual liar and manipulator. How can we trust him regarding any situation? How is he allowed to?
Hold on, because again, don't necessarily disagree with you on a part of that, because that's part of the thing with being a commentator. If you're not prepared to like back something up, or if you're shown to be lying about something, or you've got your own particular dramas where like, I know some people go, well, it's hypocrisy hunting, but it does actually matter for your credibility. And again, I've just said all this to Jerry, that you know his credibility is shot to shit. Like, so I don't disagree with you that. I think the problem people are having, Parlo, is like something like that. I can agree with you and go, oh yeah, no, absolutely, that makes sense. Or the way that he's treated Avalon post all of this absolutely makes sense. The problem is that you're jumping like between what are reasonable kind of criticisms or allegations to make against Wolfgang to far more serious ones which need way more substantiation. And that's, again, weakening your position, because it's like, well, everyone has to sift through. Okay, Paulo makes this claim about Wolfgang putting porn in the Discord and knowingly engaging with minors. It's like, you need to show that very, very, very clearly, because what you're making is an accusation of somebody trying to groom minors into sexual relationships. And even from Avalon's own testimony, like, and messages, well, like, Wolfgang may have been saying the odd sexual joke or whatever, Wolfgang at the time being, you know, still not a huge age gap here. And again, I think it's weird. I think he shouldn't be doing it. I'm not condoning it. But it's one of those where you're jumping to this is predatory. And Avalon, it doesn't even seem to be saying this is predatory. So you're making an accusation for...
I didn't say that. In my document, I never called him a groomer because I knew exactly this would be how it's spun. I have commentary YouTubers messaging me stating I have a slam dunk when it comes to Wolfgang because he's over-exaggerating the situation and using straw man fallacy argument.
Hold on. You're saying commentary YouTubers, who?
Yes. I'm not going to name the commentary YouTuber.
Because if it's fucking Himpleton...
I'm having them message
me.
Yeah,
but here's the problem.
It's not Himpleton. But I'm having people tell me... No, wait, let me finish. He is over-exaggerating the situation. He, in his response video, alluded to the fact that I called him a pedophile, which I never did, and Dick has literally called that out. He is making straw man fallacy arguments in order to make false claims I never said, and then debunking them to try and water down my argument, which is wholly disingenuous. In my response script right here, I never once called him predatory in the Discord server. I said it's flagrant negligence, and I also used the situation to corroborate the fact that he completely on his own whim decides to act inappropriately without understanding the ramifications of his actions. Again, did not call him a pedophile because this is giving him leeway right now.
But hold on, but you did just call him predatory. You said this was predatory. And again, like, you came into this call.
Give me the quotation.
I think, again, it might be, hold on, Jerry. I'm paraphrasing a bit, but you came into this call with here are all these screenshots of internet adjacent having sexual conversations with minors into his Discord in his Discord. That's your opening gambit when you entered this call. So, like, again, you may not be using the word pedophile or groomer, but you're sat there going, well, you know, with me and Avalon, it's a much smaller age gap. But with, you know, with internet adjacent, it's 3.5 years. Like, you may not be saying the words, but the implication of the accusation is a grooming accusation. That's obviously a grooming accusation. That's obviously a predator accusation.
That's not. So you said that I said predatory, but there's no quotation or timestamp provided. In reference to the Discord situation, I stated that he was engaging with a 16-year-old in the topic of OnlyFans comments. Again, never once called him predatory for that. And then I was cut off during the age gap segment when I was talking about what he did, because members of your chat were conflating a 2-year age gap with pedophilia. Meanwhile, sidestepping the fact that Wolfgang used the situation to completely deflect from what he did, and Wolfgang has known Avalon since he was 16,
But that would also,
and
yeah,
Avalon
again,
has...
that's also retarded if anyone in chat is calling you a pedophile. And I've said on this stream, I don't care about chat. I do. I love you guys, but like I don't care about what they're saying about you right now. I have said in this stream, I am not calling you a pedophile or a pedophile or a groomer, Parlo. Like, but nevertheless, regardless of the wording you're using, if you come in and say this guy is having sexual conversations in his Discord full of minors, what do you think that accusation is then? What accusation do you think you're making?
Why are we basing this off of subjectivity? He had sexual conversations in his Discord server, and there were minors present in it. That is completely true. It's undebatable.
Sure, but then what does that make him?
I don't know. I haven't made a definitional claim, have I? No one here has. You can criticize it without pinning a term on it. Just because you're inappropriate in spaces with minors doesn't make you a groomer or pedophile. I haven't made the claim that he gets off to these conversations, have I?
So you're
That'd be
claiming
wholly
is he's-
disingenuous
but
unless
then-
I had
but hold on.
evidence.
But then, yeah, and I agree with you. But then, if your if your claim there is he's negligent or he doesn't moderate properly, that is a very different claim to he's putting minors at risk. And when you are making claims like this, you kind of have to label them in some way, because if you let the audience read them just however they want, the accusation towards you is, well, you're just leaving this hanging in the air. You're building up a picture of Wolfgang where he is a danger without saying it yourself, and then running behind a comment section going, well, actually, chat said this. These people said, I never said that verbatim. It's like, but you're clearly building the implication against him.
And that,
In
that's
my script, I state it was negligence. I never put any
Okay.
claim like it was pedophilia or
In your
grooming. And
document-
also,
In your document, you give a trigger warning for sexual predation.
yeah, the predation, which comes from the fact that, again, I never said it was grooming. You even attested it was not grooming, and this wasn't even a contention point coming into it. We're only bringing it up now, I guess, in order to continue this conversation. The sexual predation can be put on the same wavelength as sex pest. You can be a sexual predator and be a sex pest at the exact same time. Those two terms are on the exact same level.
Yeah, but one carries a lot more weight.
One's
right?
a lot more serious. If I say someone's a sex
If you
pest,
call
like I say
somebody-
tomfoolery's a sex
Yeah, but then this
pest.
is a semantical debate now, is it not? Where are we going to get with this
But
conversation?
it's,
Well,
but
I'd
it's
say,
not a
Parlo-
semantic. Hold on, Jerry. It's sorry, man. Like, don't need to nail this. It's not just a semantical debate. We all know what certain words mean. If I say somebody is grooming somebody, now that could be about multiple things, right? That could be grooming somebody for a position in a company. It could be grooming somebody to take over my channel because I'm in drama. Like fucking. If I said that Wolfgang was grooming Jerry to be his to take over the channel, but if I said Wolfgang is a groomer, everybody in this chat, anyone who watches this stream, is going to be like, well, that sounds like an accusation that I'm saying that Wolfgang is grooming minors, because we all know in the context of the internet of what the word groomer has come to mean. So you can say it's semantics, but you being soft on the semantics or saying, well, it's up to there's particular ways that I mean those words without clarifying is essentially, it looks like you're hiding behind that as a defense while still making the accusation. Which I think, again, is why most people have been critical of you in this fucking drama, because it seems like you're overplaying what happened into much more serious allegations.
Also, obviously, I've made my thoughts about internet adjacent pretty fucking clear, and I do think that he's over-egging whatever possible allegation could be made by it when he's saying that Parlo is trying to claim that I'm a pedophile. That's not true. And then he goes out and says Parlo's trying to say that I'm grooming, and you didn't say that. But you kind of are fucking yourself if you're not giving any labels to this at all. I don't know if you can complain too much when Wolfgang decides that he's going to put a label on what he thinks these accusations amount to. Because he will go over the line with it.
I did put labels on it. Conditioning when he was a minor and escalation after he turned 18. Two definitive labels that cannot be contested.
Well, that's a grooming allegation. Conditioning when he's a minor to escalation is a grooming allegation.
If you derive that response from it, I think that tells. I think that's entirely dependent on you. I mean,
I don't think that's entirely dependent on me.
His action.
What would you? Okay,
his actions,
describe it. Describe to me what grooming is. Define grooming for me.
Wait, let's do this first after I say that as well. First of all, grooming is I would argue grooming has quite a lot of definitions and factors that come into play. It's a very large topic. I would say it's someone of a higher position or level of authority, normally someone who's older, conditioning someone to sexual-based topics of conversation in order to elicit something out of them for their own sexual gratification. It is a long, methodical pattern of behavior, and it is done intentionally.
Which isn't that just what you said that IA did to Avalon? He conditioned him and then escalated after he turned 18. You literally used the word conditioning, and all I'm saying is that is a grooming allegation.
I would say, Parlo, the same energy of I have a watertight case, everything's gonna be perfect, was the exact same energy you had with the first document. And the issue is you're only listening to your friends, and your friends is like 5 different people.
Hold on. Let him answer Beckett's argument first.
No.
I'm just saying, very simply, I'll reiterate that what you are making is a grooming allegation. Like, you can dress it up in like longer sentences and break it down, but at its core, and that's why I asked you to define grooming. You're conditioning somebody from a higher position of authority so for your own sexual gratification, which is essentially what you're claiming that Wolfgang did to Avalon. Saying he conditioned him with sexual images in the Discord and in conversation and in jokes, and then waited, and then when he's like over 18 and susceptible to it, then he's like, okay, cool, now how about a threesome? That's a grooming allegation, Parlo.
I find it very telling that you're not contesting anything I'm saying, by the way, more or less giving him an outlet in order to argue himself out of the situation.
I'm not talking about him.
My video is going to be watertight, undebunkable, and I would love to see him try and wiggle his way out. By the way, can you also ban the people calling me a groomer in the thing and someone threatening to rape me in the chat? But I find it very telling that there's people willing to make excuses for that kind of behavior.
I don't think I'm excusing anything. I'm telling
people in the chat. People in the chat.
Okay, sure, but that's chat. They're random people on the internet, Parlo. Who gives a fuck? Like, who cares, man? Like, seriously, I don't know why you give a shit. Like, have you said, like, you should see the things that are said about me in chat. They're fucking mental. No one cares. It doesn't matter. It's just randoms on the internet trying to get a rise out of you. Fuck. It's like, my issue here is like, okay, part of the reason that you got fucked in this original stuff with internet adjacent is because you came out essentially in a way that those allegations, let's say, can be read by an audience that looks way more serious than perhaps the actions are. Now, there's plenty of stuff there to criticize with Wolfgang. The majority of this fucking stream has been criticizing Wolfgang. I basically sat here because apparently we need to get away from any semantics. Let me be clear. Wolfgang's career in commentary, as far as I can see, is fucked. I don't have any idea how a guy like this comes back to make commentary content with a drama like this. It is such a huge fucking shit show. So he's fucked. He's done. I don't know. Again, you don't even have to do anything. He's still fucked, Parlo. And If you come out with a video where you are not airtight, I know you're saying it's airtight, I know you've spoken to other commentators, you're not telling me who, but I'll be honest with you, I hope they are decent commentators, because if they're just random people from like the commentary hell side of the community, that probably, again, because you listened to Himpleton before, and there is a bracket there of people who want to use you for content, which I don't think you see. If you come out, you may provide Wolfgang with the very defense he needs. Look at this hit piece hatchet job video Parlo made on me. And some of it, as well, I will say, is taken from a video that came out like, what, a year ago? And Wolfgang survived that. So I'm not sure why you
No,
think
the video came out in September, and I only knew about it when a smaller commentary channel made a video about it 2 days ago, after Guamgo's video. The video made by Vexium was September the 28th, 2025.
So this had no traction at all. Okay. So
it had traction. It's just no one took him seriously. Because he makes furry, like, gay porn thumbnail videos, and then he just dropped.
Yeah, most his video, from what I've seen, was just deflection away from what he did himself.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, this is part of the problem. You've also got a fair amount of your own haters. I question why you're making the video at all. Not that I don't want to see it, because I think it will bring some interesting content. I'm just like, you kind of won already. Like, Wolfgang's gone, he's fucked. Like, you congrats, you won the drama. As gay as that is. I don't really get what you have to gain from a video on him. Yeah, like, it's kind of like the same criticism Jerry's giving to Wolfgang of just go and make content on something else and ignore this shit. It's like, what do you gain? He can't do anything to you.
I find disproportionately the leeway that he's managed to have with consistent lying, that same leeway would not be applied to me in a situation. I get told in certain intervals I'm lying, but then no one specifies any examples where I have lied.
What
and then I
leeway
feel
was
it
he
oddly. Oh, wait. And I find it oddly ironic when there's like murmurs and talks about me having conditioned Avalon when he was 17, which isn't fucking true at all. And I chronologically disprove all of this in the video. I've had like big YouTubers look over it as well. It's watertight. I find it painfully ironic that he can essentially run away from all the problems. No one criticizes him here. I come onto stream, completely dish out like evidence and stuff because I have nothing to hide. He even bans you guys from the Discord server to like hide anyone seeing what he's doing.
No one's defending him. Like, again, I've just said that his career's fucking dead. This entire stream has been shitting on him. I don't know what you're talking about. This entire stream has been like the fucking post-mortem of Wolfgang's career. Like, he's fucked. I just told Jerry that he's an idiot if he tries to take the channel over. Because it's fucking dead. I don't know what you mean by people are going, well, he's just sort of like getting brushed. He's able to lie and walk away. He's fucked, Parlo. He's fucked, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm telling you, it is abundantly obvious he's going to use this to come back. Abundantly obvious. He's now said 3 separate times that he's leaving, and then he comes back.
Then he'll get fucking cooked by the rest of us when he comes back.
The issue is if Wolf keeps making these mistakes, he literally just can't function as a content creator. It's kind of like saying a disabled person that doesn't have arms can't, like, do push-ups. And it's like, okay, he's going to come back and try to do push-ups. Well, it's just not going to work.
If you make a bad video on him, he'll have more chance. Yeah, I don't know. And again, like, forgive me, I don't have huge... After seeing the Pyrocynical document, and, like, I mean, how much... You're telling me you've got something watertight, while the Pyro stuff was pushed for ages and then, you know, kind of blew up in your face. So... I'm actually
the pyro stuff didn't blow up in my face. Everyone was in unanimous agreement that there were numerous victims. The problem was there was no takeoff because all the commentary YouTubers were too scared to touch it. But it proved that
people read that document. What are you talking about? I read that document on stream. It was legitimately hard to get through.
Yeah, just because it was long doesn't mean the points made weren't substantial. They were. I mean, it brought up new victims who knew and no one knew about. It proved that he most likely knew that Ivory was a 15 the entire time. I mean, those are non-debatable.
The problem is it's buried in so much slop. I'd have to go back over it.
I mean, we can just go for the first document that you made on the situation. Did you feel as though that was airtight?
The first document on Pyro, the 300-page one.
No. Internet Jason.
That's what I was saying.
About that document.
That was they did. No. I was in VCs, and y'all thought it was completely watertight. You were like, it's over if you post anything, and then it blew up in your face. That's the only.
Yeah, because most of the backlash towards me in this situation isn't because of this situation. It's because people wanted an excuse to deplatform me, and this situation was perfect because they attempted to twist the document into a situation to do with predatory behavior. That's what the majority of people are trying to go around saying right now.
No.
No. Wait,
Parlo's
hang on. I'm talking about the Roblox community. Let me finish. A lot
Okay.
of the children are misunderstanding what's going on, and they think two things. One, the money from the GoFundMe was used directly on the plane ticket, laptop, and phone. It's not true at all. The money which was transferred to my bank account happened days after I bought all of that stuff, and it was only used on food, rent, and amenities. Two, people trying to say that I got off to releasing that document and the information to my viewer base of children, and that I would seek pleasure from that, and they're basically trying to pin me as a predator from that. Now, Guamgo and a bunch of other people have confirmed that this situation has nothing to do with predator allegations. I don't know where they got that from. But of course, children don't understand the complexities of a situation like this, so we'll just go forward with whatever random buzzword they use nowadays, which is pedophilia, Diddy, Epstein, all of that shit.
Okay. So you're talking about the response that the Roblox community has got. First one, the GoFundMe situation. There were big people in the Roblox community who just didn't read the document clearly and were completely misled about what was going on. That's true. That's nothing to do with the document. You're right. That's got nothing to do with it. I've criticized the document myself, right? I've criticized a lot of the points in the document that you initially released. It's not watertight. A lot of the accusations made kind of go nowhere. They're kind of over nothing. At one point, you're trying to prove that he's a zoophile. Nobody's taken up and ran with that because it's not ironclad. It's not airtight. He's just a furry. The chlamydia stuff, that was speculative. Funny, but speculative. No part of that was watertight.
With the, I never directly called him a zoophile. The zoophilia came from the fact that I mentioned that he was using Bad Dragon as an excuse to try and deflect the situation, and I mentioned how.
What do we call somebody who's engaging in zoophilia?
A zoophile.
If I make yeah, exactly. If I make an expose document on Parlo and say trigger warning pedophilia, what am I calling you?
Wait, hang on. The trigger warnings were first of all implemented because in case anyone who got triggered.
I know, but
they're
still claims.
Yeah, I had to put those in there regardless because unfortunately I'm restrained from talking about the situation with full transparency because of my audience.
That's irrelevant, though.
What do you mean?
That's not irrelevant.
What do you mean?
Okay, well let me say that again.
You're not making a video on it. This is a document you're releasing.
No, let me make this clear again because this seems to go over everyone's head. I was told that I needed to respond to this situation, so I made a document and I put trigger warnings at the start of the document because I was aware, and I am aware, that my fan base might not understand the complexity of a situation like this. So when I talk about serious subjects, I have to put that in the trigger warnings in case anyone comes and sees this and doesn't want to engage with it and they click off. So when it came up with zoophilia, all right, that was because I was discussing, the rag situation, technicalities about fucking furry, feral pornography and things like that, as well as Bad Dragon. If I believed him to be a zoophile, I would outrightly say in a Google document that he was a zoophile. That hasn't stopped me from claiming people.
I don't think that's true. I think you've tried to avoid specific claims or specific labels for internet adjacent throughout this. Which is true, right?
Yeah, I mean, you've just
I feel like this is a main argument because there's somehow some anger, perhaps, that I didn't outrightly claim things that I couldn't entirely prove.
No.
I don't know why this is a contention point.
Exactly, you couldn't prove them, right?
My whole point was that it was still morally completely fucked and disgusting, regardless of if it was zoophilia or not.
It wasn't. This guy is just into fucking Bad Dragon dildos, and nobody's cared about that at all. I genuinely, I don't know a single person who has seen this and thought there was anything morally questionable with being into Bad Dragon dildos. People
the Bad Dragon, that wasn't the point. It was that he was deriving sexual satisfaction from artwork pertaining to canine genitalia.
That's an accusation that he's a zoophile. That's an accusation that he's a zoophile. That's a zoophile accusation.
Wait, so are you denying that he didn't derive sexual satisfaction from artwork like that?
What I'm saying is the way you.
I mean, it's a simple yes or no. Do you guys think that he didn't get off that kind of content? Yes or no?
Again, I don't know specifically, Paulo. What I'm talking about here is your accusations. No one's
Wait,
running defense.
wait. I just want to confirm this. What do you mean you don't know?
Because
is this, like, plausible deniability?
Because again, with as Dick has just said, with the Bad Dragon stuff or with other things to do with that side of the zoophile stuff, that's not been a major talking point. So I'm saying I don't know because I haven't heard out those claims. Okay, I certainly think.
Wait,
like, again,
he commissioned pornography to do with it? Of course he got off to it. He literally said in his own video he fucking got off to it. So why am I getting flamed here? He got off to artwork which had canine dog parts. I mean, I'm sorry, flame.
Okay,
I'll recenter it. Okay.
Yeah.
I asked you if the document that you made about internet adjacent, trying to gauge your level of confidence and how reliable it is on your second document, right? I said, do you think your first document internet adjacent was watertight? Right? You said that it was. I'm pointing out that you're doing these retarded side swipes that essentially amount to nothing. It bloats out the document. It makes it seem slightly fucking ridiculous because people are going to look at these claims and then you take the overall document less seriously. That's just how people interpret this kind of information, right? You're taking side swipes about this guy when you're making, let's be real, okay? Let's say unwanted sexual contact allegations, if we don't want to say SA. Unwanted sexual contact allegations. And then you're talking about his lust for Bad Dragon dildos, which is something that you already knew before you ever met up with the guy. You knew that this guy was into fucking knots. You knew that this guy was into dog cock before you ever met up with him. You were finding
Wait,
it
hang on. So the Bad Dragon claim was not a claim I made. I never said that he was into Bad Dragon. I said that he was using it as an excuse. And two, the knotted stuff.
For what?
He was using it as like a basis, saying, "Well, Bad Dragon has animal cast dildos, and there's nothing morally wrong with that." And that was like a major red flag, considering the fact that it was ran by Juniper, a known zoophile pedophile who operates that site currently.
I do agree with that point. That the companies came from a really fucking weird place.
And with the dog knot thing, he used to send continuously just like a whole treasure trove dump of artwork, which had humanistic genitalia, and there was like one situation where it wasn't, and which was already shown in my document. And I didn't respond to that batch of screenshots until the next day.
So he had sent you screenshots of this, so you did know he was into this before you ever met up with him?
No, because there's a plausible deniability excuse where normally artists sometimes just use that as a part of their artwork and don't change to humanistic body parts.
That wasn't my question.
Again, this was an excuse he attempted
that wasn't my
to use.
question. That wasn't my question. My question was, you knew he was into this artwork before you'd met up with him.
I just debunked that and said no. Like, what? First of all, I never engaged
why is he
in that.
sending you endless fucking content of wolves sitting on each other's cocks then?
Wait, no, okay. First of all, in my document, if you read it, that was artwork sent to other people. And the reason why this claim was being made was because he had sent like actual canine porn to other people, canine genitalia porn to other people.
No.
And
I'm not talking about to other people. I'm talking about to you.
Yes, and I've just told you that the wolf images that you're referring to were not sent to me, and it's been very clearly illustrated in the document.
I apologize. They're dog images. I'm going to quote from the document here. Wolfgang is seen posting furry NSFW to me, showing anatomically correct canine genitalia artwork.
Yes,
the artwork
of
shows
the 4
canine
batches
knots.
that he. Yes, of the batch of 4 that he sent that I did not respond to, which I said yes.
Yes, which you sent all the way back in September, a month before you.
September, the one I didn't respond to, and there was one image of that compared to the 16 others that were normal. I gave him the benefit of the doubt that he wasn't into that, and that the artist was just predisposed to making content like that, which is often the case.
So the answer was yes. That 3 minutes.
So you did know that he was okay.
Yeah, so you did know he was into this because he was sending it to you, because he was commissioning it. Yeah. Now you can give the plausible deniability of that's the artist or whatever, but the question is, you're now making accusations that he's into anthro porn.
Yeah.
But you knew he was into that before you met up with him.
No, my point was that he commissioned anthropornography, and 80% of that, 80 to 99%, I would argue, was completely normal. And then there were some instances where it was slightly weird. And there was instances like that which I didn't pay attention to until I retroactively looked back at the DMs and I started compiling it for my document. Most of the time, I wouldn't engage with any of that content, and I mean, I have proof of that. I went around asking mutuals for more evidence to compile that there was like a pattern of this behavior, in which I then put in the document. I never knew that he derived like full sexual satisfaction from this until I met him in person, and I found out that like, okay, he's got like realistic wolf masks now. Pretty fucking weird behavior.
Because here's
He
the
was a
difference.
furry.
Yeah,
You knew that he was a furry.
Yeah, because there
Yeah,
is
I
a
knew he was a furry.
difference between being a furry and being a feral, right? There's a difference
Yes.
between these things. They're not the same. So if you're now going back and going, well, now I'm looking back at it, I actually think he's a feral, that's a very different accusation. And
Well, I never said feral, and I never said that amphro was zoophilic. That's not the point I was making.
but you just said with fucking actual dog cock genitalia, like.
Okay,
So
I'm gonna make this very clear because people were trying to like prove that inconsistencies that are not fucking there. So let me make this abundantly clear right now. Amphro is not feral artwork. Amphro is anthropomorphic furry artwork with humanistic genitalia. Okay, feral artwork is quadrupedal, animalistic content. And occasionally, in about I think a couple instances, there was artwork made in which had that kind of content in, which was a bleed-in of both of those things. It adopted animalistic genitalia. Now, I did not call him a zoophile. I would only coin that term for someone who's fully into feral animalistic content. However, I did find it alarming that he derived sexual satisfaction from it after looking back at not only certain instances where he'd sent that embedded in just normal content, normal furry content, and what he'd sent unsolicited as well to also mutuals of mine, because he would also send that content unsolicited to me as well.
So
One
again,
thing I'd like to
we're not saying that he's not a degenerate or whatever, or he wasn't sending porn to people. We want to really nail down this. The problem that Dickers and I are having is you were having sexual conversations with Wolfgang before you'd ever met up with him. You are now going back to those messages and recontextualizing them. And you may not be saying zoophile, but if you say, oh, there was anthropomorphic dog cock, once again, people are going to be like, oh, that sounds like zoophilia. That doesn't sound like he was sending you anthroporn. These are two separate claims. Now, if your claim is just he was sending me unsolicited sexual images, or he sent those to other people and you can show those, that's fine. That's a fine claim to have. And like, if you can support that, awesome. The problem is the other stuff that you're leaving open. This is what me and Dickers are getting at with like, you're essentially giving Wolfgang the gap to go, well, actually, he's now just recontextualizing things to make me look worse, and every hole he can poke in any argument you're making is a defense for him. You're giving him defenses. This is what we're getting at. Because no one here is sat here going, oh yeah, no, it doesn't matter that Wolfgang was in a Discord with minors sharing porn. Everyone in this call has said that's fucking crazy. He shouldn't have been doing that. Nobody's defending it, Parlo. What we're saying is that you yourself overreach on accusations in the way that you frame them, and that weakens them and gives people an out.
Again, I did not overreach with any of the accusations whatsoever. I never called him a groomer in a document and never called him a zoophile.
So the thing a lot of this feels like is
You
if you
said
guys
that
were still
art
friends-
sexualizing anatomically correct genitalia depicting knotted canine dog cock is inherently zoophilic. Then he goes
Yeah.
on. You
Pluralistic
carry on.
artwork.
You say it's not a good defense. It's bad dragon is blah 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 blah. And then you carry on. You said all I know is that art is concerning. He says if you think it's weird, that's fine, but it's not zoophilic. You say all I know is that art is concerning. I was dissuaded from engaging in sexual-based conversations with you when you posted it. So you were aware that he was posting this.
No
the
shit.
anatomically correct
I
dog
said
cock.
this on your stream as well. When he posted instances of that, regardless of how many Amphro images he saturated in that, yes, it weirded me out. It did.
So you did notice it at the time. You did notice it at the time, right? So you knew that this
There
guy
was
was a
there was one
fucking
specific
anthropomorphic dog
instance
cock.
I saw that I gave him the benefit of the doubt that it was just the artist who made that kind of artwork. But when I saw that there was a reoccurring pattern, I realized that holy shit, there's no defense for that. So yeah,
I mean,
made
there
that
is a
abundantly
defense.
clear.
It's gross, but ultimately, morally, nobody cares.
Yeah, and
This is
that's
what I'm
why I
saying.
said
It
that's why I
seems
said in a
notable to
debate
you.
with him I see it as concerning. I never said it was illegal.
Then if it's merely concerning and it raises a level of concern within you, but it's not a serious claim you're leveling at him, why are you including that in the document? Because if it's
I
just
find
a
it vital to
concern,
include it because his entire reputation is based on calling out creators who like that kind of content further down the pipeline. If he had the audacity to call out people like Rags, then why does he engage in similar content?
I
no,
mean,
no, no,
again,
but you're not making a general hit piece from a
Okay.
neutral perspective. You're
Yeah.
making a document extolling your experience with Wolfgang.
because that's
What people
like
are
that's
expecting from
something
this,
that like
especially given that it's a follow-up to Wolfgang's document, is they're expecting your side of the allegations, and now they're reading about dogcock.
yeah, because
And your
again, like
concern
a
about his
content
love of
creator
dogcock.
like me or Dickers saying that about the fact that like his fucking hit piece video on Rags was a fucking mental thing to do, like especially considering what he's into, makes sense. You saying it in an accusation document, it seems slightly bizarre. Again, if you're making commentary content on Wolfgang, that is very different. And again, you frame it in this very moral way, which is kind of like, well, this guy is like a problem, and you know, he did these things to me, and these are all the other things that he's done. Where it becomes like, well, it looks like you're just using the drama to go after somebody you don't like, which again, I can see arguments for if this guy's pissed you off, but the argument Dickers and I are making is that you're not helping yourself. Like you're doing damage
clear,
to your own arguments.
Wolfgang's documents have the exact same issues. When he's going and talking about your reaction to KF, it has the exact same problem. It seems like it's personally motivated, and so you're scattershotting for everything. Maybe because you don't feel as though your core allegations are strong enough on their own, or maybe because this entire document is motivated by a degree of malice. That's how it comes across. And you can't say that it's watertight when it's got that gaping hole in it.
Really?
Genuinely, yeah. Because there's a claim there that nobody else seems is morally egregious.
You know, it's interesting you said, well, it's not illegal or whatever, or like, you know, you're not making the claim that it's illegal. It's like, well, lots of things are legal that we'd still look at and go, oh, that's fucking weird that you're doing that. Or like,
I mean, Parlo said that it's merely a
but, like-
concern. It's merely concerning behavior.
And this
It's
was
not even anything morally condemnable.
You know, and this is what I said earlier, where it's, you know, it seems all over the place, and that hasn't helped you. That's the very thing that's kind of fucked you in this drama. And again, earlier in this conversation, I said you've basically won. Wolfgang can't come back. He can try, but like any time,
I absolutely have not won at all. I want to make that abundantly clear right now. I find it just extremely funny how everyone's like quickly like changing their mind from what Wolfgang has done. By the way, if I ever did the shit Wolfgang did, right? First of all, immediate fucking coverage from all these commentary channels, complete maligning and stuff like that. I have been consistent with what I said about his consuming of that artwork and posting it, being completely consistent. But then I see all these retards go, oh, you're lying, oh, you're lying, oh, you're lying. There's not been one lie that they can bring up. Not one lie at all. Not one single lie has been brought up in this at all.
Yeah, because
And I feel like we're
right?
trying to give him. I feel like we're trying to give him wiggle room so he can come back and try and water down what he did.
What wiggle room? We're sat here saying his career's over. What wiggle room does that give him? Like, okay, like to be, and again,
We're
I'll
debating whether we
reiterate-
should add him to the call because he's so raped.
Yeah, like it's.
Wait, there's no debate. We agreed. We all agreed that we will leave if he wants to come and join.
Yeah, like again, like if he wants to talk and he wanted to talk privately,
Yeah,
I did message him.
like
there's no
essentially,
debate on not
like
adding
I
him.
do
There's
that.
no debate
for
on
him.
not adding him.
But like,
There's-
No.
there's-
There was a debate on whether to add him to the call, as in should I DM him, should I add him to the group? We don't even want to do that because he is currently so raped, Parlo. Nobody is here trying to give him wiggle room.
There is no wiggle room. He's
That's
fucked.
not the motivation.
Paulo.
Now.
He's fucked. Like I listen. Everyone who watches this stream is basically going to be somebody with some sort of crossover to internet adjacent, because he is integrated into small commentary over the last several months. Like, everyone's watched this drama unfold. His existing large scale audience. Sure, his defense video is going to get some love from your haters, which, exist and have existed for a long time. But unless he's going to become a fucking Roblox YouTuber, he's fucked. He's not coming back to commentary. There's no connections there anymore. It's been too much of a shit show for him to ever really come back. And again, there are things there that, outside of you having his Discord that way, for example, there's a reason why he's banning everyone, because he knows even outside of this drama, he will get torn apart for that. No one's defending it. Because even if you were going, it's negligence. It's like, okay, well, it's pretty serious negligence to be sharing porn in a Discord where you have no age moderation.
Yes, but we're equally conflating non-existent claims that I've made compared
They're not
to
non-existent.
Wolfgang's grotesque negligence and his ability to lie to tens of thousands of people completely impeded. And I mean, he currently has a channel which he consistently uploaded to until recently, where he can continue to lie and he'll have people believe him, compared to me, where my channel was terminated and he took advantage of that to completely go back on the situation which he promised he wouldn't continue to fan the flames of the situation. And he's essentially, as you stated, basically just repeated everything he said in the document, plus more. And
yeah, but that's completely irrelevant to what we're saying, right? I've already said the exact same thing you've just mentioned about Wolfgang. Over the last 4 hours, 3 of it have been spent to talking about all the times this guy has lied. And I'll be honest, okay, I've been trying to push my perspective of this. I've been trying to push it on Beckett, right? Because he's neutral in this. He's coming to it as a third party. I'm here trying to walk him through the situation. Well, that's the kind of premise of the fucking stream, where I'm giving him my perspective about Wolfgang. Right? So that's already been litigated. All we're saying is, where this conversation started, you are making a second document you are claiming is going to be airtight. Your first one, you were very confident in. You are overvaluing.
I'm not making a document. I'm making a video.
Okay, whatever media you're making, you are overconfident when you make these documents. You are going to make excessive claims that is going to make the drama more difficult for you. If anything, this isn't wiggle room for him. Arguably, me and Beckett are trying to stop you giving him wiggle room.
I would actually argue that, seriously. It'd be one thing if he tries to come back and you make a video, but I guess, not concern. Concern's very much the wrong word, because it's all content at the end of the day. Now I'm on the ground floor, I can, do more with it. But realistically speaking, if you want to see what I see as a risk, I think there's a good chance if you release a video on Internet Adjacent, there will be holes in it, regardless of what you're saying, just from your past patterns. And that will be used by people to vindicate him. And it will be, Parlo is maliciously making accusations that he can't substantiate, or he's alluding to accusations when he can't evidence them strongly enough. And that will be the defense. So, I mean, again,
yeah, but that's not what I've done. That's not what I've done in the script at all.
Okay, well, I can only go on what you've previously put out, right? And you can say,
but
I haven't called him a zoophile. I haven't called him a groomer.
Literally, in this video, I concede that the document was shit. Literally, the worst fucking thing ever. I fully concede to that.
Why did you concede that 30 minutes ago, mate?
Because that's not what we were talking about. We were talking about if I called him a predator, pedophile, zoophile, which is not something I did. Despite that being true, the document was still shit in its own regard. I mean, I didn't want this becoming public, and the only retort that people are using is that I went to Guamgo. Yes, I went to Guamgo in private in case Wolfgang, because Wolfgang normally does this, he makes a Google document and normally a video on his channel to correspond with that. So I went to Guamgo and I was talking about a video that we would make in response to Wolfgang's. Why would I need to come out about this first? I was extremely stressed out about it and I wanted it to be completely private. Obviously, because of the fucking messages that I sent and all of that stuff. It's embarrassing information, no shit. Didn't want it out there. So I don't know why this is all being chalked up to me being fully willing for this all to come out and not being aware that this would blow in
When
my
did-
face. I
When
knew
did
it would
anyone
blow in
say
my
that?
face. Like
You're
the
fighting
public.
ghosts right now.
I'm not. I see the chat. I've been looking at public
Why the
response for the
fuck?
past 2
Why the
weeks.
fuck
Parlo.
are you reading? Why the fuck? I seriously, just on a again human level, why the fuck do you care what randos on the internet are saying?
Because that's public perception.
Carlo,
Did
you
that-
had
okay.
like what 700,000 subscribers? What
No, I don't
percent-
have that anymore.
Yeah, but let's go by that. Let's say that many people knew you existed. What percent of those people are saying anything negative against you right now in chat? If you put that percentile against how many people know about the situation and are probably talking about it, or at least aware of it, it's got to be like 0.0003% or something like that. I think we have a selection bias of because you're being directly made aware of it and you're reading the messages one to one. But there are like millions of, if not tens, if not hundreds of millions of eyes on this situation, or at least previous people that have been made aware of it, you know?
I mean, never mind the fact that you constantly make people aware that you do watch public commentary and making people aware that you do read the chat. So, for example, when you just called out the chat again, wow, he literally conceded something. How are you this retarded? Because you have nothing. You scammed, you groomed, you lied. Cinderella chat rapes you. Hi, Parlo. True. Parlo, you are so raped. Like, the only reason that public perception is being negative, so negative as it is right now towards you, speaking about the chat, is because you are pointing at the chat and saying you can get a reaction from me if you annoy me enough.
Yeah, it's
No,
this
these
has
are
been
like
pointed out to you
genuine
for-
claims. These are
over and over
genuine
again.
claims.
They're fucking
It literally
chatters.
It
Who may have
literally
been
started
just
because
tuned
these
into the
fucking
stream.
spurgy retards were coming in making like the most bombastic, random claims possible that simply are not true, and then I simply debunked them. And then of course you've got like the people joking, that's great, don't care. But I'm talking about like the people who are genuinely making these claims. Of course I have every right to respond to it. And I mean, you can make this argument that no, wait, hang on. You can make this argument that, oh, you're not built for YouTube. Why are you always responding? But again, you're not in the position I'm currently in. I mean,
Nobody
take
is
this into
saying you're not built for
consideration.
YouTube.
Wait,
You're reading an insult into it that is not there. You're reading the chat again.
It's a lot of this is the product.
The first drama I ever saw of you, Parlo, was last year. You fighting with I think 14-year-old on Twitter, and like it's one of these things where your life would be easier if you just ignored these people because they're just they're irrelevant. They don't. You had a massive platform and a huge audience who were there like listening to you, and you focused on like random glub shittos on the internet who you just don't need to. This again is what we're getting at. Both Dickers and I have experienced this where people will say insane shit about us. Okay? I've had people make claims about this channel that it's part of a government, like a fucking Democrat-funded op to take out right-wing YouTubers. People have said insane shit. You just ignore it. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. And so, like, part of the problem is you're responding to the ghosts in chat. I mean, Critical Shogun's like, Beckett's a pedophile furry. Who gives a fuck? It doesn't.
Yeah, but this isn't comparable. I'm coming onto a stream to defend myself or make my position clear, and then I have some claims made against me that, of course, I respond to, and then I have a couple people, unironically, genuinely trying to say that I have the same level of culpability as Wolfgang, despite the situations not being true whatsoever. I'm responding to those claims. I'm able to differentiate rage bait from actual, like, genuine claims made against me. I'm not conflating the two. That's what people are
We're in a low
misunderstanding.
engagement space, right? Beckett is engaging with this. I am engaging with this. We're sitting down to talk about this for hours. I've spoken about it for many more hours. We're engaged with it. We're talking to you. We're arguing with you about the situation. Chat could have been here for literally 2 fucking seconds. They might be mistakenly thinking that you guys have dropped your document at the exact same time. Maybe that's why they're saying that. Or maybe they just think you guys are retarded for having sexual relations with another content creator. Maybe that's it. You're not going to be able to change their mind right now, and there are going to be 100 times more people in chat who are going to notice that you're fucking like raging out at the chat.
It's also
But then you're
like,
gonna get
I don't,
even
I don't
more
need I
rage
don't
bait.
need I don't need to prove to them anything because my video is going to debunk all the lies that are being spread,
Then stop
especially in this
reading them.
chat right now.
Then stop reading the chat. Just talk to Beckett and I. Because
the-
what looks bad is when you aren't following a conversation between me and Beckett and you're answering things from chat. It looks as though you're pivoting.
yeah,
It looks
because
as though you're being
you've
evasive.
diverted like several times from the question I'm answering because you're clearly addressing chat, and that looks way worse for you. Also, I mean, like just to answer something you said earlier, which is like, I feel like Wolfgang's getting let off it. If it was me, people would be talking more about this. I'd be instantly like drama coverage on it if it was just like focused on me. Yeah, Paulo, you were a massive content creator. You still are a massive content creator. Just because the channel's fucking gone, you have a large public persona. Yes, you're obviously more interesting than some glub shito slop commentary YouTuber who's got like 16k subs. Barely anyone covered the Wolfgang shit because no one cares. Like, it doesn't matter. You have much more of a public image. That's why people are interested in it, in you, because of who you are.
Arguably, Wolfgang only has a public image right now as it pertains to you.
Yeah, Wolfgang's got like a load of views on the Birdie video, for example, but I've never ever heard him mentioned in the Birdie drama. He's not a player, right? This is the thing when we're talking about commentary as well. It's not whether your video gets views. It's like whether you are considered like, whether you make something that's like definitive, or like there's something going on that you're like, you have that exclusive content. You can get a lot of views on something, you can even get the subs, but people are just there for it as noise. And a lot of people learnt this during the Mr. Beast drama. Right? There's differences between those. Wolfgang is very much in that, was trying to grow a profile. In fact, we talked about this earlier with the way that he was interacting with other commentary YouTubers. As a criticism, both Dickers and I leveled against him. So, again, you already have your public persona. You are not the same as Wolfgang. You're not on the same footing. You're nowhere fucking near it. Obviously, you're going to be treated differently. I mean, fucking hell, bro. You spent all this time bringing out a fucking talking about the pyrocynical document. It's like, that's a pretty major drama to be at the center of, the new version of the pyrocynical allegations. You got a huge viewership from, what the fuck was that, Roblox pedophile's name who kept coming back, and was it Matish or whatever?
I mean, there's a lot of them. You're gonna have to be more specific.
Yeah, you've got a large public profile. You have had significant success over the years. Yes, you're going to be more interesting to people, and also the standards at which you're judged are different, because Wolfgang's career ending in commentary is essentially a non-story because it never fucking started. That's a reality. It's very mean, but it's also the same. If Dickers did something tomorrow and his career ended, the truth is no one will fucking care. Even with some, like me, again, I've got my fair amount of stories that I've been involved in, but if my channel died tomorrow, it would be a non-fucking story. I'm just not that important. That's the reality. You are not on that playing field. You are on the playing field of it fucking matters, apparently, to people. And it seems crazy that you seem not to realize that. It's like, it's absurd. Like, you may say that you haven't won the Wolfgang drama, but he's not coming back. I would argue your concern now should be your own content and what you're doing with, like, trying to rebuild your platform. Because you do have a platform.
It is abundantly obvious that he's coming back and that he'll be utilizing this stream. Abundantly obvious. I will bet all my money on it.
And he's welcome to. And do you know what will happen when he does? If he utilizes this stream, I get to watch his video back and laugh at him. What's he gonna do? Come back and say, oh well, no, actually, all those times I lied and was found to be lying, and all the like fucking porn in my Discord, or the other things people have dug up on me, or the fucking furry fetish stuff. Actually, it was really mean for commentators to go over. He knows the game. He's a commentator. He's judged by those standards. Again, he might get some defense from your haters, but frankly, who fucking cares? Bro's ended up with a Kiwi Farms thread, apparently. He's fucked. He's totally fucked. Like, again, if you're a big content creator who ends up with a Kiwi Farm thread, that's one thing. If you're a fucking tiny little channel, it's a little bit more serious. It's a little bit more of an indication, especially with the kind of content he makes.
Yeah.
Like,
And I would say,
you know,
Paolo, this has been pretty like two-sided in the sense of I feel like everyone's kind of agreed on the dumb shit Wolf has done, and I feel like equally speaking, there's some criticisms. Like they were saying, like you were just as confident with your first document, if not more so, I'd say. And then that went to shit. I'd just say like taking another look and validating and listening genuinely to outside opinions would help your case a lot because the worst thing you could do is lock into your very small, tight knit group and only form your opinions through them. I'm just saying.
Well, the reason why I was so sure that my document was good was because it recollected the entire situation, which was what I was told to do. I was told that if I didn't go over everything, that I'd be deemed as a liar, and that it would be consistently nitpicked, and it'd be used to try and find any non-existent contradiction to try and ruin my credibility in this scenario.
The
Um,
thing though,
the
that
reason why the
problem.
document got clowned on as much as it did was because, unfortunately, because the situation was so degenerative to its degree, it got spun as some fan fiction story involving unnecessary information, and people didn't read the context of it. Obviously, I don't blame them. It's a 75-page document. But yeah, it got spun by people who didn't actually read the context or anything that I had to say and just went off of what other people stated.
Yeah, because the
Yeah, but
majority of people are going to be engaging with it will have like a low level of engagement. They'll just see like funny gay bum sex.
but it's
And
also
that's all they take away from the situation.
just as confident with that document until
Okay,
after
Jerry,
it
you've said
flopped.
this.
I know,
You've
I
said this
know,
these
it's
two
just
times
like,
in a row now, bro.
it's like
and again,
What I'm saying is
again,
that the average person isn't going to care, right? It's going to be funny drama to them. You're expecting a level of seriousness that the internet will just never give your claims and never give any document that you will ever write. Will never give any fucking video that you ever make.
yeah, I mean, I'm sat here being like, you know, there's no point making this I mean, it's content. Like the way most of us are going to view this is if you make a video on Wolfgang, and I'm sure you will. I don't think we'll be able to dissuade you. It's just content. It won't mean more than that to anybody because the truth is, again, you're talking about a content creator who is a nobody, and you yourself are not. So whatever you release, it will be used against you. Like that's
I mean,
probably the
I
most.
hope my response video gets as many views as possible. It's debunks quite a lot of bullshit that's been spreading. Again, I don't have anything to hide in this situation.
I'm not saying
Sure, I'm
I'm not
fucking
saying you
shit when
do.
it comes to the way I present myself in live streams, but again, this video is going to be like an actual written statement that contains all the evidence needed, and it's not going to be something made on a whim. Because normally I'm terrible at presenting myself on live stream, but this is going to be a rather calculated, methodical, well-made video that's not going to be not going to be any misinformation because there's a lot of big creators who are going to be nitpicking this apart and giving it the green light when it's actually out there.
When you say a lot of big creators who are picking this apart and giving it the green
I'm
light,
not going to go into detail
I'm not
about
going to
that.
say, but again, what? Okay, I suppose I just ask, where do you think their priorities lie? Why do you think these people are helping you?
It serves in their benefit that if there was any lie, that they would air it out and expose me or call me out. But people are coming to terms with the fact that there's been a lot of misinformation actually spread regarding this situation. And in actuality, not many people genuinely care about this, only the reaction that is derived from me. If I didn't chuck this up to how, in certain live streams, and if this, this could have been a much smaller situation, it's only because of how much this has exploded in the past couple days and because of the surrealism of the situation, that is why it's so big. But I mean, in 6 months' time, no one's really going to give a fuck about this situation. And I mean,
I'd
the
agree
entire
with you. Yeah,
GoFundMe
sure.
point, The GoFundMe point, yeah, that's bad. That's criticizable, and I'm fully transparent in my video. I mean, people could peer review that and see that for themselves. But it is being spun as something that's malicious, and people were trying to say that the money from that again was used on things that it simply wasn't. And I go
You're
over
never going
like
to be able to convince people otherwise.
no, I do. I go over like the full receipts and payment history, my emails, and my entire like financial history during that time to prove that the money from that was not spent on the plane ticket because I show proof that the money was transferred to my bank numerous days after the Airbnb situation.
Okay, but hold
But,
on.
like,
Isn't the claim with the GoFundMe stuff the fact that you're asking for a GoFundMe while you have the money to fly internet adjacent over?
So the GoFundMe, it was originally spun that people were trying to claim that I was broke. That's not what it was said at all. In my apology, I say I apologize for it giving the impression to people that I was in a more desperate position. However, the point I make was that I didn't have any income. I was down £5,000, and that most of my money was locked behind ISA accounts that my dad had, which he would not give me access to, and also the fact that the plane ticket put me in a worse financial position than I was at, but that was a self-inflicted problem. So basically, just to dumb that down, I was at a really shit financial position, that I made an even worse financial decision that did not help me, and it was my fault. And at that same time, I needed money for university and food and shit like that.
Okay, so just out of interest, how much money did you raise on the GoFundMe? Because that's public, right?
560.
So you raised £560 on the GoFundMe. How much did you ask for?
2.2k.
Okay, so while you were asking for 2.2k, you flew out internet adjacent, like, because like the money was transferred after the GoFundMe, but you'd bought the tickets while the GoFundMe was ongoing.
Yeah. Most of the big donations came in towards the end stages of that GoFundMe. I can't pinpoint exactly when those big
But-
payments came through though.
But again, regardless, you were asking for 2.2k while spending £1,000 flying internet adjacent over. So even if you get the money afterwards, that's kind of irrelevant. You've knowingly asked for money while spending money on like a non-essential, essentially, to fly this guy out. I think that's where the criticism lies.
Yeah, so again, the
Hold on, let him
GoFundMe
answer.
never stated that. Again, the GoFundMe never stated I was broke, only that I needed money and help for food and amenities and things like that. The plane ticket was obviously to no shit fly internet adjacent out, but it put me in an even worse financial position than I was beforehand. Again, the money which was garnered from that GoFundMe was used as advertised. Again, I confirm in the video that it was inherently deceptive. That I do not disagree with the fact that it was indirect scamming. I mean, yeah, there's no debate about that.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
not. I'm
no,
not
that's
jumping
fine. That's
around.
fine. As long as
anything like
sure.
that.
As long as you would like cop into that, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, sure.
Like I'm not making excuses for that. I'm just saying people are trucking up to be far more malicious than it was, and internet adjacent behind the scenes as well admitted that he relinquished his. This was when he was trying to like simmer up again. He was basically stating in his own words that it wasn't as malicious as he was originally trying to present it as.
So would you? Okay. So, I mean, what are you putting a lot of this down to? Just like, I don't know how to put this nicely. Actually, are you just? Is your argument here? Yeah, I'm just really dumb.
There's a word, there's a more suitable word for that, but essentially yes. My entire point I make in my videos that I need someone to like go over my finances the same way I need, a fucking PR manager. Because I mean, holy shit, if I'm gonna like restart a channel again, I just have to be the voice of it, not the person who's managing everything behind the scenes. Because clearly, I mean, as deciphered from this, or I can't fucking do that, and I don't trust myself with that.
Even if you got a PR manager, I don't know if you'd listen to him.
No, the thing with the PR manager is that they would have like manager permissions on the channel. I mean, everything
Oh,
that
it's
I
like a
do and
social
say on
media
that
manager.
channel. the thing with Mugen, that was a large problem. Mugen got influenced by larger YouTubers in order to sabotage the channel. With this situation, I know someone who I can trust, who will like green light statements, and no, and I consult like you like rather large YouTubers behind the scenes now on what I do and what I say.
Okay.
Okay.
So
I
so
mean,
so
I
it's not
think
just
that's
reliant on
wise.
like
We all go for optics checks, I guess.
it's not reliant on like one person now. It's reliant on like a group of people. So like if there's like a unanimous decision, then yes.
So you're being
So like with
you're being Tard wrangled by council, is what you're telling me.
not Todd Wrangle necessarily, but like one manager, a couple close knitted friend group of people who I've known for a very long time.
Please tell me none of them
Who
are
they're not.
just a
It's not
robot.
gonna be like a yes man dynamic where they'll consistently say yes, this is good, yes, this is good. If they believe I fuck up, they will say that I fucked up.
Okay, I just need to confirm because this is me reading chat now. None of these people are just a robot, right?
No,
Okay, that's just.
no, no.
I just need to make sure because I can't.
Yeah, I saw that too.
I'll
They're just
fucking
saying
die.
that.
Jerry. The problem is though, Paolo, let's be real, you've got a really, really bad judge of character. Like you've recently taken on Cormanx again.
No, I didn't take on Cormanx. Cormanx is
No?
completely left, and I'm gonna include like the whole extortion thing because I think that was really slimy what he did, the bandwagoning effect, where because of what happened, uh, uh some of my close friends have decided to malign me for shit I've said. Meanwhile, they will accept their other friends who've said the exact same shit. A lot of it's very menial stuff. But again, I think it speaks a lot on their character. Cormanx was
Hold
one
on.
of them, and I mean, at least Cormanx
What
had
do
the
you
grace of being transparent, and I appreciate you actually being one of the only people who've pushed some of these people on their bullshit. But I mean, he's offered an apology, and I mean, that kind of invalidates a lot of their documents. So I'm thankful that they're transparent. I mean, I've known this guy for years. I don't want to fuck him off. I wish them all right on their journey, but again, I can't really forgive them for what they said.
Okay, just to because if Beckett or the audience don't really know, originally I think there was a beef between Cormanx and Parlo that I'm not really super familiar with, but recently, during the whole Parlo video fiasco, Cormanx went on and started making allegations that Parlo was scamming him. And this was all on the basis that Parlo was paying a percentage cut of the video. And so since it hadn't come out because of a mistake he made where he filed a empty appeal on the YouTube channel and managed to get it the second strike, Cormanx went out and started making like scamming allegations because he hadn't been paid yet, despite the fact that they always agreed that he was only going to be paid like a portion. Eventually, he just admits that he got like peer pressured by Himpleton into making these allegations.
God damn it.
Completely redacts them. He goes back and makes the exact same allegations a month later. I ask him about it on stream, and then he says that, yeah, I was just hopping on it. Yeah, I guess, it was actually in response to me trying to make these allegations before and completely getting raped over them. But when you dropped in your Discord yesterday, you said, at everyone, I've just received far more evidence for my response. Wolfgang behaved far more inappropriately with minors than you can imagine, blah, 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 blah. I've made amends with more people, including my editors, both Cormanx and Frev, and have negotiated very beneficial deals monetarily to numerous parties as well. You're saying that Cormanx isn't back on the team.
No. So the monetary parties is to do with Rin and Frev, not Cormanx. Rin was one of the other people who were dishing out claims against me, but we've made amends in private. Frev will do like he'll do editing and get like a percentage for that because again, it's a similar situation to the Cormanx things, but we've made a discussion. I can send DMs if you don't believe me. But I can send DMs of Cormanx as well. I'll do it right now because there's no point withholding them. He's of course renamed his thing to IO blah 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 blah. Okay, here we go. I've sent it to you in DMs. This is Cormanx. He's made a full accountability statement I did see as well. But yeah, my judge of character is like fucking horrendous. I should have never, ever, ever had Mugen as manager. I should have never been so trusting of Dupe. I should have never engaged with Internet Adjacent. I find it insane that behind my back he was wanting to marry me and have adoptive children with me. That's fucking weird as shit. And he was going around telling his mutuals about this, but he never told me up front. That's fucking weird as hell.
Does that just come from Alex, or is there like any more to that?
Oh no, Alex, and my other mutuals were talking about this behind the scenes.
Oh, that's weird.
I mean, back at you. You say. I don't know if there's any more questions you want to ask with that, because Internet Adjacent wants to be.
No,
added to the call.
let's bring in Wolfgang. Fucking hell.
With that, I'll probably end up heading off. Bro can represent himself.
Lovely.
Okay. Fair enough.
Thanks, Jerry.
See ya.
Take care of yourself.
Have a good one.
Don't become a lolcow.
Bye.
Bye, Jerry.
I will not.
Right. Wolfgang, welcome in.
You're muted, by the way. Oh, he says give me 5. Okay.
Okay.
That was supposed to be so fucking dramatic. Oh my.
So
And we
much
lost
for
Jerry as
little
well over that.
There we go.
Right, Wolfgang, welcome in.
Where the fuck did Jerry left? What the shit?
Yeah, Dory's fucked. Okay. Let's speed run a few things. Why are you banning everyone from the server now?
I was told by someone else I should do that.
All
Wait,
you
so you
people
just
need to stop
listening to
listening to
somebody
other
else?
people. Everyone giving all of you advice is completely retarded. I don't know.
No, Beckett. He's an adult. He's not being told by somebody else to do this, and he has to do it. He's made the choice himself. Why?
I did not do anything. I've been chilling here. I gave someone else.
Who else has perms?
Z.
Wait. So first of all, you were told to do it.
Yeah.
And now
they
somebody
were
else has
like,
done it on
they
your
were
behalf.
like, you should probably get rid of all the the commentary people from your server. And I was like, all right, and I just gave him mod.
Who did that? Sorry.
Oh, it was Z. Z was like, that's probably the smartest thing. I was like, okay, I guess.
Wait, who is that?
Fucking. I mean, let me get there. I forgot it. It's ZV. I don't know how to.
Wait.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
So somebody has asked if they can get mods so that they can do this, and then you've said yes.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really see.
To
Right,
ZV.
so you did
okay.
make the decision to add them as the moderator so that they'd be able to
Show
have
the mod
access to it,
logs.
right? So it was your decision.
Yeah. I mean, I made a mod. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I made the mod. I don't.
I fucking can't, dude. Fuck me. Okay, look. Jesus Christ. So I was redoing the fucking Impleton drama from the other side. I'm gonna kill myself. Holy fuck, bro. I'm so fucking retarded. Okay.
I know I've been away for a while. I've just been doing my own thing for a bit, trying to get back, trying to collect my thoughts and shit.
Okay,
So
well,
I know
look.
I've been.
I mean, let's just go from the baseline. This is a huge fucking shit show.
Yeah.
At base, you kind of like fucked your credibility as a commentator. At the very least.
I am going to be making something. I did. I mean, even in my last video, I was like, yeah, I'm not like completely innocent here. I've definitely made mistakes in my handling of this, and I've definitely been irresponsible in general. I'm not ashamed to admit I've been definitely irresponsible.
So I'm guessing you accept that you've lied.
There are definitely instances where that's the case. I will say that's not every instance. There are instances where I genuinely got information wrong, but yeah.
No, you intentionally lied.
In specific instances, yeah.
Okay, so you did intentionally lie. It wasn't an accident, right? You didn't just get information wrong. You intentionally meant to mislead people. Okay.
I mean, it depends on. Which
even the way
scenario
you take accountability,
it depends on which
you know
scenario
what
you're
I'm talking about.
I
You know
I
what I'm
don't.
talking about, mate. Okay, the Avalon shit. Why were you threatening
What
to sue
Avalon?
Avalon if you've got no clue what I'm talking about?
No, I that's not a lie. Why do you think I've been offline for a bit? That's
No,
that's
you
not a
know
lie.
what I'm
I'm
talking
still
about.
going forward with that.
You're
Okay,
still
so
going
you
forward with
are
the lawsuit.
so you are suing Avalon.
I'm consulting people right now. I'm looking at my options.
Right. So you're not going ahead with it. You're looking at your options. Okay. So the claims that you made about Avalon in Avalon in your video, that he came onto you and it only started when he was 18. That's a lie, right?
I absolutely he came on to me. I don't know if Jerry sent that clip, but I mean, if I have to, I can send it here. I'll just send it in here real quick. This is a
No, no,
30.
no.
This is a 30. This is a
You said that
35
you
second
never
clip.
approached him.
This is
When
a
is this from?
35. Huh? This is from.
When is this from?
I think this is from the 12th or the 11th.
Okay, just
The
we'll
date
play
is
this.
in the bottom
We'll play
of it.
this in a second. Just very quickly as well, just another lie because it's being chalked up. You lied to Malcolm because you said that you'd never had any sexual conversations with Avalon before he turned 18.
We discussed the three-way thing, but that was about the extent of it. I never directed it towards him. I just talked about the prospect that me and Parlo would do that potentially in England. That was
Wait, you're saying that you never asked Avalon in that call whether he was interested in a three-way?
No, absolutely not.
How come 2 days later he was saying that he was saying to people that you had asked him to engage in a threesome?
Well, I think it's important for you to play that clip then to see what he was telling me the entire time.
What's maybe more important is I'm talking about back in September before he turned 18. Why were you sending him a screenshot of Parlo saying that he wanted to have a threesome? And then why did you go back and delete that?
I felt it was inappropriate to have sent him, and I got rid of it because I was like, "This
Why
is
did you
probably
delete
not
it
good."
months later?
I don't think I did. Do we have like a specific time frame of when I deleted it, or is that just an accusation?
Don't even fucking try it, mate. I don't know why you were trying this at all.
I mean,
you went back and thought it was inappropriate.
Yeah.
You were literally talking about threesomes with him when he was 17. You never had a sexual conversation until he was 18, and this was the guy who came onto you.
Okay, let's play the clip. Let's play the clip because I'm interested.
It's gonna
now.
be fucking nonsense, dude. But okay.
Okay. Yeah, or maybe, but then at least we can deal with it as it happens.
So how we can do this? I mean, I'm a bit of a fucking retard for reaching out to people and thinking that a lot of them wouldn't go around and say shit.
They're vultures.
Yeah. I mean, I think we can both agree that I didn't really do anything predatory.
No, I didn't constitute any of that shit as that.
Okay.
I think the case is you're unknowingly autistic and you can't pick up like cues. I think that's the case.
Okay, what's this meant to show me?
That's one instance. I have multiple recorded instances of Avalon saying this exact same thing multiple times.
Well, he's saying that you're
like,
not predatory. That's fine. No
Yeah,
one's making the
not
accusation.
like nothing. Well, I mean, like I said, that's just one instance. I have like hours of calls that I've been sifting through to get this type of stuff.
So it's got nothing to do with the allegations that I just asked. This was the thing that he had prepared before he joined the call to be able to drop when he joined. It's literally meaningless. It doesn't address what I just asked him at all. So you were sexual with Avalon before he turned 18, right? You lied about that.
I was not sexual with Avalon. I mentioned topics that were at the very least inappropriate.
You were talking about threesomes, and you invited him to join in on threesome.
I did not invite him to join in the threesome.
Do you have the date that when you did that?
Of the what?
Do you have the date when you did that?
Of when I had that conversation with him? I mean, it should be in the
when you
DMs.
invited him to join in on a threesome.
I did not invite him to join in the threesome.
Avalon says you did.
He came on to me.
Sorry, did he? Wait, sorry. Did he ask? Did he ask to join in the threesome?
He said, "Hey, that whole like threesome thing, I would be down, by the way." And I was like, "I don't know about."
Do you have a DM of that?
It was in BC.
Do you have the VC of that?
She said.
I don't have the VC, unfortunately.
Okay.
I didn't. I mean, it was a call between friends. I don't really record those.
Okay, so you're saying again that Avalon is directly lying.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Always comes down to a he said, she said with everyone that you're involved with. Hold on. I know this isn't true. Give me 2 seconds.
What if I invite that Z person in here, by the way?
No. We're not bringing ZV. We don't need to bring ZV in for like moderation questions. It's ZV. It's fine. It's just ZV being
Okay.
ZV. It's like again, you might not know who ZV is, but it doesn't surprise me ZV did that. It's ZV being a troll. It's whatever. Okay. Sure. I mean, again, it's up to you. It's up to you. I'm not going to force you to open up your Discord. I just think it's very funny that happened. That's literally him doing that because he knew there'd be a good stream reaction.
I mean, like
to
I
it.
said, I mean, I'm definitely someone who can own up where I made mistakes. So I feel like that's pretty prevalent in this situation. Yeah, I definitely fucked up. I mean, I'm not gonna.
You can own up. You can own up when there's definitive proof that you did something wrong. You said to me that you could not remember deleting any other messages except for the one that you said to bite.
And I told you there was a 10% chance that I had.
You knew that you deleted other messages.
I did not.
You can remember the rationalization now for going back and deleting that message. You said you thought it was inappropriate, and so you went back and deleted it. When did you go back and delete that message?
I have no idea.
Convenient.
I mean, do we have the time?
You know well we don't, and that's why you're saying it.
Then
right?
I don't. How am I supposed to know that? I don't. Why?
Because you did it, you fucking retard.
Okay.
Okay.
So
here we are. So I've got a date on this. Okay. So on the 21st of September, you ask Parlo about a threesome. Yeah?
Yeah.
On the 25th, Avalon recalls a conversation you had, and he recalls this to somebody called CryptFFX, who I believe is a Discord moderator of yours. He says, quotation, "So I'm a top, and Parlo's a bottom, and we need somebody like in the middle." And then he sends a gif of a young girl crying, looking shocked. Avalon sends a gif of Joji in the rain, looking all sad and despondent, and then shares a message of you sharing a DM between you and Parlo, where you're asking if you'd be involved in a threesome. This is why you're on call together. 24th, Avalon says, yeah. Also, he asked me if he could use the Parlo persona I made to commission furry porn. That was the 24th, but before he turned 18.
Yeah, I asked him. Because he drew Parlo a persona. I was like, hey, can I use that for like personal commissions and stuff that aren't like I can't send them to you, but am I allowed to use that one?
Right. So you never had sexual conversations with this person. Did you delete that message as well? Was that also inappropriate?
No.
Okay.
I mean,
okay. It paints a pretty obvious picture, doesn't it?
I mean, again, like, just talking about your Discord, yeah, and this is part of the problem. Part of the problem that everyone's having internet is that you kind of get caught in like the web of tiny lies, or tiny inconsistencies, or big inconsistencies, and then like we have to look at a lot of testimony from you, which then kind of gets discredited. I mean, one of the things that looking through your Discord, for example, you did have minors in there. You seem to still.
My server was 16 plus at one point.
Sure.
And then I made it 18 plus.
But when it was made 18 plus, there were still minors in your Discord after it was made 18 plus.
Yeah, there's a distinct chance I might have missed a couple of them.
Well, some of them were your mods.
Oh.
Right? So, like, you're not just missing a few. They're your mods.
It was 18 plus for a while, and then my server kind of just became whatever. It didn't really have an age setting on it. And then I believe it was the call we had, Dickers, where you were like, I mean, if you do this shit, you should probably have it just be 18 plus, and that's kind of what I just changed it to.
Yeah, and then you didn't go through and ban a bunch of minors until 2 weeks later, right?
I thought I had gotten them all out. It wasn't until Z was like, hey, there's still a bunch of them in here that I went through and got them all.
So just quickly again, you you knew you had minors in your Discord, and you were sharing furry pornography in that Discord.
I was not sharing furry. Where is this?
Sure. Give me a second. Let me just. I'll literally post the image. It was
Set 28th of February 2024.
Yeah, this. I'll put it into the
And
group
as soon as
chat
we
again.
start digging for more, the server gets nuked.
Yeah. So like, you're clearly sharing this stuff.
There's another one, Femboy Hooters. There's a little wolf girl there from the 3rd of April 2024. What do you mean, oh?
I'm just trying to figure out the time frame of my server of whether that was when it was 18 plus or 16 plus. I don't know the time frame for that because it was both at one point.
I'll double check. Because there's a 16-year-old who says that they're 16-year-old in your general chat that I can see here. Oh, and that was in, September of 2023. They say they're 16, so this is when it was 16 plus, presumably. Screenshot at the bottom of there. I'm being a little hypocritical because it's 2:30 a.m. for me, but it's Sunday. I get to indulge, but I'm 16. I have no responsibilities. You do. September of 2023.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, I mean it's not great.
Yeah,
as an
it's not great.
as an understatement here.
Yeah.
I can see a lot of people in chat saying Fauji's screaming. I don't do ambushes. If Internet Adjacent's happy to talk to Fauji, I'll bring him in, but I won't force him.
No.
Okay. I just won't do that. It's not how I run things.
Can I go back to what I was cooking real quick?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, sure thing. So, I'll give you another chance. You asked Avalon first about this threesome, didn't you?
We were talking about it.
That's a that's a slightly different thing that you said before. Apparently, he's bringing it up. He's coming on to you. Now, when I ask
when
you
he turned
again,
18,
if you want
he
to walk
came
this
on to
back,
me.
you say, "Hold on, that's not what I'm asking." I say, when you were talking to Avalon, you asked him first, didn't you? You say, "Well, we were talking about it." Who asked who first?
I believe I did. I guess we were talking about.
Right.
We were talking about.
Fantastic.
Okay.
And you asked him before he was 18, didn't you?
We were talking about the bounds of like what is allowed in our individual relationships.
And those were sexual topics, weren't they? If you were talking about threesomes, those were sexual topics, weren't they? Yeah. Okay. So you were talking sexually with Avalon before he was 18. So why lie about it?
Because people are saying I was directing it towards him, and that's not true. I was not, because people are saying that I was trying to like imply that I wanted him to join the threesome when that's not the case.
So you lied to be able to wait. Sorry. People are implying that what? Sorry. So that again.
People are implying that this was me like preparing Avalon up to have a threesome with us, which isn't the case. I never even once like implied that I was talking about him.
Okay, so you just admitted that you were talking about whether threesomes were in the bounds of your relationship before he turned 18. And this is around the exact same time that you're planning a threesome with Parlo. And you happen, I guess, to ask Avalon whether threesomes are within the bounds of your relationship.
No,
and you're
we were
not
just talking
asking
about
Avalon.
We were just talking about it in general. It was like the most I would do with Parlo is just have a threesome.
Wait, so you're talking to Avalon about the extent of your relationship with Parlo? Okay, so why then, after your call on the 22nd, where you share the screenshot, where you're asking Parlo if he would want to engage in a three-way, Parlo says sure, why 3 days later is Avalon in DMs with Crypt, one of your mods, saying, quote, "So I'm a top and Parlo's a bottom, and we need somebody like in the middle."
Yeah.
You were
I-
asking
I-
Avalon, weren't you?
No, I was not aiming that at Avalon. I mean, Avalon tried going like, you said someone you trust, and it's like, that could be literally fucking anyone. That just means not a complete stranger.
You're going to somebody that you know is gay to engage in a three-way between you and Parlo. Who else do you know and trust in the UK? Just FYI. Just to
It
narrow
could be
this list
literally,
down.
it just means not a stranger. I don't know what other
No, but I'm
word
asking
to
who
have used
it.
for
I'm
that.
asking who it could be. How many gay
I
people who are single
I don't know,
or in
Parlo has
open
friends there.
relationships?
That's what I was.
do you-
That's
no,
what I
no,
was.
that's not people that you trust. That's people that Parlo trusts.
Yeah, but
Why are you
that's
saying this to
it's a
Avalon
collaborative
when you know
effort.
that you're going to
That's-
come and
that's-
meet him in the UK? It's obviously because you're asking him.
I was
I
not.
don't know
asking
why
him.
you don't realize how bad you look right now. Obviously lying. I don't know who you think this is working on. I promise you, it's absolutely nobody. I don't know why you don't just admit it. You asked Avalon whether he
I
would be
was not
interested
asking
in a
Avalon.
threesome between you and Parlo.
That is incorrect.
Okay. You've already admitted to lying about so much. I don't even know why this is a point you're trying to dodge, but okay. Where's the evidence of Avalon coming on to you, by the way?
It's in the DMs before the situation even happened, where I was like, "Oh yeah, he asked me about this."
Wait, I thought it was in a VC.
No, I said it in DMs when I was talking to people. Like, when he asked his boyfriend, and they were like, "Oh, I'm not cool with that." I'm like, "Yeah, all right, that's fine." He was asking about if we would want to do that.
Wait, that's not Avalon asking you. That's you going and asking his boyfriend for his permission.
No, he asked his boyfriend, and then his boyfriend came to me and was like, "What's this about a three-way?" And I was like,
That's not evidence. That's not evidence of Avalon asking you.
That's
You showed that in your
the-
video. It doesn't prove anything. All it shows is that his boyfriend was involved at one point. It doesn't prove who came onto you who at any point. Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Right. Okay. You also lied about the fact that Avalon is apparently trying to push Parlo to be able to remove Parlo's claims about you and Avalon from Parlo's video.
That was what he told me.
That's not what he told you. I've seen the DMs. You asked him to speak to Parlo about it.
Yeah, and then he was
said,
like, "I'll
"Sure."
see if I can get something in the video about it."
The way you framed it in your video is as if Avalon really wants Parlo. He's really been trying, I believe is exactly what you said. He's been trying to get Parlo to remove this from the video. Because nobody wants him to talk about this. It's not true. You asked Avalon to pass along a message to Parlo. True or false?
It was a mutual discussion.
It was not, because everybody's seen the DMs. You ask him, true or false, you ask him to pass along a message.
Yeah.
True or false? That's true, right? Was that a mm-hmm? Well, your mic's cutting out, I guess.
Oh fuck! Did he just run? Is he done? Are we? Dude.
He left the group.
That's interesting.
Bro. Fucking hell.
Poor Falgi, man. Ugh.
Right. Fuck me. Oh, fuck me, bro.
I think his name on Discord is going to be changing back to really something different soon.
Dude, I feel like these are the most minor of fucking points in this entire thing. I feel like this is just incredibly minor. I just
in more than one
I didn't
way.
even get to ask whether he'd be happy to talk to Rags.
No! Oh my god, fuck, that would have been fucking Kino content.
Oh, dude. Like, bro. Okay, look.
Yeah, and also from Avalon, I mean, I can just forward this if you want. But yeah, Avalon has been consistent. Even before Parlo's document came out, the only reason that Avalon's boyfriend was involved in all of this was because Avalon said, "Oh, I need to ask my partner if I can have sex with other people," and he basically told his boyfriend to say no to those advances.
Okay.
Otherwise, I've got no idea why you wouldn't just get Avalon to be able to speak to him and say, "Yes, my boyfriend says that's okay," or "No, my boyfriend says that's not okay." Pretty clear he wasn't comfortable saying no. And that's the only he's trying to get somebody else to say it. That's literally the only fucking interpretation in all of this, but okay.
Yeah, I mean that was a fucking shit show. I'm gonna be honest. I look again, I don't know what at least he'll accept the stuff about his Discord being a mess, and this whole situation being a mess. God help him if he makes anything else. Right, I can't believe he just gave mod to ZV and ZV just banned a load of people. That's really funny. Base, listen, ZV1,
yeah,
ZV1. That's actually very funny.
Apparently he's been involved in his response for a little while now.
Oh, he's so fucked. Oh, Wolfgang is so fucked, dude.
Yeah. Did we want to speak to Falgi? Or I don't know if you're wrapping up stream. It's pretty late.
Yeah, look, I'm gonna throw you guys out. I do want to talk to Rags.
Okay.
So, Falgi's cucked. Falgi's cucked for the evening. I'm sorry, buddy. I don't do ambushes. Otherwise people won't call in. And I want to be careful about that. But yeah, listen. Thank you, Dickers, for explaining this entire shit show. Parlo, best of fucking luck to you, buddy. I think you're gonna need it.
Yeah, I apologize for being retarded. I got everything I need now, though. I wish you guys the best.
Okay, cool. Well,
yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory. I'll see you guys.
Yeah, peace.
All right, had fun. Have a good one.
Yeah, based. Okay. Right, give me a second. Get this Discord window off. Fuck, I've got to read super chats as well. If Rags calls me, I'll end up doing it while he's here. Guys, you guys have been so fucking. Oh, hold on a second. Actually, while there's wait, 1 sec. Super chats. I can't believe he ran chat. Guys, you guys have been fucking brutal tonight. It's been great. Listen, you guys hit stickers ages ago. Thank you so much for the support and everything else. My brain hurts, guys. My brain hurts super much. Okay, we'll take animation. Let me read through like all of these. Holy shit. Okay. Rise of the Stickers, WR. Thank you for the 2, Belinda. Axis with the 5. The soup example sounds like compulsive lying, not autism. I agree with you. Spencer Howard with the 2. Wolfgang is femboy bunghole finger blaster. Jesus Christ. Spencer another with 2. Internet adjacent doesn't have the bussy to tolerate A-logging. Apparently so. Spencer with the 2 again. No one wants internet adjacent surprise bum digital penetration. Jesus Christ. Raccoon with the 2. Time to roast the furry. A-Space with the 2. Now let's get internet adjacent in here. Well, it happened briefly. Yen with the 2. Gulp. Soul Skibbity. Jesus Christ, it's been a while. So with the 5, Parlo is Midas. Is if everything Midas touched turned to shit. Actually, very, very true. Spencer Howard with the 2. W. Himpleton, base snaking Roblox speds. Yeah, I mean, listen, you can't argue with the results, I suppose. The Opinionator with the 2. What's your take on this IE versus Parlo drama, Beckett? Everyone involved in it is completely fucking retarded and is taking advice from the worst people possible. I do not know how they keep doing this. Grey Knight with 2. What the hell is happening? I'm so confused. Think how I feel. Rotting with a membership of Molding for 9 months. Let's go. I've been here for 9 months. Christ, play child support for the chat and stickers, Beckett. So fucking true. Gilla with the Blood Spiller with the 5. Another iconic Templar win. Yeah, Templar won by doing nothing. Absolutely insane. Speed Racer, member for 3 months at Coping. Thank you very much. I saw Parlo let Cormax back in the fold. Why, bro? I think we answered that, but yeah, good fucking question. He stole the right take from Parry, by the way. Yes, I had heard that. Again, Retarded. Thank you for the 2, Spencer. Spencer with the 2. Paulo, don't let chat gaslight you, idiot. Like Spencer. That's it. Spencer trying to help him. That's fucking brutal. K-Hawk, thank you for the raid. Also, Gamma, thank you for the raid. Much appreciated, both of you. Raccoon with the 2. Paulo, you're guilty like a wolf. Jesus. Speed Racer with the 2. Are you calling him a zoo, Paulo? Yes or no? Answer. Holy fuck, that whole thing was so fucking frustrating to go through. It's just, oh my god, it's infuriating. I want to die. Raccoon with the 2. Hey Paulo, getting back together with Wolf. You never know. Yen with the 2. Paulo ate my cheeseburger. This is a genuine claim. Much appreciated for the genuine claim. Provide some evidence. Raccoon with the 2. Paulo loves Wolfgang. I mean, dude, they're so similar in some respects. Kit Kat with the 20 Canadian dollars. That's incredibly generous. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Raccoon with 2. Paulo has no home, LMFAO. Have my money back here. Much appreciated. Kevin with the 20 Swedish crowns. Paulo's stupidity is amazing. It should be studied. We're trying. Artemis with the 5. Something very important is redraft, and get proofreaders. School isn't lying when they say make more than one draft. Yes, drafting is incredibly important. I should do that more. Raccoon with the 5. Paulo, you're giant liar and have no home. I mean, accurate. Kickin with the 20. Manager, no. Paulo needs a handler. Yes, so fucking true. Hamish, member for 13 months of seething. Deploy the Italian, and maybe another time. I do listen. Fauci was on pretty recently. Crimpleton with the 5. How old was Avalon when he first became friends with him? Also, aren't there literal screenshots showing he's lying about the three-way thing? Yes, there are. Kai Rise with the 2. Just bring Fauci on for a nibble. I might bring him on in a vet. Kicking with the 20 Swedish crowns. I'm proud of you, Daddy Beckett. Have a sticker. Much appreciated. Thank you for the sticker. It's nice to get one myself. Grey Knight with the 10. Thank you, buddy. This drama is so fucking stupid. I guess could best be summarized as this could have been an email, bro. We need to start doing like Google Doc animation allegations through emails. That would be fucking absolutely banging. Dude. Okay, let me get Rags in. Let me bring in Rags. It's been ages since I've had Rags on. Okay. Oh, that was a lot of reading. Love it, love it. Hey, buddy, how you doing, Rags?
Hello, hi. You know your stream is insanely quiet, right?
Wait, no, wait. Is it? It shouldn't be.
It certainly was to me.
Well, no one said anything else, and
all right, well,
OBS,
if no
OBS
said
says
anything,
it's fine. OBS
no one
says
whined.
fine.
There's no problem.
Have you just come on to like make me paranoid? Is that what would
Yep.
just immediately come to gaslight me? Fuck.
No,
It is-
it's really quiet. Oh yeah, this is this the video we covered on with Faugi on the op block?
Yeah,
I remembered
just
because we were watching him play Call of Duty Nazi Zombies. And he
Yeah.
got like 15,000 points. He's very good. He's so good at Call of Duty Nazi Zombies.
well, he's got nothing else
I
to do
pointed out
other
how
than,
odd
like,
it was that he was given this very serious, like, well, in his mind it was serious. It's all a big joke, but in his mind he gave this very serious, like, my response to all, you know, my reputation being ruined on account of me and my behavior and my habits. And then he's playing like Call of Duty Nazi Zombies footage in the back for the whole time. It's like, man, maybe treat this with a little bit of solemnity. I don't know, man. Do you want me watching you playing Call of Duty Nazi Zombies, or like listening to you try and salvage the remainder of your reputation?
I mean, he just ran from Dickers. It's a bit of a shame that I didn't get to bring him on. Bring you on.
It's a stylistic choice, certainly.
Um,
But I wasn't able to listen to the stream. I had it open so I could see the chat, but I was having a talk with someone else about some other things, so I couldn't like listen to the call. But I'll have to do that later. Because
Yeah.
I bet it was funny, but it
This-
was very amusing.
There's definitely some funny bits in there. Now, like, so what I'd say is, like, obviously, Internet Adjacent made a video on you, going over like random old allegations about you, and I don't listen.
Yeah, every once in a while, people discover that, oh wait, Rags is a furry and he does furry things, and then they lose their shit, and I'm like, oh, this is happening again? Okay, all right.
Yeah, and it goes on a cycle. I don't particularly want to go over those because I just can't be bothered.
It's very silly. Yeah.
Yeah, but I do think that it's kind of funny that he made that video on you, but also is a furry and has proclivity for
That blew my
andro stuff.
mind. I was like, this can't be the same guy. This is a different dude. Because Internet Adjacent is a name that's very nondescript. Like, I feel like there's 17 channels named that, So I was thinking, man, there's no way. There's no way. This isn't the same guy, right? But I guess it is. I mean, look, no one hates furries more than furries. I'll be the first to admit that. I'll dunk on furries any day, all right? Because they are what a wacky bunch. But the nature of his complaints and his allegations against me, with him being one himself, were just actually fucking wild. I'm like, you fool, you absolute buffoon, you moron. What have you done? What have you done?
Dude, I mean, yeah, it is an interesting play. I think it's nice that he's able to come on and admit that he's kind of fucked his credibility. I think this is like just at a baseline, at the very least, he's fucked as a commentator. You can't really do anything anymore because
it's the stuff with him and Parlo and all this is like already he's like, oh, this is some bottom feeding drama slop wannabe tuber, and I'm like, okay, whatever. It's fun. It's like they're animals in a zoo. You look at them and you're like, okay, well, this is kind of entertaining, and you move on to the next exhibit, and they're stuck in their little drama world, and you get to just like go outside and live a life and do things and enjoy yourself. But yeah, it was. I will admit, it was amusingly karmic to see all this stuff just sort of happen shortly after he made his little hit piece video.
Yeah, it's literally
like,
do nothing, win. It's crazy.
Kind of. It works shockingly well. There's people who take like weird beefs with EFAP and everything, and we're just like, oh, you're just like a weird psycho. We're not going to address you, and the problem sorts itself out.
Yeah, I mean, EFAP's kind of weirdly drama adverse, I suppose, because of
well, we don't engage with it a lot of the times.
And
like,
everyone's kind of a veteran creator, so it's not the first rodeo.
It's not new to us, because I remember thinking years and years and years ago, it was like, oh, the first time you get called racist or whatever, or sexist, you're like, what? I'm not that. I'm not. But then you're like, oh, this is just the internet and people are psychos. Okay, I can just. Here's the thing: you can just ignore it 100% and carry on with your life. That's just an option that you have available to you, and it costs you nothing. Well, you just don't have to engage with crazy people.
Yeah, Apollo was freaking at chat, and I'm like, why do you give a fuck what chat's saying?
Chat?
Yeah, because my chat was just like, because they were getting a rise out of him. It's like, why engage with chat? Like, if someone says something insane about you on the internet, like, the truth is just, who fucking cares? Is the reality. It doesn't really matter. It matters more if you've got like a serious content creator coming after you. But like random chatters,
maybe if they're
and comments,
serious and super big and stuff, there could be some context where you should address it and just completely knock it down. But on account of it's like with EFAP, it's me. He's like, what are you gonna like? Oh, he's a cringe. He gets cringe furry art. Is like, yeah. Is that it, or do you have anything else? Because if that's it, then I'm just gonna go back to playing my game and hanging out over here. And that's all we got.
chilling. So okay. So he did contact you before his video came out, right?
I learned this during, so for those who didn't know, I think I just mentioned it, but I was on the op block with Falgi and friends, and we were doing some commentary on the Call of Duty Nazi Zombies internet adjacent Parlo statement. And during that, it was asked if he had contacted me. And I said, no, he didn't contact me about it. And then they said, well, he uses the name Wolfgang sometimes. Because I didn't know about this. I didn't know he had a double life. He was leading a secret life. He had his furry life and his internet slop tuber life. Right? Little did he know how much that his worlds were soon to collide. But I had no clue. And so when I was told about this, I was like, oh, Wolfgang, I could check and see if I've got DMs. And I did. He did contact me. I'm like, oh, this is him? I had no clue. I had absolutely no clue that this is a guy who was trying to make some little drama slop video on my furriness. So I decided I read him out with him. This wasn't on stream, but I read him out with him and some other people, because my policy on DMs is typically DMs are pretty sacrosanct. If you come to me and you are engaging in DMs with me, then those stay between us. That's a private conversation between me and someone else. I know the value of having that be private. It's meant specifically for a single person. You talk to a single person in confidence differently than you talk to other people, not because you're saying bad stuff, but because it's private.
No, it's fair.
There's a line there,
despite...
and it's obviously there's plenty of stuff. I'm a furry. There's plenty of cringe stuff that I've said to people. Like if some people leak their DMs with me, it'd be like, oh yeah, look at this cringe stuff that he says to other furries. Like, yeah, but that wasn't meant to be public. That was meant for a specific person.
Yeah, I've held similar rules. I think, despite the fact that I've covered a lot of leaked DMs, I actually very, very rarely leak. I think one of the only notable times I've ever leaked was my DMs with Dogpack during the Chris Tyson stuff, because the DMs were so insane that I was like, "This is a public interest." So,
well,
but
if I need to defend myself, then I will leak DMs. If someone does like an attack against me and they show that they're clearly a bad faith actor who's an enemy of mine, then I'll leak DMs. I'll do it to attack the person if I need to, or like a response to their attack or to defend myself. So I thought in my little noggin, you know what? I need to go ahead and save these DMs just in case. So what I did was I just F9'd to record. I just scrolled through them and saved them just in case. Little 7-second video. And thank goodness that I had such forethought. Thank goodness that I was so wise. Because during the stream, as I'd mentioned it to you, I looked, went to my DMs, WOLFG, and I don't see them anymore. So it looks as if they might be gone. Oh no, he just deleted his account? No, I do have the DMs. He's changed his Discord. Wait, unable to load profile, banner, badges, and about me. Oh, I think he's deleted his Discord. Let me show you what it shows for me.
Wait, what?
We no longer have servers in common, and this, I'll just DM this to you. That's what it shows now.
Yeah, that's his new one.
It used to just say Wolfgang, and now it says that.
Yeah.
Now it says Wolfgang was taken working on something.
Yeah, because that's his. He changed his Discord to "Leave me alone. I don't know what people want from me," and he's supporting Black Lives Matter.
Oh, they probably want to make fun of you because of all of the embarrassing things that you've said and done, and how you're like this crazy, weird individual person. But okay, it's interesting. Anyway, I guess I thought they were deleted. They aren't. Either way, I have them saved, and they are amusing. We should read them. They are funny.
Okay. Yes, I'm very up for reading these. Okay, I don't know if you still got them. Do you want to send them in screenshots and then I can like throw them into Google, or you can upload the video and we'll do it that way. One way or
what
another.
I'll do is it's not much. I was kind of taking the piss out of them, and it's quite amusing. I think a couple screenshots would probably do it, maybe several. So let me go ahead and just do that. And I can send you a little list here. What would be the best way to do this?
I feel like I was right to wait for this drama to mature fully. I think this is one of those.
Sometimes that's just sometimes that's the way to go.
Yeah, I was like, this will Beth.
This
will Beth fruit.
Open location. It's only 7 seconds long. It's not a lot. Let me find them and I'll send them to you, and then you can just stop and pause. Oh, here it is. This should be it.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Do not show this publicly, because it's got like side info on it. It's nothing incriminating. It's just for the sake of privacy, because it shows who I have DMs with, and there's people and I have friends.
Sure.
So you can just use this as a little. Well, actually, in order for you to show it on stream, because I don't mind, because fuck this little slop tuber weirdo, I can go ahead and just get some screenshots. And in the meantime, we can just talk. What were you talking about today? Because like I said, I wasn't able to listen to the stream. So
basically, I wanted a full rundown because I haven't followed much of this. So I just had Dickers on to explain basically this entire drama. PARLO came on to also drop new allegations. It turns out that like Internet Adjacent was also he had a server with minors in it that he was aware of having minors in, and was sharing furry pornography in his Discord full of minors.
And this was there's Internet Adjacent or PARLO?
Internet Adjacent.
Oh yeah, like I have furry porn in my server. It's all within the guidelines of Discord and everything. But my first rule is also like 18 plus, 18 plus, 18 plus, no exceptions, 18 plus.
Yeah.
So like that's very like that's the number one first rule, period.
Yeah,
So,
and it's I think there was a point where basically he phoned in. He was like, "Yeah, you know, I wasn't careful about banning the minors. Maybe I didn't get them all." And I just said, "Well, you know, 2 of them were your mods, so I mean, obviously, fucking not." Because he had underage mods as well. It's it's very fucking.
that's
stupid.
wild.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm so careful with just like mods, even as adults. The idea that you'd have a minors as mods, especially in a server where you got like not safe for, because your mods, like how can you have mods like in your server who can't access not safe for work rooms?
Well, there weren't any not safe for work rooms. He was posting this shit in general.
Well, I guess that's sort of the problem, because normally in a server, like you can tag if a room is not safe for work or not, and then people, the first time you enter it, you have to click like, I understand this is a not safe for work room with not safe for work content. In this case, you know, in this instance, furry pornography. So yeah, it's even more of a problem if, I mean, it's bad either way. Either it's just a different levels of irresponsible. And I'm not gonna like hound people super hard on a lot of that stuff, because there's only so much you should realistically have to do to like stop minors and everything from getting in, because it's the internet and I can't be sitting here vetting people
like
in
this.
terms
Yeah,
of
the
getting...
age verification, like give me your ID shit is like very extreme. Some of it's based on, you know, this is an over 18 space. I mean, from my perspective, the way I have the Discord run, though, I'm very, you know, I'm not really involved in running my Discord. But the rule is it's 18 plus, but also we wouldn't say like you can't share pornography in my Discord. Like, we're still quite careful about that shit. Not
Yeah, that's fine.
for minors or anything else, just because I'm like, well, I've seen so many people get in Discord drama over this kind of stuff. I'm just like, it's just easier to blanket. We're not doing that here.
Yeah, I understand.
Go to
It's just,
Fauci's Discord. He likes it. No, I'm kidding. I don't
yeah,
know
it's
if
fair
that's
enough.
true.
No, like I'm keen on it. There's a lot of good stuff in there. I'm just a wacky, horny guy. But I just very clear, 18 plus. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. All right, we're not doing any of that stuff. You got to be, you know. And again, I'm not asking for pictures of people's driver's licenses and stuff. I'm just like, I'm making sure that this is the rule, and if I find out, then you're gone, no questions asked. That's how it is. And I think that's an acceptable level of sort of just dealing with it.
Yeah,
I think it's
it has to be
unreasonable
to
there's a level of just unfeasibility that comes after that, to where you're at, to where it's just like you've done an acceptable level of diligence. So at that point, because at that point people will just, if people want to just get into places and lie about their age and stuff like that, then it would take,
yeah, there's ways
of,
there's
like...
ways around it as well. And I think,
Yeah,
you know,
obviously, 'cause
you
it's the
also
internet.
you've got the other issue. I mean, there was a point where I think for a day we tested age verification and I couldn't get into the Discord myself. So I was just like, okay, cool, we're not doing this,
just
because
like,
I'm not giving my ID over to
personal
Discord.
information, especially to Discord. I don't want to know it. It's just not real. It's honestly, it's just not my business. I don't want to know. And I don't want you giving it to Discord, because fuck that.
Yeah, it'll just get caught in
there is
WLE,
just a level
you
of
know?
like, here are the rules. Don't lie about them. If I find out, you're gone. Period.
Yeah. Which
And
is
like, oh, what is it?
perfectly
And
fair.
also, it's like you go onto Twitter and you could just see all the porn you want anyway. So it's just like, I don't know. I've done my part. I've done my part, and it's good enough. There you go.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna call people out for not super duper policing age verification for their stuff.
Yeah, I can't say I blame you. I think that's a perfectly sensible way to do it. Okay, are these all the screenshots? Are we good?
This is it. Rags is
Okay.
clearly not in the UK. Fuck no. I'm in Arkansas, baby.
Listen,
I'm a southern doggo. Someone was asking in the chat, are you a fox or a deer? And I'm like, Jesus Christ. The fox one I understand, but...
You're not gonna... Dude, you could usurp Teal Deer's identity.
Horny.
Okay? Teal Deer's not coming back. Actually,
That's a shame.
He started posting again. I tell a lie.
He started uploading some of his stuff, yeah, but...
Yeah.
He shouldn't stop. I mean, he's made some good stuff.
Yeah, Teal Deer was amazing back in the day. Okay, I'm gonna throw these up on stream so stream can see them.
Rags, are you a horse? In some respects.
Jesus Christ.
Because I'm retarded. Wait, what did you think I meant?
Listen, the boss drama
I can run
haunts
fast,
me.
but I'm
Okay.
retarded.
Okay.
Run fast, eat grass. Okay, so this is it. It wasn't that much because usually if people ask, because every once in a while, not too often, but every once in a while, someone will DM me or be like, "Did you know that there was furry duh, and some of them had 4 legs?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's one of these happening." And so I just sort of fuck with them. So that's what I did when I got this message from this Wolfgang character. I was just like, "Oh, it's one of these. I'll just fuck with him a bit, and I'll just be cheeky." And this went on for quite a while. He didn't pick up. Like, I think Wolfgang might actually be retarded because I was really kind of laying it on thick here with like the sarcasm, and it didn't take until I essentially completely gave it up at the end to where he stopped messaging me. But as it kept going on and on and on, and he was still asking me questions in earnest and everything, I was like, "Holy shit, this guy's thicker than a bowl of oatmeal." And I don't mean he was curvy. I mean he was dumb. He was really stupid. He was a dummy.
I mean, I think if this fucking Parlo drama has shown anything, that's probably accurate. Do you want to do this, and you can read your parts? I'll read Wolfgang.
Wait, why do I have to do me?
Okay, I'll read you then. You can read Wolfgang.
Well, do you want to do me? I was just like, we can break the chains of. Well, tell you what, because I know the intonation that I was going for. I'll do me. I think that you had a good idea to begin with. In fact, it was probably absurd of me to even entertain the idea that I wouldn't read out my own dialogue.
I mean,
that was such a wacky idea.
Actually,
I don't know what came over me.
Actually, I'm into like the idea of trying to guess your intonation now. I wonder if how good my Rags impression.
Okay, well we can do that. Yeah, maybe that's part of the skill of being able to type is if someone else can guess kind of what I'm going for.
Yeah, and we'll say yeah. Then you can correct me. Okay. So you can read Wolfgang.
Definitely. Okay. I will be Wolfgang and you can be me. I'll do him and you can do me. All right. I don't think I say the N-word in these messages, so we should be okay. All right, I'll be Wolfgang. I'll start. Yo, Rags, any chance I can ask you about something?
Sure.
Oh, I don't know.
You don't like that? What about?
I don't know. I guess it's okay. That was all right. It's probably what I meant. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. It was in regards to some of the stuff that's on your fur affinity.
What?
I don't think I've ever said what that way before. Maybe I have.
Listen, you're British now. Enjoy.
You have a fur affinity, right?
What's that?
It's that website for furries to do commissions and get art and shit.
Sounds like a really wacky place. You happy with wacky there?
I love wacky's a great word. Wacky's one of my favorite words. I love wacky when you call things wacky. I feel like it's very versatile. I came here to ask though, because there's an account on there claiming to be you.
Is he handsome?
I don't know, but he's commissioning porn of dogs having sex.
Wow, that's pretty crazy.
And then he sent this this picture here of someone who drew this for me 7 years ago. And the description says naughty not not.
What does that mean? Naughty not not.
It's 2 quadrupedal dogs having sex, not usual furries, 2 realistic dogs.
You didn't answer my question.
Huh? It's 2. I don't know how to like verbally do that one. If this was like an anime, we could just like zoom into my eyes or something. I don't know. It's 2 dogs having sex, and there's multiple of these present on the account.
Okay, but what does naughty not not mean? Okay.
I assume it's talking about the genitalia.
What does that have to do with genitalia?
This account is also linking back to EFAP.
You didn't answer my question.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, I was just curious.
If this account is impersonating you, then I'd probably do something, man. 'Cause this isn't a good look.
The irony. That sounds like a good idea.
Is the account yours?
I'll send a message to him and find out. Bro. Oh,
It is at this point where poor Wolfie finally has sort of discovered that I've been fucking with him literally the entire time.
dude.
And I've not received any more. The correspondence ends there. So I guess he decided, man, I've got to make a video on this furry degenerate, because he's not being a furry the right way. He's being a furry in a way that I do not approve of.
It reminds me of
Because
like,
obviously, based on this art, I can infer to a degree that I will make a big public video about how Rags is a zoophile. He wants to have sex with real dogs.
it reminds me of just like there's a clip, I think it's to do with Rainforest, where it's like, please just don't embarrass the fandom. And like I do feel for furries.
So is that, to be fair, there's no way Internet Adjacent would know if a guy is handsome. He doesn't like getting pictures of face. I feel like you're kind of as dumb as him if you're saying that in the chat. If like, it's obviously fucking around with him. If you say someone's impersonating you and I ask, is he handsome? Like, what do you think? What do you think the tone is? Ah,
Dude.
Big L in the chat. Big
He
L
is, bro. He's so fucked. I can't believe it. There's this thing about drama streamers and drama content creators where when they end up in dramas themselves, it's like, you know how like when Doug Walker like killed Nostalgia Critic and made Demo Reel, and Demo Reel is objectively fucking terrible, and he had like no self-awareness about it, or Linkara's comic. It's like that. It's like critics.
I feel like Nostalgia Critic does have a lot of self-awareness now, or like
He
knows how
does
to
now.
take a joke.
He
He's
didn't at the
learned how to
time.
do it. He was on like Smiling Friends and everything, and even I have a, despite the, we'll call it the inconsistent quality of his videos in terms of their like insight and whatnot. I always like watching his videos because, well, he's a wacky guy, all right.
He is
He
a
does
wacky guy.
these weird skits, and he can have like insightful things to say, but then he could say like this weird out there kind of stuff, and it's always like a wild card. What are we gonna get? What are we gonna get with Nostalgia Critic? Are we gonna get like a serious, meaningful deconstruction of this piece of art, or are we gonna get Melvin, brother of the Joker, Melvin? And it's like, I don't know. We can get anything.
But to be fair, he's got to that point. Did you ever see his like Pink Floyd review?
I did.
Where he was like,
it was interesting.
He
there
like
was,
put the
there
whole
was
thing down to
definitely
Twitter
good stuff
abuse.
in there.
Like,
yeah, that was interesting because I didn't really know much at all about Pink Floyd, Brick in the Wall, whatever it is. I just, it was never a band I really listened to that much or knew about it. So when I watched Doug Walker's review and stuff of it, I was like, oh, there's some stuff in here. And there's like, and then also there's like, oh, like that's just like clearly not what is being meant by the song. But it wasn't worthless. That's the thing. I think some people, they only focused on like the obviously bad stuff, and they kind of did skip over the fact that like, oh, like let's also consider that there are some things in here that are actually worth listening to. And I can at least appreciate, regardless of that, the fact that he constructed that entire video like a musical that was parodying the album. Like that was totally unnecessary and something he chose to do just for the sake of fucking style. And
that's true.
Like
Though
I
do
respect
think
that.
it's a mistake. Because Corey Taylor's in that video. For one song at the end, but like apparently like because Corey Taylor and his son are like big fans of Nostalgia Critic, and it's like you had access to Corey Taylor and you use him for like one song right at the end, but like there's obvious other opportunities. It's really
Well, no, I think that's part of the style, because I think like if I was like a film student or whatever and I had to make a short film and I had access to like a super famous actor, I would literally just give them like a 5-second part. I'd give him like I would purposefully have this super famous actor be in this role as like a very side tertiary character who shows up for a few moments and has like one line or like 4 seconds on screen, and it just happens and boom, it's gone. That's what I would do as like a stylistic choice. So maybe that's what Doug was doing. Maybe Doug knew, and he's like, I'm gonna purposefully give this guy a really like only one song at the end or a smaller part, instead of like having him be obnoxiously in the whole thing and hogging the attention and being too conspicuous.
Dude.
But who knows? The mind of Doug Walker is he operates
mystery.
on a different level than we do.
True, much like Spoonie.
He is the forever enigma.
I think everyone involved in Channel Awesome was a forever enigma.
And I
Greg
wouldn't have it
Jones
any other
in
way.
particular. Yeah.
So
true.
I think we got a little sidetracked. I think I was asking like what was the stream about tonight before I hopped in because I was in a call and I couldn't join in earlier and I couldn't listen
yeah,
in.
we've
So
basically
what was
just
going on?
gone over all the internet adjacent stuff, and it's, I mean, it's just watching the death of a content creator. One thing that's really interesting is the similarities between him and Parlo, because they both seem to horrifically deflect.
They deserve each other.
Yes, I'd agree with that.
They just don't know that yet. They each one of them thinks that the other one's too wacky and weird and degenerate, but really they don't understand that they're meant for each other. They really truly do deserve one another.
Yeah, it's gonna be one of those like movie style things, like in 5 years' time, like How I Met Your Mother at the end, where Ted goes to like hold the trumpet up in front of Robin's window, and it's like
I thought that was
terribly
a Jonah and the
disappointed.
Whale reference.
Jonah Whale reference. No, they're yeah, it's definitely they'll end up together. They'll be very happy. They can, if Parlo
just
goes
feel
to
like
prison, they can have conjugal visits.
What would Parlo has he done something, or is it just like, oh, you look like
he's
the kind of person who's
currently-
just going to be in prison?
He's currently being investigated by the police for soliciting a minor who catfished him.
Oh.
He's probably
Well-
not. Listen, I'm not a lawyer, but I don't think he's going to prison. I think.
I doubt if
you know.
someone was like legitimately fooled by somebody and they were just being irresponsible. I doubt that would, lead to that.
Yeah.
Especially if I would assume that if your behavior is a certain way after you discover, after the gig is up, so to speak, if you like instantly cut contact and said, do not message me ever again, I hate you, I didn't know, you fooled me, you rapscallion, and then like there was never any communication after that, that would probably be like, oh, okay, well,
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
one
he's not been. Apparently, the stuff was seized like 3 months ago, and it'll probably be going on for a while. These things are not quick, but yeah, I don't think. Just my personal opinion as a non-lawyer, I don't think he's going to prison. I think
I
the
would-
worst
yeah,
that will
I would
happen is he
imagine
ends up on the
not,
sex
he
offenders
probably-
registry. Very worst
Yeah, I
case,
feel
in
like
my opinion.
And probably neither of those things should probably happen. I think sometimes people are just like they just
Yeah.
assume that someone isn't, because you're not even in the headspace a lot of the time of, oh, the person messaging me in this way, like obviously it wouldn't be a minor. Like your brain's not even thinking about that sort of thing. It doesn't even occur to you that you could be talking to a young person. You just assume they're like you or older.
Yeah, well, apparently
obviously
this
that's
guy
not,
did
like-
tell him that he was an older person, so it was like a full catfish. But
Okay.
so
Well-
yeah, I think that's
Embarrassing, but I don't think he should get like,
No.
I mean, it depends. I don't know. It depends on what they ended up doing, and especially if photos were sent back and forth. But I don't know. I think a lot of people, I think some people, especially as we just learned with old Wolfgang here, some people are just really stupid, and that's kind of their only crime. They're not. It's especially horny furries. They can be, though furries are getting really good about that sort of thing in terms of like I was telling Faugi and the Op Block crew. It sounds like a band. But I was telling them a lot of the times when it comes to this stuff, if you go on like Twitter or whatever, or Blue Sky, I guess is where some of them are still hanging out. If you go onto Twitter or whatnot, or for Affinity or wherever, and you look at the bios of these artists who draw like, explicit furry pornography, they're very clearly at the top, like minors do not interact, zoophiles do not interact. It's very clear that they're like, this is bad stuff and we don't like it. And
Well,
whenever
the
someone's
community's had to
discovered
sort
to
of-
actually be a zoophile in the furry community, they get like completely ostracized and they're a persona non grata. They take that shit really seriously because of the obvious like implications as being part of the group. Because if you don't police your own, as we've seen with many political movements and spheres of the internet, if you don't police your own and keep your own house clean, then the whole place gets stunk up. And
I think a
so
lot of that's
they've definitely
because of
learned
the
about that.
Kuro the Wolf drama that happened.
I think so, yeah. Because
Yeah.
obviously you talk about him and what he did, and every furry, well, every normal person, including furries, will be like, "Holy shit! I
Yeah, it
can't
was
believe
so
that was a
just
thing that
not-
existed."
Yeah, it was like
that
such a
was
huge drama for
wild.
the community. 'Cause
So,
he was
yeah,
not a
that might have
small
been what
content
kicked it off,
creator. I
yeah.
think he was the
Yeah.
most, well, I most widely known
He was up
internet
there, right?
furry content creator. Yeah.
Because I couldn't tell you who the widest known furry person is. When I I guess it'd be like Pyrocynical or something, right? He's a weird furry person, right?
I don't know if that counts. Is it you, Rags? Are you the most
What do you mean
widely
it doesn't
known
count?
furry?
Believe it's weird, but I'm up there, which is weird to think about because I'm just like it is a weird thought to be like, oh, like unironically, I'm probably like one of the most well-known furries or popular furries that exist. I just don't. I've only relatively recently, started going to like cons and stuff and leaning more into it, and I just because of life stuff and things, I haven't made videos and stuff, but hopefully that'll change soon. But I'm like, yeah, like that might actually be the case. But I guess I never looked at it from that perspective. But maybe, I guess, weird as it is to think, I used to when I go to cons and stuff and I have my badge and everything, people are like, oh, they recognize. And so that's kind of neat, It's
Yeah.
nice to not be recognized, but it's also nice to be recognized. I don't want people fawning over me. I don't like it when people like just suck me off, uh, figuratively in terms of like, oh, you're so great and I love you this, and I'm like, okay, it's great. It's not that I don't appreciate it. It's just like I don't want people just sitting around praising me and telling me how wonderful I am.
I will say, I was thinking this the other day because somebody messaged me with something like, oh, is it okay if I contact you? I was like, yeah, I don't fucking care. I'm just a random dude. But I think there is that element. I don't know whether it's a particular YouTuber thing, but YouTubers tend to fall into two categories of the like, I'm just a person, or like way too high an opinion of themselves. There's very rarely a middle ground.
I just want to be. I'm just a guy, I just want to hang out with people, and if someone says, "Oh wow, you're Rags, it's you," I'm like, "Yep, hey, what's up?" I don't mind that because obviously as I meet people in these sorts of spaces, like when there's an artist that I've been following for many years and I really like their work and I meet them in person, I'm like, oh hey, it's awesome, I really love your stuff, that kind of thing. Like that's normal, but it should kind of be like that's kind of where it should peter out a bit without getting too obsessive or parasocial. Because I guess it helps for me because I've been on the receiving end of that. I know what it's like.
Yeah, there's definitely content
had
creators who I'd fanboy over. Not many, but there's like a couple who I've watched for years. But generally speaking, it's like, yeah, you're just people. I think you get used to that. But there are obviously some incredibly talented creators out there and content creators.
Someone mentioned Markiplier's brother. Yeah, he does the Two Kinds comics. I saw him at Megaplex, which was earlier this year. So he had a stand there. He had a big line too. I don't know anything about the comic. I just see people drawing porn of the characters, and that's all I know. But yeah, it's Markiplier's brother. He's very well known furry artist.
So yeah, so I suppose like God, I mean, other than like the death of internet Jason's career, because I feel like again, you've kind of done nothing and won, and it's very funny.
I've just kind of been watching. Yeah, I'm like, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I haven't watched this video. How the fuck would I? The thumbnail's like, oh, this guy's a zoophile, and I'm like, what the fuck? Why? That's not true. Because I'm me. I know my mind. I'm obviously not. This is stupid. So I just laughed at it and be like, oh my god, some little slop tuber made a video on me. And then all of this stuff just started happening. And I was like, oh, this is doubly amusing because he's that weirdo, that little guy who made this video on me. I was like, it's funny.
Yeah, I mean, I've got
do
similar
nothing and
feelings
win.
with occasionally when people take shots. I'm just like, whatever, because it doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
I think
sometimes the
that's
best
the
thing
big
is
thing,
not to interact.
Yeah, it's just it doesn't.
They don't deserve your attention or time.
It doesn't really matter. And again, like I'm quite lucky. Not that I don't have to deal with hate on a mass scale, really.
Yeah, you're a good size. That's the thing. There's a good size to be in where you have like a viewership, but you're also not so big that everything you do is scrutinized and double, triple analyzed, and people try and look for all of your shit, and they read way too deep into everything that you do. Yeah, you got to take the good with the bad at any size, kind of.
Yeah, and it's kind of whatever. I'm lucky enough to. I think a big part of it is having a real life. I've said this with a few YouTubers. There seems to be a difference in people who like have jobs and things. Then again, apparently Wolfgang has a job, and that's clearly not helping.
I mean, he ain't making a living on what he's putting out on the internet, so it's no surprise.
But yeah,
a lot of people. I mean, Nicholas Torrio is a good example. He's got a real job, and he just streams. When he can, he streams at nights for fun, and obviously it makes him a decent chunk of change, and he clearly enjoys it. But it obviously gives him a level of perspective which is valuable in these kinds of spaces the sort of drama space, drama commentary space, because there's definitely a wide breadth of quality when it comes to commentary.
Yeah, I think one
And
of the big problems is that for a lot of internet creators, not just commentary, but generally, they're people who start quite young, usually while in university or they don't go to university, and this is like their first real validation. Because becoming like terminally online is usually a response to not having much going on in the real world.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. Yeah, online I could be this person that people like and people watch and stuff like that. But there's a million different permutations of how people balance their real life and internet life. Because my real life is gonna be way different than probably a lot of people's real life, and how I do online stuff, and it's different worlds, and I keep them compartmentalized as people probably should, and it makes things just a lot simpler and a lot easier. You got to be able to walk away. It's probably like the big thing. You need to be able to get up and walk away from the internet life and go to the real world. But if it's like constantly a part of you, no matter what, wherever you go, always, then yeah, I could see how that would drive you insane.
Yeah, occasionally you just need to take a break. And again, I've been away for like 10 days just doing IRL stuff and building Lego and playing Star Citizen. It's been nice.
Scam Citizen.
It's getting good. Okay, listen, we're gonna get 1.0 next.
No, I say that I say that tongue in cheek. I've got friends who are really into Star Citizen, and it is a proper game.
It is a proper game. I've spent way too much money on it. It's been fucking ridiculous, but it is fun. Well, but yeah, so I guess because this you've kind of become the palate cleanser. It's a rather nice palate cleanser. It's good to get some kind of ridiculous
It's
DMs.
nice to be called a palate cleanser.
Yeah, it's a solid palate.
I've been called many things, but that's nice. I can set that on my bio. Was once referred to as a palate cleanser. Okay.
What have you been up to? What's going on? How's reviewing and stuff?
Mostly IRL stuff. I'm getting back to work on making videos and things. EFAP's going really well. We've had some really good episodes lately, and I think that hopefully I just want to get back to work on my own videos. It's just IRL stuff and the things. It just keeps me occupied and busy. I'd still say, like usual, video games are kind of my biggest hobby, as they've been for a long time. I love video games. I play a lot of variety of games. They're very social, very fun. So I've been playing like Arc Raiders by myself and with people. Been playing Dark Tide and Balatro. I got Vintage Story the other day and played that a little bit, and so that's neat.
How are you?
But yeah, just all sorts of different games.
Because I've enjoyed Arc.
I love it. I think it's excellent. I love Arc Raiders. I think it's super duper fun. I've had a lot of wonderful experiences with it. I legitimately think it's quite a well constructed game. It's really really fun. I've enjoyed it immensely.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed playing solo and just meeting people out in the world.
Me too.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
I've never
really
had that anything near that with an extraction shooter before. I usually really fucking hate them. But yeah,
me too.
Arc's great.
Yeah, I've heard from a lot of people. Like I've had people who are like really serious and super into Tarkov. I play Arc Raiders with them, and they're like, "I love Arc Raiders. It's the right amount of casual and serious. There's a lot of fun stuff to do. For the most part, the culture in game is really good, and it's just a fun game to play. So yeah."
I mean, it would be nice to see more videos out of you and stuff. And
yeah, I know it's been a long time coming. I want to stream more, play more games, maybe even do like streams on the second channel where I cover, do commentary style stuff. Because typically when I stream, it's EFAP streaming, and that's great, and I love it, and I love our co-host, and I love the guests we bring on, and I love the stuff we cover. But it's definitely not the full breadth of the things that I would want to cover streaming, because it's mostly based on like analyzing stories and movies and things of that nature. So yeah, playing games and doing commentary stuff on my own would be really good.
Some of the drama commentary stuff from you would be really interesting, just because you've been around so long, and also as older names sort of like pop back into drama, who you've interacted with, who I guess like other people don't.
The
have
YMS
the same...
stuff was kind of like that, because he'd been on EFAP a bit, and we recorded stuff with him, like a whole movie series set with him. And then he just had then it turns out he's like, well, he's obviously an egotistical narcissist psychopath, but then all the stuff about like actual zoophilia comes out with him, and I'm like, oh holy shit, you're like you're radioactive.
Yeah, I mean, with what did you ever suspect any of this shit about YMS?
No, not the well. Which part are you talking about?
Well, the zoophile stuff and the,
I had no clue. No, I'd only heard that he was once like he had talked about it once, and I didn't know much about it, so I assumed it was one of those elements of people using because if you engage with it in good faith, the idea morally of like a thought experiment of asking people why is it okay to raise animals to be slaughtered and eaten, but it's not okay to have sex with them, right? Like if you actually engage in that question in a meaningful way to be like, okay, here's why I think that. Here are the reasons why. And it helps you learn more about your own moral systems and values and how you think about the world and how you value like animals and what you think of, animals and how humans should interface with them and what their role should be with animals. Like it's a good question that you should ask yourself. But he seems to have been using it as a defense of zoophilia, not as a way to like, test
Engage
your
in a
moral
moral
fiber,
question,
so to speak.
yeah.
Yeah. It was actually an element of like, oh, you actually, and then it comes out and it's super explicit. Many times there's a lot of clips and stuff, and he still is quite in defense of it. He's kind of obsessed over the idea of zoophilia should be legal, and he thinks that it's basically it's an injustice that we persecute people who have sex with animals, and animals can consent actually, and things of that nature. And I'm like, that is fucking wild, my dude. Yeah, that should be a stain on your reputation forever because that's an insane take. I was like, actually, an insane take.
Yeah, it's really weird. I've never watched much of YM's stuff. There's one thing he made that I watched and really enjoyed, and that was the Kimber video that he did, which was
Oh, it's a very
really-
good video. Yeah,
Yeah.
when he makes a good video, he makes a good video. The Lion King video was absolutely fucking stellar. He has the potential to make really really good content. He also says some crazy shit. So yeah, I don't respect him, but he has the potential to make really good videos. But that's a lot of people. I mean, the overlap of being a good, upstanding person who's, who just a good, upstanding person, and the ability to make good YouTube videos. It's not a Venn diagram. Those are just two completely separate circles.
Yeah, I mean, YouTube is creative. I know, like, when people go, I'm an artist, it's very gay and cringe. But the truth is that, there is an art to media. And
oh yeah, like I'd say I'm technically an artist, but I'd never refer to myself as an artist. Just because of I guess it is that way, but I don't see it that way. And when you say that word to someone, when you say I'm an artist, they think, oh, like you paint pictures or something like that.
Yeah, and it's the same as what I do for a living has a very technical title attached to it that sounds very impressive or very cool and sciencey, but I don't think I have ever called myself that title because it's just like.
Which one are you referring to? Which title are you referring to?
I don't say it publicly on the stream because it would give away too much of what I do. But it's very.
Oh, I thought you meant like what you call it on YouTube. Okay.
Oh no, because it's like my actual. Because I'm pretty open that I work in the environmental sector. So for what I do for that, there's a very technical sounding title.
I'm an Eagle Scout.
Well,
I'm all about I'm big into the nature.
Yeah, I like a good rock. Love a good rock.
I love a good rock. I like a good rock out in the woods. I love a good woods rock.
I feel like it feels underrated. I've said before,
bush, here and there.
Yeah, it's I've said before, you have lots of interesting experiences working in the sector I do. Like one of my friends messaged us a few years ago. It was like, hey, I need someone we're doing a project on biodiversity basically, and we need someone to come and count butterflies. So I just wandered around a forest with a clipboard counting butterflies for an afternoon. It's pretty nice. It's fun. Yeah, lots of cool things like that.
Yeah, sounds like a good way to spend an afternoon. Get out there in the woods, just by yourself in your thoughts. It's good for you.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good. It's like me. It's a good palate cleanser.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Dude, you're going to keep...
What I've been told. What I've been told. I just report the news.
Please start using that now. That'll be really funny. That's one of those things that will come back to me at some point. But yeah.
I've been referred to as a zoophile palate cleanser. So think of that what you will. And let me tell you, one of those is definitely true. And we'll just leave that there.
Well, look, I think I'm going to wrap up and get some rest because dude, it's been going for like 6.5 hours. It's fucking insane.
Yeah.
This has
Just at
been
midnight here, so yeah.
It's been really nice having you on as always. Let me listen. If you do more commentary stuff, you want to do more commentary stuff. Let me know.
I would love to do more commentary stuff. I'd love to break into the sphere and become a player in this never-ending great game.
It's only fair. You've had
reputations
Diorio
and
on
drama.
EFAP multiple times, so you should come cross over.
Yeah, he's a buddy of ours. He's a good guy. I've got quite a bit of respect for Nicholas Diorio.
Yeah, I don't think it's any
puts
secret
in a lot of
that
good
I
work.
really
I
like
think he's got
Nick.
a lot of good takes.
Yeah, I've got
But
a huge amount of time for Nick.
the space needs voices like that. People who are like level-headed, who don't just jump over everything for sensationalism and for drama farming, but to actually have voices who can look at stuff and kind of be a bit objective with it. You know, bite a few bullets, as will always be necessary when you talk about things like this. But who knows?
Yeah, always. Yeah.
Yeah,
Cool.
I'm definitely down for it. Let's do stuff. Let's make a channel in our own podcast, and we'll do merch, and we'll make hoodies and plushies, and we'll corner the market.
Yeah, dude, we do great on plushies actually. Somebody is knitting me like a little plushie version of my character, which is kind of cool.
Oh, that'll be really neat.
Yeah.
Yeah, one day you could give Makeship a call. They make good stuff.
Yeah.
And be like, hey, look at me. I bet I could sell. You only have to sell 200.
I could sell 200 plushies.
I say only, but yeah.
To be fair, I'd probably just buy them ahead of time. And just be like, yeah, I'll buy 200 plushies.
I don't know if I'd do that, but
then listen. Worst case
that's
scenario,
what,
I don't sell them, and then I just have a room full of plushies, which would
okay.
be
Well,
awesome.
that's kind of sad and weird. But okay, yeah. If that's your thing, your thing. If you bring someone into your room, like if I ever visit and I go into your bedroom,
yeah.
I'll be like, oh, this is a yellow flag, not a red flag. It's
like,
a yellow flag.
Yeah, just like a ton
we're
of
still
plushies
in the game,
myself.
but this is something I need to keep in mind. It's something I need to think about.
Yeah, no, I think that'd be solid.
Rags, you want to join Now Recording? That's your podcast with
yeah, so
people,
that's the like small commentary podcast with like Beavers, Core, and it's like we keep talking about bringing it back. It was actually like you know Tommy C, right?
Yeah, I know of him. I know of him. He's got the little cow stuff and yeah.
Yeah, so Tommy used to work with a guy called Matt Pitt. Matt was like co-hosting. Matt then goes on to make Now Recording, and then it has had multiple hosts through the years, but Matt's now sort of like left the internet. He just had enough and is gone to he's been put out to pasture. He's gone to live his real life, and he's much happier now. But
that's how it needs to be for some people. I think the issue is that people consider this as a job as the ultimate apex career, and any change from it is a step down, when that's just not true.
Yeah,
this is a job well, it's not a job like any other, but it's a job that it shouldn't be seen as it's all downhill from here. Some people just do it part-time. Some people just engage in it just for funsies, and if they make a little cash, hey,
yeah,
neat
I
bonus.
Refer to myself
Some people
as
it's their full career. Yeah.
You know, I don't.
Yeah, that's a good way to engage.
I've said before, if this becomes my full-time job, something's gone seriously wrong with my life. You know, like, I think you've got to have a healthy approach to it. But yeah, Matt left, and that's sort of left those of us left sort of holding the Now Recording podcast, and we're trying to do more episodes and things. But yeah, I mean, I'd be cool to have you on that. That'd be fun. But yeah, we will.
I'll show up to whatever you want me on. I'm just keen on getting into the space a bit, poking my head in, having chats, casual streams. I'm all about it. So yeah, just give me a holler.
We'll definitely sort that, man. Okay, cool. Right, I'll talk to you soon. Please have a good evening.
Alrighty. Goodbye. Toodaloo. Ciao.
Thank you. Bye. Cool. Guys, hold on. Grey Knight with the 2, Gaslight Becky, Artemis with the 5. Rags, I love you, but everything you say, every time you say what you're up to, you say you're getting back to making videos, and then another year passes. I know it's tragic. Axis with the 5, is that Rags from Suier Than Thou? Jesus Christ, thank you for the /J. Oh, bro. Guys, this has been a fucking long stream. I thought I'd come back and do like 3 hours. A big thank you to Dickers, and a big thank you to Rags, and apologies to Falgi. that I didn't let you ambush. Maybe I should have done. I mean, he was gonna run anyway. Holy fuck, man. That was that was actually insane. I can't believe he ran. It was like from the smallest stuff. Dude is cooked. Dude is actually fucking cooked. I'm gonna have a cigarette, I think, and we're just gonna talk because I really feel like I've ignored you guys tonight. And you know I don't like doing that. Another sticker. We'll let it pass one more. We'll go. You're nearly there. You're nearly there. Hold on. Give me a second. One thing I'm gonna say is, give me a sec. All jokes aside, Wolfgang would have run from Fauci. Yeah, he absolutely would have done. Fauci, hey, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, buddy? You smoking?
Yeah, I'll have a cigarette and we'll talk to chat. Okay, I feel bad that I wouldn't let you ambush, but we've actually had a conversation about ambushing before, so I know it didn't surprise you that I'm not. Like...
No. I thought it was funny. I did think if there's something that's just really funny was him going under his breath. No. It was the most defeated thing I have ever. Because I listen. I have this fucking kid dead to rights. He'll never do it. He'll take a cope stream. He'll get like a little ass pat, and that's pretty much it. And now that everyone's realizing that he's the liar that everyone has been saying that he is, I will say this. You know what? Fuck it. I'll reveal it because I don't give a fuck. Hey, IA, it's me that found the fucking porn in your Discord. Maybe you should clean up and not show porn to minors. Fucking shocker. Maybe don't do that.
Have Rags to replace Diesel on the Internet Explorer podcast. Fuck, we brought Chris in and still didn't make anything. Listen, we do need to set a podcast up with Rags. I'd be down for that. Kick him with the 20. Give me the sticker, Ginger. Sorry, Daddy Backett. Listen, guys, have a sticker. Have a sticker. What are we gonna do? Let's do sticker ball. Yeah, sticker ball. I love sticker ball. Sticker ball is so good.
I'm trying to think. I will say I was surprised by two things with your stream, and it was actually it was IA, but holy fuck, Parlo is a complete and utter idiot, dog.
Dude, it's ridiculous.
It's you and Dickers are trying to walk him through the idea that because I said this in your chat. Parlo is known as the Roblox Predator Hunter, right?
Yeah.
So when you title a document that says trigger warning, predation, and zoophilia, everyone thinks you've found someone who exhibits those traits.
Yeah, the absolute insane cope of I didn't say that though. This is semantics. I didn't say this. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just like, bro, it's crazy because I feel like I'm trying to help Parlo here, which I don't know how I feel about actually, because I do think Parlo is fucking insane. And I don't know how I feel about this. I do think Parlo overrated his allegations. I don't think Internet Adjacent is a rapist or anything like that. But regardless, yeah, he's just like, I just think Parlo's going to cook himself more if he releases a video. I mean, I hope he does, but I don't think it will go well for him.
I don't understand why he needs an hour-long video. Why does he need an hour-long video? I don't understand. An hour and 10 minutes. Just focus on the stuff, like, focus on the Discord. Focus on the fact that he was a freak in his Discord. Focus on the fact that the stuff with Avalon and deleting the messages, and call it a day. The stuff between Parlo and Internet Adjacent will always be he said, he said. There are like messages that prove a little bit like here and there, but mostly I don't see the purpose of relitigating that for the 6th time at this point. And furthermore, like, what's insane to me is like Parlo's like, my allegations, the chat is mean to me. Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, brother, your own community is mean to you. Your own community said that you are a problem for publicly believing that you were sexually assaulted or coerced into sex, and one of the largest YouTubers in your space said it was okay for someone to upload porn to your channel so it could be taken down for your safety. No one in your space fucking means anything. Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't get it. And it's like, I mean it when I say it, like Parlo won just because Internet Adjacent like imploded. Like, again, you're talking about a tiny commentary channel who has essentially destroyed himself. Once again, it would be like, this is true of me, this is true of Dickers, it's true of you. It's probably even true of people like of Chris the Narc. If our channels imploded tomorrow, it really is a non-story. We just don't matter. So it's like, from that perspective, obviously people care more about Parlo because Parlo has a much bigger footprint.
And it's interesting too because I talked to somebody who knew Parlo, who actually like knew Parlo for a period of years, and if Parlo and Internet Adjacent are so incredibly alike.
It is wild. I felt like I was having the same conversation when Internet Adjacent joined. I was like, this is exactly this is the conversation I've just had with Parlo. It's infuriating.
It's so interesting because not only do they do circular logic and, well, you can't prove I said this or not, or, oh, well, you don't understand what I mean, and like, oh, maybe I did this, I can't remember, maybe it's a 10% chance. It's just a weird fucking circling. I knew Parlo was cooked when I was on Diggers' stream. And I said, hey, you're also interested with hooking up with Avalon in this threesome. Your messages don't show like hesitation. It shows excitation. And his response was, well, I have proof that Internet Adjacent was predatory towards Avalon. That was his rebuttal to that. And I'm just like, what are you doing? You can't even answer a question in front of you. And he did this constantly with you guys, constantly reading the chat and fighting every Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Yeah, it's just like, again, don't fight with chat. Like, anybody who ever ends up in this situation, just listen. Chat is always gonna talk shit about you if you're not the streamer. That's just how chat works. Sometimes they're gonna do it even if you are the streamer. Okay, like if I call into Aiden's or I call into Dickers, I'm gonna get shit from chat. It doesn't matter. It's just noise. People need to actually chill. It's insane. But anyway, I only wanted a quick chat. I thought I'd bring you on because you've been cucked.
Yeah, thank you.
No worries. I'll chat to you later, buddy. Have a good evening.
Bye.
Peace. Okay, guys, I'm going to send you over to Chud Logic, who is live in 7 hours. Because I feel like raiding Chud. I haven't raided Chud in a while. And I can't raid Chud like when he's live because I'll be at work. Wolfgang rang and deleted all his stuff. I mean, bro. This is such a fucking mess. I am going to try and stream more. Okay, guys? I have been a bit out of it the last month or so. But we are moving into Brony Christmas. There will be Brony Christmas content. As I said, we'll likely have Saber Spark on to talk about Brony stuff. That should be pretty fun. Bonk is doing an interview. I happen to know that there's rumors, guys. There's rumors on the mill of a Google Doc coming out, which will be very interesting for me in particular, because apparently it's going to be about me. I'm very excited. Oh, can't wait. And listen, someone's actually might be doing a proper hit piece Google Doc on me. I'm touched. True, Jack. Still beat you, true, Oz. You guys are awesome. Thank you for your patience while I have been doing other stuff, and I am still working on videos. I've got a bit of creative block, but I will try and do a video this month. I will try. I will say this: the food shop stuff has started to get more interesting again. Like the fight with Dan, maybe that's what it needed. Like I was thinking this the other day, it's like a tail end to it, where it's like encapsulated. So maybe I'll revisit the food shop stuff now with the current shit that's going on. Oh, okay. Matt Powell is calling. True, that is on the list. Guys, I will be back later this week. What day is it? It's Wednesday, isn't it? Right, yes. I will be back later this week at some point. But until then, please take care of yourselves. Have a good evening and rest of the week. Peace.